Good morning from a brisk Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit of Buttonwillow, our fourth race day here of the season, our second Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour race at this beautiful new racetrack in Kern County, California. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me again this morning. How are you, my friend?
I'm very well.
It's lunchtime for you, so you should be kind of like
Pretty
basking in well-restedness.
Well, I don't know. I've already been out for a little bit of exercise this morning in a nice chilly Charlotte, North Carolina, although maybe not all that much difference temperature-wise compared to where you are out there on the West Coast. It's a nice 48 degrees here.
Yeah, we're about the same direction. I'm practicing my 10-ounce coffee curls this morning.
Very, very nice. So, Brian, we opened the broadcast, and good morning, everybody. Thank you all for joining us here on the SCCA YouTube channel. We start off day number 2 of the Super Tour from the circuit the way we started yesterday's broadcast, and that was with a B-Spec car spinning at the top of turn 2. And today it wasn't Joseph Gersh. It was one of our Mini Coopers, and we'll try and get the number on that in just a moment. But to give you a rundown of our broadcast today, we start things off with qualifying for each of our 7 race groups. The first group out right now is our small bore production and B-Spec classes, but 7 qualifying sessions, and then we go racing. Today are our feature length races, 35 minutes or 19 laps here at this beautiful 2.5 mile 10-turn road course, whichever may come first.
Yes.
And we'll be getting those races underway just before lunch today.
Yes, it'll be a beautiful day, getting a little bit of an earlier start to our racing action, which means we have enough time to make for a little longer races and get out a little earlier so we can all get on the highway and beat LA traffic home. So, and yes, on Sundays there is get home traffic from everybody who tries to get away. So that's part of all of the reasoning for trying to get out of here a little bit earlier. So, but it'll be a fun day racing. It will be another perfect day. I was talking to somebody this morning. These early January, February events, typically they start chilly like we have, and they warm up fairly nicely to the 60s or 70s.
Right.
But what we also usually have out here is a regular, somewhat stiff breeze. So this morning, 45 degrees, no breeze, actually beautiful. I've been in shorts and a sweatshirt, not been shivering my tuchus off. But usually when you add a breeze to that, it is cold. California cold, but we don't have any breeze. I don't remember ever being out here for 4 straight days early in the year with no wind.
With no wind at all.
Yeah. It's been really nice. So we're very fortunate. I think the racing gods have deemed that this Hoosier Super Tour should be a beautiful weather, and we've taken it and we're enjoying it.
Yeah, indeed. And so, Brian, a little bit more about today's schedule. As we mentioned, this morning is qualifying. Should mention that for our feature races starting just before lunch today, we'll be setting the grid order based on the fastest lap from either our qualifying or race sessions yesterday or this morning's qualifying, whichever is first. So essentially, yesterday's sprint race was a qualifying session as well to help set the grid for today's races. And so right now in our first race group, I believe we've got somewhere along the lines of 7 racers on track, primarily our B-Spec racers, it appears. But Glenn McCready, who was our overall winner in yesterday's race, driving Z production Mazda MX-5, the black open-top Mazda, which is not what we're seeing come into this shot right now. That's the Fiat X1, or probably not the Fiat X19. That is the Porsche 914 of Gary Raymond. Glenn McCready was your overall winner yesterday and won out over Kurt Fritchie's E-Production Mazda RX-7 by only 0.7 of a second. So real close at the end as Fritchie really closed things up after McCready, I think initially had opened up somewhere along the lines of like a 10-second lead on the rest of the field here. Brian Lynn taking his car to the track now in his now F production Nissan Sentra. Hard to miss that car when it's out on track. It's a yellow with black 4-door sedan. It's a former GT light car. Brian, a multi-time national champion, was your F production winner yesterday. Came in 3rd overall, beating out Stephen Powers to the win in F production. And then in H production, our winner yesterday was Bill O'Kell. In his MG Midget out of Victoria, British Columbia. O'Kell just took to the track, just completed his first lap in qualifying here, maybe looking to move up through the field a little bit more. And in B-Spec, our winner yesterday, and this was a real drama, Brian. Coming into the very last lap of the race, Ali Naimi was your leader in B-Spec in his Mazda 2, and Tom Lepper made a last lap pass to take the win. I think the margin of victory between those two racers was somewhere along the lines of maybe 2 or 3 tenths of a second at the end there, with again Lepper in his Mini Cooper taking the win. And I don't believe we have Ali Naimi in qualifying right now. I do not believe Tom Lepper has taken his car out on track. However, Naimi now moves up the 4th fastest in the session with a 2:12.101. And that is, looking to see, that is about 7 tenths off of where he ran yesterday. We're trying to get some times in from our timing and scoring folks, so we can give you a better idea of what the bogey times are for each of these classes, and to give you a better idea of who might move up or move down in the order to start this afternoon's race.
Yeah, and this is typical, I think, for all of our Super Tours and pretty much all racing. The Sunday morning qualifying doesn't always get a lot of subscription to it.
Right.
It's cold, it's early, the conditions won't be what they race in later. They probably set down good times yesterday. It's another chance to put wear and tear on your race car. It's another chance to maybe possibly spin and hurt your race car. So sometimes they're just like, you know what, sleeping in, having a nice breakfast, sounds really good. Can you tell where my brain is at the moment? Sleeping in
and
having a nice breakfast.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's all good here. 8 minutes to go in this qualifying session. Coming up next, we'll have qualifying for our Spec Miatas and Spec MX-5s.
Indeed. And so, Brian, along those lines, of the 20 cars that raced yesterday, only 10 of them are out right now for qualifying, and we do have their relative positions on the ticker on the left-hand side of the screen. I'm looking to see if we've got the lap times included there. I don't believe we do. We got the location. We got drivers' hometowns. We'll let you know where things stand. In E-production, only 2 racers have taken to the course. We've mentioned Glenn McCready, who's currently your fastest driver on course with a time of 1:53 flat. Currently 10.5 seconds up on Whitfield Gregg, who is your only other E-production driver at the moment. Whitfield driving a Mazda MX-5. In F production, it is Brian Lynn and Gary Raymond. We've pointed both of them out. Lynn in that the yellow with a black Nissan Sentra just went through our frame, and then the 4-cylinder Porsche 914 of Gary Raymond. Right now, almost half a minute difference in lap times between the two. As Brian Lynn is lapping down in the 2-minute 1 second range, and is currently your second fastest driver on track, with Gary Raymond in the 2:28 range. In H production, Bobby Beyer in his Toyota Yaris, currently your fastest driver. Actually, well, we're going to take that back, as Bill O'Kell has just crossed the stripe to complete his 3rd flying lap. He now resets the fast lap in H production at a 2:11.210. That is almost exactly 2 seconds off of his fastest lap time from yesterday's race. Tom Tuttle, second fastest. Bobby Beyer now falling back to 3rd. And then in B-Spec, it's Joseph Gersh, who was your pole sitter for yesterday's race. Good to see Joseph out, Brian, as he had some mechanical issues and had to retire his Toyota while leading the B-Spec race yesterday. Ali Naimi, second fastest. Wendy Epstein, Annis, 3rd fastest. But I would say, should time to take a break, maybe?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get the last couple minutes of qualifying. Stay with us, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
We're back here live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park on the new circuit at Buttonwillow. This is the turn 8 camera. That is the hardest corner on the racetrack. It is a double apex decreasing radius schmozzle. And
well, I think the challenging part is it goes from an opening radius, an expanding radius, to then a decreasing radius, and you definitely get caught off, because the first portion of that complex is you could take a pretty high speed through there. The problem is then you'd end up right in front of our camera.
I will tell you that a driver whom I respect, and I will not give their name, described it using terminology with which we cannot use on a broadcast. But he said it becomes fun when you figured it out, but he suggested that the person who designed it may have had a screw loose. And because it's not like any corner I've seen on any racetrack. So it's really cool, and that's the one thing he said. It's like nothing. There's some corners here, like we've talked about, that like kind of look like or feel like something else from a different racetrack.
Yeah, exactly.
He said this is a corner I've never seen anything like this anywhere, and he's been all around. So, which is kind of cool, Maybe we'll call that the signature corner, or something, because we haven't named anything here, and if people want to, none of this will stick. And I will give credit to Brendan, our executive producer, for this idea. If people want to put corner names, suggested corner names in the chat, we'll take a peek at them and have fun with them today. I tell you, though, that none of these will be official ever. But maybe they do stick. You never know. But anyway, if anybody wants to throw potential corner names, we'll have fun with that today. So.
I think we talked about last night that there was already, after the very first race weekend 3 weeks ago, somebody had posted up a YouTube video, basically a track guide, and a very, very good track guide. I believe he was in a E46 BMW of how to get around each corner, but he said right out that in order to work these corners into my mind, I have to name them all.
Okay.
And he comes up with his own names for these corners, and some of them made absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Sure.
And I just want to make sure that they don't stick. And I'm not going to tell you where this
Yes,
video
please don't.
is,
Please
'cause
don't. White flag is in the air. Oh, actually, the checkered
That's a
flag
checkered
is in
flag,
the air.
actually. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so let's take a look here. We've got some of our cars coming across. Well, actually, let's expand upon that just a little bit. We're going to let the drivers that are on course come out of the final corner and come across the line and set times. But at the moment, we'll see here. Let's look at B-Spec, where I think we just had Joseph Gersh come around. Gersh, for the second day in a row, is your fastest driver in a B-Spec car, driving his Toyota Yaris sedan. Turned in a 2:10.513. Ali Naimi with a 2:11.287, and then Wendy Epstein-Annis a little bit further back from there. In H production, Bill O'Kell with a 2:09.5. That was almost exactly 2 seconds clear of Tom Tuttle, with Bobby Beyer another second, or actually 9/10 back from Tuttle. In F production, Brian Lynn at a 2:01 flat, whereas Michael Lewis came out and brought his new F production car, again, former GT Light machine. That car still doing double duty, right, Brian? I guess it is still a GT3 car now and an F production car, which means that Lewis has to do, I think, quite a bit more work, because it's not just a question of a restrictor or anything along those lines. It's also a question of changing tires and making some suspension setup changes as well. Lewis turned in a 156.342. And then finally in E-Production, again, only 2 drivers out on course. Glenn McCready on the second lap of the session turned in the fastest lap of any driver out there, a 153 flat, and Whitfield Gregg at a 2:03.6.
All right, that's going to do it for our qualifying session. We'll take a short break. We come back, we'll have Group 2 qualifying, Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. Stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to the circuit at Buttonwillow. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, Jordan Worth pressing the buttons, Brendan Kazmarek making sure we don't do anything stupid. We're here.
And making sure you have coffee.
And making sure I have coffee.
Yes.
And it is all good this morning. Chilly, but nice, beautiful sunny skies here. And Spec Miatas and Spec MX-5s are out on the racetrack getting ready to wreak a little havoc.
Indeed, Brian. And as they take to the track right now, we've got, now I want to thank Bill Skippy and Carol Reber over at in our timing and scoring to send me some merged times from the two sessions yesterday. Ethan Lampy, your SMX provisional pole sitter, coming into this morning's qualifying session. The bogey time that each of our drivers are trying to beat in SMX is 156.788. Jared Korth, our second fastest driver, with a 157.298, and Cooper Hicks, third fastest at a 157.501. All of those times are set during yesterday morning's qualifying session, as opposed to yesterday's race, a race in which Ethan Lampy went flag to flag and beat out Cooper Hicks by almost 4.5 seconds yesterday. In Spec Miata, Evan Jacobs is your provisional pole sitter coming into this final qualifying session. He's got a time in the books of 201.608. He set that during yesterday morning's qualifying session. Nathan Del Carmen, only about 400, actually less than 400ths of a second back from there to 201.641, and then Nick Leveroni at a 201.650. Should note that Leveroni set that lap time during yesterday afternoon's race in the heat of battle. In Spec Miata.
Oh, hold on, we got a spinner there on the outside.
Yes,
that's an interesting spot to spin. I wonder if they lost a tire or something.
Yeah,
that's a really interesting.
Yeah,
dropped the wheel on the outside and spun back across
all the way
track.
Across, yeah, and that's coming out of turn 4, heading down towards turn 5. One of the longer straightaways that we have here at the circuit. He's just now getting that car back underway.
And that's a character builder moment, because it's a little bit off track, but that is a large cement wall that he was pointing right towards.
Yeah, indeed.
John Davies, that was a 67 car. So, all right.
All right. Well, there you go. So, as we say, yesterday in Spec Miata, taking the win yesterday, not one of the drivers with the top 3 lap times, Brian. William Wallace took the win yesterday in the number 196 car, getting around Evan Jacobs with what, I think, was it like 2 laps to go, 3 laps to go,
right,
after just hounding him lap after lap after lap. Evan Jacobs having to run defense, as we got somebody running very wide through the exit of turn 8, that decreasing radius turn. Looks like they went a little wide, and so Jacobs finished second. Clement Lee finished in third, and we had made I think a nice little run from the back. William Rasmussen, who was leading Spec Miata early on, had an off-course excursion, fell all the way back to I think fell back to about 10th in class, worked his way back up to 6th at the very end.
Talking with the driver last night, we did our annual awards banquet for Cow Club last night. We were talking with the driver last night. He said before the banquet, he was watching his race on YouTube, so he could kind of learn where the trouble spots are. People still learning this racetrack, and he wanted to see where other people were going off, maybe where he should be pushing a little harder or whatever. But he was using our stream as part of his tutorial process here of trying to figure out the do's and the don'ts here. And he said there's many places that you don't realize are don'ts until you get into trouble.
Apparently so. You think what you're doing is the right line and it's a good line through a corner until you end up off in the gravel, like our the number 62 car did just a few moments ago coming out of turn 4. All right, so Brian, in SMX, Ethan Lampy goes and exerts a little more dominance on the field here, as if running flag to flag yesterday wasn't enough. Ethan Lampy now resets the fast lap to a 156.522. That is more than a second faster than he ran yesterday. Lampy is your reigning and very first national champion in Spec MX-5. If we look over in Spec Miata, going to the top of the leaderboard now is Evan Jacobs. He has a time of 2:02.169. And that 2:02.169, let's take a look here. It's about half a second off of where he was yesterday. Again, Jacobs is still your provisional pole sitter coming into today's session.
8.5 minutes to go. Good time for a break. Let's take it right now. When we come back, we'll get you all the rest of qualifying here. This is Group 2, Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. Stay with us, everybody. For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back at the circuit at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, America's newest racetrack. I don't know how long I'll be able to say that, Greg. Maybe for another 12 years or something. 5 minutes, 25 seconds left in this qualifying session. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, Jordan Worth is our director today, and we are here for qualifying for Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. And you know what, Greg?
Yeah.
Looking at qualifying, it looks a whole lot like yesterday, except the only name that's new at kind of the top of the list is Wesley Molno. He was not there yesterday, but he is a regular out here with us on the West Coast. So, and he was out here last week for our first race, so he's got some time on this track. But yeah, that's the only name that's new today from yesterday, and he is a really good race car driver.
Yeah, indeed. And so Molno finished 5th in yesterday's race and started the race 5th. Yesterday is he turned in a 158.499, so we'll call it a 58.5 in yesterday's qualifying session, and he is currently at a 58.685, so not quite down to the times that he had set yesterday. But I think that also shows, and we saw this in the prior qualifying session also, Brian, that not seeing the lap times from drivers here this morning that we saw yesterday morning, and it could be that well, we know in the case of SMX, obviously. And actually now I guess this is the case for Spec Miata as well, that they've got the tire marking program in effect. And so these drivers, they're on the same tires that they ran for yesterday morning's qualifying session, yesterday's race, and they're going to, as long as it doesn't rain, they're going to be required to run in this qualifying session and today's feature race as well. And so it might make sense that the qualifying times are not quite as fast as at this point that these tires maybe have a little bit more wear on them.
Yeah, definitely by the end of the weekend. And I expect that the racing on Sundays is going to be a different race because of that, you know.
Yeah.
And you might see some drivers who taken it a little easier yesterday coming and showing some stuff today that they might not have had yesterday because they were trying to get their tires and did a better job of tire management.
Right.
So I frankly love it's a cost savings reason. That's why they do it.
Yes.
But I love the strategery that goes into this now because guys or gals who manage tires better have a better chance in the Sunday race. And I think that's pretty interesting little layer of the onion to throw into this discussion.
Indeed. So, Brian, we had gotten word from Timing and Scoring that Bryce Johnson, who's driving the number 15 Spec MX-5 car, that he doesn't have a functioning transponder.
Yeah.
Which is something that is, oddly enough, kind of required in order to set lap times in a qualifying session. So at the moment, he is one of, I think, only two SMX drivers, Spec MX-5 drivers that are not being timed currently, and I think the other one is not on the track. That is Jared Korth, who was our second fastest SMX driver coming into the day and finished third on track during yesterday's race. Johnson was, I think he was 12th fastest coming into the day out of 14 cars. So it's probably not going to hurt him all that much here today. But looking at the drivers that were not quite as fast as him yesterday, one of them, Emmy Kissick, who was one of our SMX Scholarship Award winners. Emmy, came into the day with a fast lap of 2:259 compared to Bryce's 2:142. And Emmy Kissick looks like, although she's running the 8th fastest in the session today, it looks like she is definitely going to leapfrog Bryce Johnson. She's now down to a 2-minute flat. So good for her. She's knocked off almost a quarter of a second off of her previous lap times. Gavin Wardle yesterday ran a 2:01.077, so we'll call it a 2:01 flat. And he is down now to a 2:05, so he's knocked a little bit of time off as well. And looks like both of those racers are going to, let's see, Wardle at a 2:05. No, he's not going to leapfrog Bryce Johnson. Right. But it's going to move Johnson now, I think, down to 13th fastest in the group and move Emmy up to 12th.
Yeah. Two quick notes. Interesting that almost all of the Spec Miata, Spec MX-5 cars went out to qualify this morning. I'm a little surprised by that. Secondly, Brian Dean, my old flag chief, in the chat with us this morning. Also, Kurt Schneipel has a great question. He said, are these two tracks, the classic track and the circuit, can you race them as one huge track? The short answer is no. The long answer is it was discussed. And with the idea that the tracks, they want to run them concurrently to be able to have two events running all the time or as much as possible, they didn't want to do it. And when they looked at the way to design it, it just didn't flow well to get from one track to the other. It could be done, but they just didn't like the way it flowed, so they felt it would be better just to have two tracks, run them as much as possible. And so that was the decision-making process that went into that. So hi to Kurt from Central Illinois region. Thank you for chiming in. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Brian, and I think as we discussed yesterday, I think the only real easy way to join the two tracks together is if you get it really, really wrong at Phil Hill on the classic circuit.
Yeah, exactly.
You would have to be bounding through dirt and over hills for like a quarter of a mile.
To connect them, it would have been very much like how you go out of the track at New England.
Yes.
It would be two very close with a cement wall between the two of them.
Oh, you mean at New Hampshire? The road course at New Hampshire, yeah.
Yes. It would feel a lot like that, and they just didn't think that would flow well. So that was the reasoning. So.
All right,
All
Brian,
right.
checkered flag is out.
It is. I can concur. There's a thing waving over on the right side of our screen. That's the checkered flag, people.
That's right. That's the starter stand. It's almost as far away as Phil Hill.
It's not that far away. It looks
Okay.
like it on TV, but it's actually it doesn't. It's not that far away.
It's an optical illusion. Is that what
Yes.
you're?
Yes, or you're just blind.
Well, well. That's why I've got this up on like on a 55-inch monitor right now, Brian.
Very nice.
As I know a lot of our viewers do as well. Ethan Lampy will wrap up this morning's qualifying session as your fastest driver on track. He set that lap on lap number 2, a 156.431, and so he knocked the pole time down another 0.3 of a second or so.
Wow.
It went from a 156.788 as the fastest time coming into this morning. Cooper Hicks, your second fastest driver on track at a 157.154, and I'm looking to see if he has gone and leapfrogged Jared Korth, and indeed he has. So Jared Korth made a decision to keep the car on the back in the paddock, and in doing so, Cooper Hicks will now start on the front row, and Jared Korth gets shuffled back to row number 2. He will start third. Wes Molno at a 157.853. Goes and he leapfrogs Christian Hoagland. So Wes Molno, who started yesterday's race, I think in 5th position, he will now move from row 3 up to row 2, and he will start 4th with Hoagland now in 5th. And then I think Patrick Drinkwine will probably start. Looks like he will start 6th. Let me take a look here. Drinkwine turned in a 158.954 today, and no, although Drinkwine he picked up some time. Brian, looks like John Davies and Ryan Gutile will start ahead of him. Drinkwine's going to start on the outside of row number 4. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll come back with our next qualifying session here, our small open wheel racers, in just a few moments here from the circuit at Buttonwillow, the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
And we are in Group 3 qualifying here at the circuit at Buttonwillow, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Formula V, Formula F, Formula Continental. We've got a handful of V's and a Continental and a Ford. Actually, a Honda. The Formula F is a Honda-powered Piper DL7. That's our Poulsen. He is our track champion. Sorry, not our track champion, but one of our regulars out here. Our track champion, Ed Erlinson, is not racing this weekend because he is one of the people who helped get this racetrack into shape to be able to put us out there. And thank him very much for getting this project over the finish line so we can go racing out here. So he's taking the weekend off. Actually, he's not. He's working all around here helping out. But he's not racing this weekend. But a big props to Ed Erlinson, all of the staff at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for shepherding this racetrack across the finish line. And we would not be here without their efforts, especially in the last 6 or 8 months, to really get this thing done and ready to go. And we've been waiting patiently out here in Cal Club. We've seen the thing go up over the last several years. We're like, we want to go racing, we want to go racing. Well, guess what, folks? We are racing. And actually, this morning we are qualifying. 13 minutes to go in this qualifying session. There is the telltale poof of smoke coming from the back of a Formula V. A little more smoke coming out of Mark Edwards' Glamdring car. He's got one cylinder that is oiling excessively, more excessively than the other 3 cylinders typically oil in a Formula V.
Yeah.
And,
I would say on an air-cooled motor, isn't that what you're looking for?
Yes. Well, apparently one is being more excessive than normal.
Okay.
So if you notice that, I had a chat with him last night. And also last night, Mark Edwards was given the Cal Club Lifetime Achievement Award at our ceremony. So big congratulations to Mark for that. And he has been here forever. And he is out here almost every single race weekend. As a matter of fact, I cannot remember a race weekend he wasn't out here, carrying that Formula V banner out here. So early on in qualifying, Marjorie Lundberg is part of our V field here. Ronnie Chuck, Don Manthe, Mark Edwards, and Gavin
Sweeney.
Sweeney, thank you. I've got a yellow line here.
I'm wondering if Ian Sweeney is watching this morning, because I think he told us yesterday he's the faster Sweeney.
That's what at least that's what he says.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're going to get our first laps in the book here, and of course the first hot lap is usually not very important, but we'll get them through it. These 12-minute sessions really, or 15-minute sessions really, especially in like a Formula V, that's like 2.5, 3 good laps.
Yeah, not many laps.
Yeah, so they want to get it done and get it done early.
All right, so why don't we take a look, Brian, especially, so in Formula Continental and Formula F, obviously, we only had a single driver, so it doesn't really, in the whole scheme of things, matter what times they put in this morning, and they were the 2 fastest, faster drivers than the Formula V is for obvious reasons.
I hope so.
Gavin Sweeney comes into this morning's session as your provisional pole sitter. The qualifying time that our drivers are looking to beat is a 2:01.197. Marjorie Lundberg had a 2:02.2 yesterday. Ronnie Chuck at 2:07.9. Mark Edwards at 2:08.9. And then Don Manthe at a 2:10. And change, and all of those times, and even McFarland's and Polson's times were set during the race yesterday afternoon, not set during the morning qualifying session.
Right. Let's do this. We haven't done it yet this morning. This would be a good time. Can we, and hopefully I'm not going to catch Jordan too far out of sorts here. Can we take a look at the flying track map, Mr. Jordan? See? He didn't know I was going to see this.
There it is.
Here it comes. And here is what it looks like here from overhead. This is the new circuit at Buttonwillow. 2.56 miles. Our Canadian friends would know that as 4.11 kilometers, 10 turns. You wouldn't know it by this map, but it is asphalt. First race was 2025.
It's the Hoosier Super Tour's first dirt track.
This is the Score Off-Road Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. No, there's actually pavement on this track now. As we've seen from the video, really cool course, and lots of surprisingly a lot of elevation change that they were able to build into this course. We wouldn't normally typically think of that at Kern County unless you're up in the Grapevine, but it's a lot of fun, and drivers have loved it. That little area, that black spot in the area, that is the kangaroo rat habitat. And buy me a beer at a worker party someday, and I'll tell you the story of the kangaroo rat. It'll be anyway. 10 turns And there's the paddock area there. It's going to get more paving and more stuff, so it'll be a nice big paddock. And Tesla charging stations. If anybody has come through this area with their Tesla, they can stop here and charge their Teslas.
So Brian, I was thinking, and maybe Cal Club and the folks at Buttonwillow should pay me, but maybe we should build a skid pad around the kangaroo rat habitat there, right around the outside of it. I think that would be a perfect size for it.
You're going to get me in trouble now. All right, let's go back to our qualifying action here. We're probably are we time for a break? Is it time for the break already? Yeah, time for the break.
Yeah,
let's do that. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get the rest of qualifying. Stay with us, everybody.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
We are back here at the circuit of Buttonwillow. 6 minutes left in qualifying for Formula V, Formula F, and Formula Continental. And we're going to wrap this up. And actually, every one of our cars in the class are, except for Eric Poulsen. He did not go out this morning because for some reason he felt he had the Formula F pole locked up and didn't have to worry about a lap. I'm not quite sure why that is. But 5.5 minutes to go here for the Formula F, V, and C qualifying. Gavin Sweeney, our fast car in Formula V with a 2:03.321. Next fastest is Marjorie Lundberg, 3 seconds back at 2:06. Then you've got Ronnie Chuck, who last time here, 2 weeks ago, was his first race in 42 years. He's back out here racing with us. Welcome back. He's been part of the community the whole time, building and prepping cars, but he got back behind the wheel, and he's here with us this weekend. Then you've got Mark Edwards, Don Manthe, and, of course, Eric Poulsen, who has not come out. He'll be out for the race, I'm sure.
Hey, want to welcome to the chat Chip Herr, who's
Chip.
Our 2023 and 2024 Super Touring Under STU National Champion, and Brian, also recent inductee to the Road Racers Drivers Club as well. I think that took place down at Daytona Beach as part of the Daytona 500 festivities a couple weeks ago. Good to have you here, Chip.
Yep,
and,
great guy.
Yeah, absolutely, and he knows when to check in because we've got STL and STU going to be out on track Group 5, and just a couple of sessions.
if you're wondering when racing or when the race you want to watch is going to happen, actually, you should want to watch them all. But if you're particularly interested in one class or a group of classes, you can scroll down into the show notes. The whole schedule for the day is there, and tune in. But whenever you do tune in, hit the like button, subscribe. We would love that. Thank you.
All right, so as we take a look here now, Brian, with just a touch under 4 minutes remaining in qualifying, our Formula Vs, looks like we've got a couple more coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight to wrap up lap number 4 for them, and starting lap number 5. Gavin Sweeney is your fastest driver in the class at a 2:03.321. And that is, well, it's still about 1.2 seconds off of where he was yesterday. Actually, let's change that. It's just about 2 seconds off of where he was yesterday. Turned in a 2:01.197 is his fast lap yesterday. Said it during the race. Marjorie Lundberg just puts in her fastest lap at a session at a 2:06 flat. That's a little bit off of where she was yesterday. Then we've got Ronnie Chuck at a 2:08, Mark Edwards at a 2:10, and Don Manthe at a 2:13. All of these drivers running slightly off of their times from yesterday. Again, the grid order, the starting order for this afternoon's feature race is going to be based on the fastest lap time from either yesterday morning's qualifying session, yesterday afternoon's races, or this morning's qualifying session. So at the moment here, it doesn't look like we're going to have any changes based on this session, but we still have about 2.5 minutes remaining. Paul McFarland, who's our sole Formula Continental driver here this weekend, came into this morning's session with a fast lap of 1:48.5. He is currently at a 1:51.1, so again, just hasn't made it there yet. Eric Poulsen, our sole Formula F racer, he has decided to keep his car back in the paddock and hasn't turned a lap yet here this morning.
There you have it. Coming up on the final probably lap and a half, maybe one more lap after this one for these cars. When we come back out here, our next group is going to be, well, there's going to be a short worker break after this. And then we'll have our Spec Racer Fords coming on out. So that will be coming up next year after our short break. Minute and a half left here in our final qualifying session of the weekend for our small bore open wheel cars. Not much change in positions. Although I will say that the cars that are out there are dropping their fastest laps of the race. Many of them are going green personal fastest. So Gavin Sweeney just did that. Marjorie Lundberg just did that. Don Manthe just did that, so, you know, track's warming up a little bit, a little more heat in the tires. I have not looked at the morning temperature here. Maybe I'll take a peek at that while we're finishing this thing up, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll see, because, you know, we're up to a whole 50 degrees down here in the balmy south of Charlotte, North Carolina, coming off our 16th of an inch blizzard that we had just a couple days ago. So, again, just a half a minute remaining here. And, you know, I'm a little surprised to see that none of the Formula Vs were working together. They all seem to be spread out at different portions of the racetrack. Currently here, you'll notice that each one of the camera shots that we give you, there's typically only a single car within view.
Yeah. All right, green flag or checkered flag should be coming out at the next car to cross the finish line. Whenever that happens. Here it comes. Checkered flag is in the air. That's going to wrap up this session. Here's how it looks at the moment. Paul McFarland is your fast car in the Formula Continental with a 1:51.142. Assuming no one goes faster in this final lap, Gavin Sweeney is your fast car right now in Formula V with a 2:02.354. Then we've got Marge Lundberg in a 2:06.062. Ronnie Chuck at a 2:08.877. And these, are, of course, are today's times. I don't know, Greg, you've got the other numbers.
Yeah,
Are these still about the same order?
Yeah, we're still looking at the same order here.
Yeah.
Coming into the day, it was Sweeney Lundberg and then Chuck, your top three, with Mark Edwards and Don Manthe. Almost exactly the way it's laid out on the session here. But again, none of our racers in Formula V have gotten close to what they turned yesterday during under race conditions. So that's how things are going to end up over here. And it should be still Paul McFarlane on pole for the group in his Van Diemen RFO1 Formula Continental machine. Eric Poulsen, who again did not bring his car up for qualifying, should start on the outside of the front row in his Honda-powered Piper Formula F car.
All right, up next, Spec Racer 4 3. That's coming up after about a 10-minute worker break. We'll be back.
We're going to
Stay
say the
with
Great
us.
British Baking Show.
There you go. We'll do that next. Stay with us, everyone.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We're here back at the circuit of Buttonwillow. Spec Racer Fords, a veritable cornucopia of Spec Racer Fords on the racetrack right now, qualifying. And it is Brian Bielanski. That is me. Gregg Ginsberg, he's the other guy.
That's not me.
That's not me. Thank God. I mean, he's my partner in crime here as we have another qualifying session here. A couple more this morning. Then we get to racing. One race before lunch, 6 races after lunch. And this is a Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Good morning, everyone, from a somewhat chilly Buttonwillow Raceway Park, but it's good. Sunny skies. It's going to be a beautiful afternoon. Greg, how you doing, my friend?
I am doing well. Hey, look, Russ Lundberg, RGL Motorsports in the chat. Looks like everybody from Oregon has showed up.
That's
We've
right.
got Donna back again today. We've got RGL Motorsports, Russ Lundberg in the chat as well. Thank you all for joining us here today. And so heading out on track, as you mentioned, Brian, Spec Racer Ford, we had 33 drivers during either set times, either during yesterday morning's qualifying session or yesterday's race. And as we go into this qualifying session, the 3 sessions, the 2 from yesterday and this qualifying session, the fastest lap time from any of those 3 will be used to set the grid for this afternoon's feature race, 19 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. And Caleb Schrader is your provisional pole sitter coming into this race. Actually, let me double check that. Yes, indeed he is, and he set the time during yesterday's qualifying session. He was on the pole for yesterday's race. Caleb Schrader turned in a 1:50.509. That's the time that all of our racers are looking to beat right now. His teammate John Black, second fastest racer at a 1:57.39. Robert Edmondson at a 1:51.178, and then we had Todd Harris and Calvin Harris also in the 1:51s, 1:51.3s. That's your top 5, and again, those are the times people are looking to beat. In yesterday's race, Schrader did take the win, margin of victory over his teammate John Black of just about 2 seconds. And they had, I think, a bit of an interesting race, Brian, as they had early on broken away from the rest of the field. About mid-race, John Black fell off the back of his teammate Schrader and had fallen maybe, I don't know, about 3-4 seconds back, caught back up. But Taylor Harris and Calvin Harris and Todd Harris, they made it a race at the end. They finished 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It looked as though, I mean, for the majority of yesterday's race, it was the haves, which are Schrader and Black, and then the have-nots, which were the other, 31 drivers.
Right. Denny Fostek in the 69 car had a little bit of a moment coming out of turn 10 out of the front straight, had a little spin and continue. So he is going to have to clean those tires off before he tries to put down a good one here. I'm really surprised, Greg, how many cars are going out this morning for qualifying in all these sessions. We have all but one on the track at the moment, and that is somewhat unusual. Oh, there's a car putting the wheel off there at the exit of turn 8.
How not Californian of them. You'd think they'd be sleeping in and
I know,
or hanging out.
If I had my choice, I'd be having an avocado toast this morning.
I was going to say head down to the beach and go get a couple minutes of surfing in or something like that before they take to the racetrack. Yeah, and not much surfing going on in the middle of the desert there.
I work with a guy that doesn't wear shoes to work and surfs every morning.
Oh wow, that's
California, my friend. That is California. Caleb Schrader puts down the first fast lap. There's a shock. A 1:51.068. And the guy in second place, here's another shock, John Black. And then a couple Harrises, 3 of them. There's no shock there. The top 7, Greg, looks really familiar to yesterday's top 7.
Yeah, it absolutely does. After one lap, after one flying lap, they're not quite down to where they were yesterday. Again, Schrader and Black were in the high 50s yesterday. They're about 2/10 off here early on, with the Harrises running. Well, actually, we take a look here. The Harrises are about a second off of where they were yesterday.
Right.
So,
Lee Douglas, he had a moment in turn 1, spun, continued. So, it takes a little bit to get a little heat in these tires. Usually a lap or so. So not necessarily shocking that we got a couple spins here on the first lap. They'll get it all together. Got to do it. If you come out here and you're actually not just trying to make sure your car's working okay and you're really trying to put down a lap, you don't want to waste too many because it's only a 15-minute session.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I think we mentioned this yesterday. Robert Edmondson, who is currently your 7th fastest driver, right behind. And actually, let's check that, Brian.
There's
Robert
a car
Edmondson,
off turn.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on a second. We got a car off their turn at the exit of turn 9.
Yeah.
And he's going to go right to pit lane. I'm done.
Yeah, it's like go and check out the equipment there. I was just going to say that Robert Edmondson, as I was starting to talk about him, Brian, as he was running 6th fastest, he jumped up momentarily to 3rd fastest. He now finds himself back in 7th again. Edmondson was your 2023 Cow Club Driver of the Year and 2-time Cow Club Spec Racer Ford champion. One of the reasons why he now finds himself in 7th versus the 6th where he was when I was starting to talk is that Steve Fogg, driver of the number 21 machine, he now moves up to 4th fastest in the session. And Fogg, coming into the day, he qualified 8th fastest based on his times from yesterday's qualifying session. That's where he started yesterday's race, and had a qualifying time of 1:51.6. He has knocked 0.3 off of that now. He is down now to a 1:51.33 as his fastest lap time. So he's definitely found some time between yesterday and today.
That car that went off at turn 9, that was Tom Burt in the 45 car. He was able to come onto pit lane here. I'm not sure if he's gone back out yet, but we'll keep an eye on him. You had mentioned Robert Edmondson. He's now the 3-time Cal Club Spec Racer Ford 3 champion. He won last year as well. So I'm not sure if he was considering that in his notes that he sent us or not.
Probably not. No, he sent a bio into us maybe a week too early.
Yeah. So
maybe you didn't know.
There's a car that's gone off there a little bit, just on the other side of the rumble strips there, and coming back on a little slowly. See a car there having to kind of make an evasive move to not run into the back of him. That is the 197 car, and the 197 car I think is Mark Bielanski. Hold on.
I don't think.
Yes, Mark Bielanski,
197. Yep, indeed. Out of Shaft,
So the reason I question that is because that car color scheme was a different driver for many years here, and I wasn't sure if he'd gone back to the color scheme or not. So, but Mark Bielanski is the MB of MBI.
Okay.
Which is the big prep shop out here that preps the Miserandino cars, the Tom Burt cars. I mean, a lot of cars are prepped by MBI out here at Buttonwillow and on the West Coast. Let's take a break, Greg. 5 minutes to go. When we come back, we'll get the last couple laps of qualifying. Stay with us, everybody.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, Visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Two and a half minutes to go in qualifying here for Spec Racer Ford 3. Up next, we've got STL, STU, GT3U, Touring 3 and Touring 4. But there's some work here to be done. Calvin
Brian,
Harris.
I was just going to say, there's work that's been done so far here. As Calvin Harris puts in a 153.59. Not only is that second fastest in this session, but that, at least for the moment,
will that put him on the front row?
Onto the front row, absolutely.
Nice.
So the bogey time coming into this session, Brian, fastest lap time from yesterday was Caleb Schrader at a 150.5, John Black at a 150.7. And so Calvin Harris, who came into the day qualified fifth fastest, now moves up to the front row, leapfrogging John Black. Todd Harris, who was fourth fastest coming into the day.
Hold on a second, Greg. I apologize. We got a car on the inside of turn one there. He spun on the entrance of turn one, ended off there. Now he's muddling through the dust to try to get back on the racetrack here, looking for a good time to do it. Thankfully, the track out there, he could probably get out there without any issues, but he was waiting for a point. I don't know if you saw the flag right there, Greg. Gave him a point to get going, and there we go.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Sorry.
All right. So
Sorry to interrupt.
On course. Yeah, no worries at all. So Taylor Harris, who started the day came into the day and into the session seventh fastest. Right now, it looks like he may have moved up into fifth. And Mike Miserandino at a 151.745. Let's see, he is not leapfrogged Steve Fogg at this point. Although Miserandino slightly faster than Fogg on track here in this session at the moment. Fogg currently your eighth fastest driver overall, and Miserandino ninth fastest. So we'll take a look and see if that changes at the end of the session.
Yeah, the only I want to make a correction. I thought that car had spun, but apparently it pulled off with a mechanical and then fired back up and went going. So the one that we just had there down in turn one. So that was a mechanical, and then they got it going. Tim Adolfson's in the chat. Good morning, Tim. Russ Lundberg says he just bought a Formula 6. I love that.
Really? Congrats.
He'll be out, not necessarily in Portland, but he will be in that car eventually. Great. That sounds awesome.
That's right. Yeah, Russ is going to be volunteering, working the Portland race again, as he always does.
I will be up at that race. Looking forward to it. Portland's a cool town. Love Portland.
It is. All right, Brian, checkered flag is out on the session, so the last flying laps now will count, and we've got a number of racers that have just gone into turn two when the checkered flag came out. So we've got about 2 minutes or so, a little less than 2 minutes before.
Yeah, looking at Flagtronics, there's probably 20 cars who are going to get one final lap in here easily before, since the checkered flag has fallen. So, and some of those are some pretty fast cars. So we'll see if anybody can top what Caleb Schrader has done with the 152.
Actually, 150.233, blindingly fast. And again, almost 3/10 faster than he ran during qualifying yesterday. He and John Black weren't able to match their qualifying times in the race yesterday, but they didn't need to, given the gaps that they had opened up on the rest of the field.
So Calvin Harris has the track record, or had the track record going into the weekend. From the first weekend, his time was a 150.7.
Wow.
So I'm assuming that Caleb Schrader beat that yesterday in the race.
Yeah, the lap time, the fastest lap, no, actually he didn't. Yesterday's fastest lap time was only a 150.838.
Oh, okay.
For Caleb Schrader. And I'm looking to see if anybody was faster than that during the race. No, John Black had a 150.980. They were the two fastest racers during yesterday's race. So the record still holds for now. And of course, track records in SCCA only set under race conditions, not during qualifying.
Correct. All right, so it looks like things are going to hold station from what we had just before the checkered flag flew. And let's go through the first few rows here, Greg.
Yeah, let's do it. So your fastest driver on track, Caleb Schrader, he drops the qualifying time down to 150.233. He's going to be on pole provisionally. Calvin Harris should be starting to his outside on row number 1, turn in a time of 153.59. That drops John Black back to the inside of row number 2, where he should start alongside Todd Harris. Then the question is, what do we do with Mr. Edmondson? Edmondson came into the day with a 151.78. He's going to drop back a lot. So let's take a look here. Next, we're going to have Todd Harris and Calvin Harris. Actually, let me verify that. Yep, Todd Harris and Taylor Harris, because we already had Calvin up on row number 1. Then Mike Miserandino, and then Steve Fogg. And then Edmondson was at a 151.1. Then TJ Acker will start 8th. Then Robert Edmondson this afternoon will start 9th, where he turned in again a 151.136. Awfully consistent, Brian. He was only 400ths off of his best time from yesterday.
Well, there you go.
And then EJ Abed will round out your top 10 in what should be about a 32-33 car field.
There you go. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, qualifying for STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. That is next. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back, everybody, to the circuit at Buttonwillow. It's a 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski. Next up are our touring cars, Super Touring Light and Under, GT3U, as well as T3 and T4, as they are on their outlap now for their 15-minute morning qualifying session. If we take a look at where we finished up in yesterday's race, Rylan Hazelton was your winner in STU in his Honda S2000, and finishing second in STU much further down the order. I think Whitfield Gregg took second, but finished 15th overall. So a pretty dominating win there from Hazelton in STU. Finishing third in STU was Dale Schumacher. In STL, Nick Leveroni took the win with a margin of over 20 seconds over Jonathan Lugod. Lugod in his Honda Civic. He tried making things difficult for Leveroni early on. Leveroni in his Mazda Miata, but Lugod towards the end of that race did drop off just a little bit. Or actually a lot. Carl Young in his Honda Prelude finished in third. In Touring 3, Roger Eagleton took the win in his Ford Mustang, a car that he is running both in Touring 3 as well as American Sedan. Scotty B. White finished second. Michael Lowe finishing in third. In Touring 4, it was Oscar Jackson taking the win in his Scion FRS. He's out of Chino, California. Tony Karatus finishing second, with Griffith finishing third. And finally in GT3U, where we have two racers this weekend, Michael Lewis in a car that we just saw, I think, out a little while ago in F production. His second generation Mazda RX-7 took the win, finished 8th overall, and Justin Graham finished second, much further back in the pack, I think finishing 27th overall here. And again, this is a one-year only class for GT3U, and as it is scheduled to be combined with STU next season. And
yes,
we'll see here is they're still working out the balance of performance between the two classes. As I think we mentioned yesterday, all of the GT3U cars scheduled to be hit or have their minimum weights changed and actually raised by 100 pounds starting at the beginning of March, so about a week from today.
10 minutes, 50 seconds left to go here. Getting their first good laps in here. Takes a little bit of time. Less time on the DOT tires to get the tires up to speed than on some of our other tire types out there. So usually I would say lap 2, lap 3 is probably when they're really ready to go here.
Yeah, assuming obviously they're brand new tires and they're sticker tires. Sure. If the drivers are on the same rubber that they've run so far this weekend, that's kind of out the window.
Right.
So if we take a look at qualifying times, and again, today's race, this afternoon's race, our 19 lap or 35-minute race, the starting grid will be based on the fastest lap time from either the qualifying session yesterday, the race yesterday, or the qualifying session that you're watching now. In STU, Rylan Hazelton, who was our winner yesterday, turned in a 153.640. Wilson Powell, a 153.843. That was your front row for yesterday's race. They set both, and they had actually set their fastest lap times in the race yesterday afternoon. Nick Leveroni, your STL winner, was your third fastest driver on track, and he was your STL pole sitter with a 155.682. Fourth fastest driver yesterday and started on the outside of the front row was Roger Eagleton at a 155.965, with Scotty B. White at a 156.197. Actually, if I remember now, Brian, did we not have, I think, a split start with STU, STL, and GT3U together, and then we had Touring 4 and Touring 3 a little bit further back from there. So So Jonathan Lugod in his STL Honda Civic was in that first group for STL, STU, GT3U was your fourth fastest driver.
Right.
And then Carl Young. And then in the touring classes, Eagleton and White in the two Mustangs. Oscar Jackson, our Touring 4 winner, was third fastest in that in those classes. And then Matt Latucci in his Touring 3 Ford Mustang.
Yeah. 8.5 minutes to go in this qualifying session. Time for our break. Let's take that, get it out of the way, and then we'll have the last probably 3 or 4 laps here after our break. Stay with us, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
We are back here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. 5.5 minutes to go in this qualifying session. And there's a guy up at the top who we talk about a lot on these shows.
John Davies?
No, Nick Leveroni.
Nick Leveroni.
and look at who's in third place, Greg. So much for just having a fun weekend and not wrecking the car. She just wanted to get through the weekend and enjoy her brand new race car, and she's running third right now.
Well, it helps when you paddock with the guy who is the provisional pole sitter in Super Touring, not only in Super Touring Light, but in the whole session. And he's, I think when we had Amy in the booth yesterday, she mentioned how much Nick had been helping her find a way around, that he picks up race courses very quickly. And Amy Mills now our third fastest driver on course. So let's do this. Let's take a look at Nick Leveroni, Jonathan Lugod, who is your second fastest driver on track at the moment, Amy Mills, Carl Young, all STL cars up at the top of the field here. In STL, Leveroni at a 154.963, and that is almost 0.7 of a second faster than he ran yesterday during the race, which is when he set his fastest lap time. So not a big change for him there. It is not faster, however, than Ryland Hazelton or Wilson Powell ran yesterday, the two STU drivers. Then if we take a look here just at STL. Jonathan Lugod was our second fastest driver in the class yesterday. He turned a 156.43. He has not gotten any faster. He's at a 157.3 at the moment. But Carl Young turned in a 156.961. And so he was the next fastest driver yesterday. And Amy Mills is at a 158.265, so hasn't quite gotten there. And I'm looking to see where she slots into the STL hierarchy. And she fits in right now 5th fastest, as she is leapfrogged John Davies and also Patrick Drinkwine, pardon me.
You know, race car drivers being race car drivers, you go in through a weekend with an expectation, like, I got a new car, I'm just going to see how it's going, you know, want to get through it, have a good time. And then you realize how good your race car is, your new race car, and then you're like, I'm a race car driver. Let's see how fast I can go.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mentioned, Brian, just as we came back, that the name driver who was putting in some work was John Davies. That was the driver that we saw go for his wild ride through the dust and dirt on the exit of turn 8, just at the end of our commercial break. John Davies right now is running 5th fastest in the session at a 159.742.
Right.
That is about 0.6 off of where he was yesterday.
Sure. 2.5 minutes to go here in our qualifying session. Then we've got 2 more qualifying sessions, and then we're going to go racing. 1 more race before lunch, and then I'll have 6 races after lunch. So it's going to be a big day of racing here. Got a debris flag here out at turn 7. Not quite sure what the debris is, but it is out there. And it is, I'm trying to hear on the flag net here what they're calling in, and they haven't said yet, or if they have. I was blathering on too much and didn't hear it.
Brian, I'm guessing that is probably a byproduct of the number 7 machine that we got word spun, and I'm looking for who number 7 is. That's Stephen Karatsus in his Mazda RX-8, who had just a moment ago spun coming out of turn 7. And continued, so likely the after effect of maybe dragging some gravel back out onto the race surface on his recovery.
We're out here at Buttonwillow, and Buttonwillow's social media chief is running around here taking pictures this morning and having a good time, capturing the whole event here for us. So
except me,
except you. Well, if we had a web camera up, we could do that.
Don't tempt me.
Whatever the debris is big enough that rescue might have to come out after the session to pick it up. So I still haven't heard. I was talking too much. Shocking, I know. They won't be shocked. Brian was talking too much. Oh, there's Gregg's webcam. I can't do that because I don't have enough bandwidth to send you a picture this morning.
Take
Just
a
good,
screenshot.
nobody wants to see me anyway.
That's right.
It's all good. Nick Leveroni still at the top of the speed chart here on this session, followed by Jonathan Lugod. Amy Mills laying down some good laps this morning. Carl Young, John Davies, and Ricardo Arunda is also in the top 6. Of course, we merge these times with the rest of the weekend to get your starting order, but that's how they stand in this session.
Yeah. So let's look at some of the other classes here real quick, Brian.
Sure.
In GT3U, Michael Lewis did not bring his Mazda RX-7 out. Not such a surprise. He just had the car out in F production trim just a little while ago. So Justin Graham, who is our other GT3U racer, has brought his car out. Fastest lap time for him at 2:08.694, a little bit off of where he ran yesterday during the race, where he ran a 2:05.8. In Touring 3, the majority of our racers in T3 did not bring their car out for the qualifying session. Your fastest right now is David Oram in his BMW Z4. He ran a 159.742 yesterday. He is currently about 9/10 off of that time yesterday. He was the 4th fastest driver in T4 in Touring 3 coming into the day. So it looks like that's likely where he's going to be. Ron Tanamura, who was 5th fastest coming into the day, is our only other driver out on course. He's about a half a second off of Oram's times. And then in Touring 4, Tony Karatsus is your fastest driver on track currently with a time of 2:04.9, and that is about 3 seconds off of where he ran yesterday, where he was the second fastest Touring 4 driver coming into this morning's qualifying session. Yesterday's winner and provisional pole sitter in T4, Oscar Jackson, has not brought his car out for qualifying. Steven Karatsus running about a second and a half back from Tony. Lynn Griffith another half second back from there.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we've got our fast open wheel cars, our Formula Atlantic FE2, our prototypes also. That's next. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
We're back here at the circuit at Buttonwillow, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Gregg Ginsberg, Brian Bielanski, and the DriversEye Live crew here doing all the work to get you these beautiful pictures. And hopefully Greg and I sound like we know what we're talking about. And if we don't, yeah, that'll happen too sometimes.
I've always got imposter syndrome, Brian.
But we are having a good time, and that is what is important. So here we've got our qualifying for Formula Atlantic FE2 Prototype and Prototype 2, P and P2. And that is what we got going on right now, Greg. Having a good time.
Indeed. So yesterday, Brian, almost all of the qualifying times or fastest lap times for drivers in this group came out of the morning qualifying session. Two exceptions, Paul Marino in his FE2 machine and Greg Labate in his Formula Atlantic Swift, who
wasn't in qualifying.
Yeah, he didn't turn a wheel in qualifying. So luckily he came out for yesterday's race. So let's take a quick look here in prototypes, where we had 3 drivers set times or race yesterday. Jim Davenport, fastest driver at a 1:33.716. Johnny Crean, just about 3 seconds back from there, 1:36.5. And then we have Joseph Moran in his Norma at a 1:49.25. In FE2, we had 4 drivers set qualifying times. Tom Hope at a 1:39.649, your fastest of the bunch, and only about actually less than a tenth of a second clear of Paul Marino. Marino turned in a 1:39.712. Tom Burt at a 1:40.774, so about a second back from that pair. And then Noah Hambai at a 1:41.593. And as we mentioned, Greg Labate, our sole racer in Formula Atlantic, at a 1:39.898. He was 5th fastest of all the drivers yesterday. And for this group, I believe we did have a split start with the prototypes and also the Formula Atlantic starting at the front of the field, and then the FE2s starting behind. So we'll try, and as we give you lap times throughout this session, try to keep that initial split in mind.
Yeah, definitely. One more qualifying session after this one, then we go racing. 1 race before lunch, 6 races after. And that will conclude our broadcast day here from the circuit at Buttonwillow. It's been a great weekend so far, Greg. Racing should be fun this afternoon as well.
Yeah, indeed. And a great weather for it. And as we talked yesterday, Brian, the more time cars are on track here, the more rubber gets laid down, the grippier and the faster this track is going to become. So,
well, it's interesting. We're actually seeing some marbles now. I can see them right here on this camera. The camera before, I could see a little bit of clag out there. So certainly getting enough rubber to start taking some rubber off of the tires.
Sure.
And that's something I didn't see last weekend at all. So
yeah, and that's very interesting to note. I would have thought that we'd see that maybe because portions of the line haven't been polished down yet. But yeah, I mean, indeed, the new laps that are being turned are actually pushing some of that old rubber out to the edges of the track. And yeah, we definitely can see that, I think, over by the exit of turn 8, certainly exit of turn 7. You can see it right here as well as one of our FE2 cars goes around. Maybe he got into that flag, Brian.
That's Tom Burt. Tom Burt's had a little problem with that section of the race tag.
Yeah, in a Spec Racer Ford, in an FE2 machine, all at about the same time. Of course, Tom Burt, I think you're Super Tour champion in FE2 back in 2017, and he took the Western Conference in 2018. Interesting to note that he was also overall winner at the 2023 25 Hours of Thunder Hill, which is conducted by another race organization. A little bit different machinery than either the Spec Racer Ford or the FE2 machine. He was in an Audi R8 LMS GT3 car. So it's a slightly different type of equipment there, and maybe a little bit more aero in the way of aero aids even than what he has in that FE2 machine.
9.5 minutes to go. Let's take our break. Now, when we come back, we'll get the rest of this qualifying session. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here from the circuit at Buttonwillow.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at the circuit of Buttonwillow, qualifying for Formula FE2, Formula Atlantic, Prototype and Prototype 2. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg. 6 minutes, 45 seconds left to go in this session, Greg. And like I've said a couple times today, looks a lot like yesterday.
Yes, yes, it does. Jim Davenport just turned in a 1:34.289. That is his fastest lap of the session. That is about half second off of where he was yesterday. Again, his fastest lap at a 1:33.716. Paul Marino, your fastest FE2 driver at the moment. Let's see where he compares to Tom Hope. Tom Hope came into the morning as your provisional pole sitter in the class at a 1:39.649. And Paul Marino is at a 1:40.068. So Marino is about 3/10 off of where he was yesterday. Maybe the fastest driver on the course at the moment in class, but still second fastest across all three sessions. In prototype, we talked about Davenport. Johnny Crean has turned in a 1:43.81. He's about 4 seconds off of where he was yesterday. And then we've got we've got Joseph Moran. And Moran did not bring his P car out for qualifying. So let's look at our other Formula Enterprise 2 machines as Paul Marino just now turns in a 1:39.741. So he's getting fast. He's getting closer to Tom Hope's times from yesterday, Brian, but he's still not there. Hope, we'll see what Hope does when he crosses the line here in just a moment. Your third fastest FE2, Tom Burt, at a 1:41.653, about 9/10 off of his best time from yesterday. Noah Mbaye at a 1:43.305, about 2 seconds off of where he ran yesterday.
Right.
And
everybody, everyone's just trying to keep out of trouble, set down a good lap. You know, especially with these smaller groups, you know, qualifying is a little less important for these groups. So, but and there's a lot of guys still trying to figure out how to go fast on this brand new racetrack. So that's why they go out at this hour.
Yeah, indeed. Let's also not forget about our sole Formula Atlantic driver, Greg Labate, who is 5th fastest of all cars in the session. He's turned in a 140.433, and that is about a half a second off of his best time from yesterday's race, where he turned in a 139.898.
Very cool. Got our big bar ground pounders out next for qualifying. Our GT1 2 GTX, our A sedan cars, Touring 1 and Touring 2. So that's up next. Then we're going to go racing right before lunch, one race. And then after lunch, the rest of the program, 6 more feature races. New camera angle for us today.
Yeah.
This is the exit of turn 2 and then down towards turn 3 here. Really cool little section of the racetrack here.
Yeah, we were talking about how turn 2 is kind of like a reverse keyhole from Mid-Ohio, but big differences at Mid-Ohio. It leads you on to the longest straightaway at that course. Here, it leads you right into another curve, but it's so interesting looking at with this angle versus what we had yesterday. One, you can see the tremendous elevation change, how turn 2 just drops off at the second portion of the corn. Yeah, kind of. And also what you're seeing is, there's a very distinct camber change if you keep the car in line as you go from negative camber, let's try that again, positive camber coming out of 2 on a left-hand turn versus if you get it down towards the curbing there in turn 3, you've got positive camber to help you get through that corner. If you don't, you can kind of see where it flattens out mid-track and how you can kind of find yourself outside of the groove.
Yeah, this is the part of the racetrack that Amy Mills said was her favorite little section here. So lots of fun. And it's very flowy. It really makes sense when you come through here, which is what I thought was cool about it when I got a chance to play a little bit. So, minute 45 left to go. Davenport, Crean, Marino, Labate, that's your top 4 right now in this session. Of course, Greg has done a great job of explaining how the times get merged. He's good with all that stuff. I am not. His brain's wired differently than mine is. As a compliment, by the way.
I will take it. I'm just my brain is not wired like that at all.
No. Who we really need is Lefty. Larry Lefty.
I would say either Lefty or Tom O'Gorman. Either one.
Those guys do math in their head like they were born with a calculator between your ears.
Yes, exactly.
1 minute to go in the session, so wrapping this one up, Greg.
As we see there, looks like the Formula Atlantic machine of Labate getting around one of our FE2 cars. You can pick out that Formula Atlantic machine much wider, and he just got around Tom Burt on the course there. The Atlantic, obviously a much wider car than the FE2s, and quite a bit more in the way of aero, much wider wing on the rear, a little bit wider up front as well. And so with the clock running down, this should be their final lap as they're coming into turn 8 now. Currently your fastest driver on track, Jim Davenport, with a 132.872. And that is now, Brian, almost 9/10 faster than he ran yesterday. So big pickup there from Davenport, who was already our fastest driver and on course to be our pole sitter for this afternoon's race in the prototype field. Johnny Crean, who will finish up the session, looks like with a 138 flat. Almost a second and a half off of where he was yesterday. So while Davenport picked up some time, Crean struggling to find time here today. Joseph Moran with a we mentioned Moran didn't take his car out, so that was the Moran was the third of the 3 prototypes in Formula Atlantic. Greg Labate, our sole racer, he did not go out for qualifying yesterday morning, so we only have a time from yesterday's race where he turned in a 1:39.898. Let's call it a 1:39.9. And he finds some time today, gets down to a 1:39.542. So a good pickup there for the driver of the number 35 Swift. In FE2, Paul Marino, and actually let's go back. Johnny Crean actually just put in his fastest lap of the session, a 1:37.872. So still 1.3 seconds off of where he was yesterday. So let's move over to FE2, where coming into the session today, Tom Hope was your provisional pole sitter with a time of 1:39.65. Paul Marino turns in a 1:39.358, so he will be your pole sitter today with Tom Hope at a 1:39.452. So they both found some time, but they're going to swap positions on the front row in that FE2 field. And then in row number 2, we've got a pickup from Noah Hambayi. Turns in a 1:40.848. He was your third fastest FE2 driver in the session, but does not eclipse Tom Burt's best lap time from yesterday, which was set yesterday morning during qualifying. So Burt will start third in FE2, and Hambayi will start on the outside of row number 2.
There you go. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1, and Touring 2 qualifying. That's next. Stay with us, everyone.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Northrop went and talked to him and ended up buying that product from him, but the deal was he came over to Northrop as a VP. He had a McLaren, street. Oh, yeah. We won the B-21 bomber contract. He was the VP of that program. I designed the encrypted communications in the cockpit. He was transferring to Florida instead of out here in Palmdale. So I said, Steve, oh shit, I'll drive your McLaren on the phone. He said, I sold it. Why? I said, I haven't one built for me, and I paid cash for part of my bonus for winning the program. You asshole, I didn't even get a frickin' lunch, and you bought a McLaren with part of your bonus?
Welcome back to our final qualifying session of the weekend. GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2, 14-minute session, then a quick, a very, very short break before we get to our racing today. Here's our in-car camera this weekend. This is
Drew Delmonico.
Drew Delmonico and the BMW. And he gave us a little show yesterday.
Yes, he did. Unfortunately, we weren't watching the in-car when he did it.
Exactly. But we did go to the in-car during the recovery from it.
Yeah, over at turn 8.
So here he is coming down the hill towards turn 7 here. And he sets up on the right-hand side. It's a left-hander. and a short shoot down to what I've been told is the most difficult corner on the racetrack. You'll see that coming up here. It is a right-hander that looks pretty normal at the start, but is not very normal at the end. So he comes in, tracks out a little bit wide, and then a really increasing slow as molasses corner there.
Yeah, and this is where he had the problems yesterday, Brian.
Yes, that is where he had his problems yesterday. And but luckily he was far enough ahead of the guy behind him that even with his problems, he didn't lose a position. Here's turn 9, and then even a shorter shoot down to turn 10, and onto our main straightaway. The long run down to turn 1.
You know, and so many of these corners, Brian, are very late apexes, and you can see there even the very final corner where he is, you know, like waiting and waiting and waiting, and actually it looked like he turned in a little bit earlier than he meant to, and then adjusted and waited a little bit as well. But that turn 8 complex is so difficult simply because I think, you know, turn 7 at the end of the longest straight is still a very high-speed corner.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of braking involved, but you're carrying so much more speed into turn 8. You know, much like I talk about turn 2 here, reminding me of the keyhole at Mid-Ohio. That turn 8 complex, somewhat, although it doesn't have the tabletop effect of the corner that I'm thinking of, it kind of reminds me of the Moss hairpin at Mosport, where you've got it's a double apex corner. The second apex is very, very slow. The challenge you have at Moss is that there's you have a quick rise for the first portion of the turn, and people get thrown off as they come over that rise. It affects their braking for the second half. You don't have that here. But I mean, the decrease in radius is so drastic here for the second portion of that corner. It's caught, we've seen it. It's caught a lot of people out so far this weekend. So let's watch as Drew is on his first flying lap how he approaches this corner once again.
Yeah. It was good to see the full lap there. Thank you, Jordan, for doing that. I've been curious since we started with this track to figure out which is the faster of the two long straightaways, and the one between 4 and 5 or the one between 6 and 7. And unfortunately, I did not get... he topped out at 1:23 on both of those straightaways.
Well, there you go. There's your answer.
So they're both pretty darn fast.
Yeah.
And obviously the gearing on this car, that's how it works on this car. But here we had 129 going into turn 1, so it is the main straight that is the fastest straightaway here. I thought it was going to be one of the back straights.
Yeah, I would have thought that that the speed coming out of the final corner would have slowed down that ultimate speed. So here's something interesting for those of you, and I was talking to our STU winner from yesterday, Rylan Hazelton, about this. If you go and you want to see the live timing that we provide, you can go to scca.com/live, and we have, besides having multiple sectors, we divide the circuit up into 3 different sectors. We also have a speed trap, and that speed trap is towards the end of the front straight, Brian.
Right.
And what we're seeing, and I was talking to Rylan about this last night, is that we're seeing very wildly different speed trap speeds for drivers going into that speed trap, and that the reason for that is the end of the speed trap is right at about the beginning of the braking zone for turn 1, and so a lot of drivers, they're actually already on the binders for turn 1 by the time they come into that speed trap. And Rylan was telling me that the variance for him yesterday during the race was somewhere around the lines of like 25 miles an hour.
Yeah. Interesting.
So very interesting. Here we go. There's turn 1 for you as we see the drivers coming in. All right, let's take a quick look here, Brian. As we got about nine minutes. Yeah.
It's really telling. We're talking about that. The Drew Delmonico's in the speed trap at 130 miles per hour, and you've got Robert Kelly and the Viper, who's at 82 miles per hour. So he's obviously hitting the brakes earlier going into that speed trap. So I hadn't even thought about that. Thank you for that bit of insight.
You're welcome. And we've heard that it's certainly not going to be moved for this weekend, but that timing loop may be moved somewhere down the line. All right, quickly here, let's take a look at qualifying times for the different classes. We have just a single racer in GT1 this weekend. That is Michael Lewis. He has not brought his car out on track for the qualifying. Matter of fact, we only have out of 17 drivers that set times yesterday, only 5 of them have brought their cars out for this qualifying session here. Michael Lewis was the fastest GT1 car and was your pole sitter. Ian Barberi, who took the win yesterday in Touring 1.
And overall.
And overall, that's right, after Michael Lewis pulled in about a little bit more than halfway through the race. Barberi was your second fastest driver at a 146.470 in a BMW M3. And then we had Brad McAllister, third fastest. He was in a GT2 Ford Mustang. And he had a heck of a, that was a great fight between he and Ben Valentine yesterday. McAllister in the Ford Mustang, McAllister in his, probably McAllister in the Ford Mustang and Ben Valentine in the Dodge Challenger. And then in American Sedan, fastest driver in American Sedan, Roger Eagleton, with a 155.849. That's the same car we saw just a little while ago in Touring 3. Both he and Matt Latucci are running their Mustangs in both classes. My understanding is that they run with a restrictor in Touring 3 that they don't have to run in American Sedan.
Right.
I'm still trying to get and dig through and get some information on the differences in tire sizes as well that they might possibly have to run. But he was your fastest driver in American Sedan at a 155.84. Scotty B. White, second fastest Touring 2 driver to Ollie Thordarson. Ollie Thordarson, your fastest T2 driver in his Chevy Corvette, a 152.758 was the time. And so we'll, as these drivers come through, and we're a little bit more than halfway, so about time for our break, we'll try and track them at least by class.
Well, Greg said it. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have a final few laps of this qualifying session before we go racing. Stay with us, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
3.5 minutes to go here in our final qualifying session of the weekend. Brad McAllister is atop the speed chart on this session with a 1:45.8. And then you've got Ian Barberi, second place in this session with a 1:46.4. Followed by Ben Valentine, Drew Delmonico, Robert Kelly, and Scott Graham. Those are the only cars to have taken a lap here during this particular qualifying session. 3 minutes to go.
Yep, we ended up picking up an additional racer, and I think that was Scott Graham in that white number 91 second-gen Mazda RX-7. So let's take a quick look here and see if we've got any changes in the overall order here. So as you mentioned, our fastest driver on track right now, Brad McAllister, returned in a 1:45.818, and that is, Brian, enough to move him up to the front row next to Michael Lewis. Ian Barberi came into this session as your second fastest driver at a 1:46.47. So McAllister now moves up to the front row. That'll move Barberi, who is now to a 46.46. So knocks about a tenth off of his best time from yesterday. That'll move him down to the inside of row number 2, where that he would share with Ben Valentine in the Dodge Challenger. Valentine at a 1:46. Actually, you know what? Let's double check this. Valentine's fastest time at the moment, a 1:47.337, but Drew Delmonico, who we see here coming right down into turn 1 with a qualifying time of 1:40. Let's take a look at a 1:47.084. That's the time he set yesterday. That would be good enough for 4th, ahead of Ben Valentine. So a big change. So a big surprise there, and a great move for Brad McAllister to get away from his primary competition. Robert Kelly turns in a 2-minute 4:53. That is third fastest in GT2 right now. And Kelly yesterday, let's see where he was. Kelly, his fastest time yesterday was a 2-minute .455. Talk about consistency, Brian. He's picked up 2 1,000ths of a second. He's gotten down to 2 minutes .453. So a good run for him. Scott Graham yesterday had a 1:59.368. He does not improve his fastest lap so far, a 2:03 flat.
All right, coming up on 45 seconds to go here in this qualifying session, and then the fun starts. We're racing here at the circuit at Buttonwillow, and it is going to be one race before lunch. Then we're going to take a break and get everybody fed and get them off their feet for a little bit, and then back out for 6 races this afternoon as we wrap up the rounds 3 and 4 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Couple more cars are going to come through here. Checkered flag now in the air. So all of these cars, I think Ben Valentine's probably going to get one more lap in. I think he probably got past before the checker.
And I'm fairly certain that Ian Barberi pitted his car in, only completed 4 laps. Most of our other racers now are, and I think Brad McAllister also brought his car in. Delmonico, Valentine, currently working lap number 8, and you can see them there. They're right on track, very close to one another. Actually, that's not the Challenger. I think that is the Mustang of McAllister just ahead. And indeed, yeah, McAllister went back out there. He's now working his 6th flying lap.
All right, we're going to have about a 10-minute break here between now and the first race. So we're going to kind of bug out and get ourselves ready as well. But when we come back, racing will begin. It'll be our production cars, F, E, F, and H, and our B-Spec cars. That's next. You're watching the Hoosier Racing SCCA.
Brian, let's not go anywhere yet, because again, the racers that we were just following, McAllister and Valentine, they're on their final flying lap right now. They had not taken the checkered flag, to my knowledge. So no, let's not break yet. And Delmonico also on his last flying lap here, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay.
Although it looks like Delmonico a little bit off the pace, a little bit further back there. Let's take a look here as they come out of the final corner and onto the front straight. And do McAllister or Valentine improve? Valentine does improve. He gets to a 146.989, and that will allow him to leapfrog Delmonico, I think. Yeah, indeed. So Valentine now will leapfrog Delmonico with that last lap. McAllister does not improve. He will stay at a 145.818. So it should be Michael Lewis on the front row, then Ben Valentine joining him. Then let's try that again. Michael Lewis on the pole with Brad McAllister joining him on the front row. Then we should have Ian Barberi, who moves from second to third for today's afternoon race. He'll start alongside Ben Valentine. Then we've got Drew Delmonico, who should start off on row number 3. So Delmonico will lose a spot there in the process as he and Valentine swap positions. And then I think we've got Rob Scholl. But that should wrap things up for that big bore group. So now, why don't we take a quick break, Brian, and we'll come back and we'll have our very first race of the day. It's going to be our small bore production and B-Spec racers, 19 laps to the checkered flag here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. We'll be right back.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Hello, race fans. It is time for go time. It is race time here at the circuit at Buttonwillow, and I am Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me. Race number 1 is underway. Well, it will be in a second.
It will be.
Here's our starting lineup, Greg.
All right, Brian, we had 20 drivers set qualifying times between yesterday and today. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 20th today, driving the number 29 F Production Porsche 914 from San Marcos, California. It's Gary Raymond. Starting 19th, driving the number 121 Mazda 2, that's a B-Spec car. It's Wendy Epstein-Annis with Ali Naemi. Starting 18th, he's driving the number 14 B-Spec Mazda 2. Then we've got Tom Lepper, who is going to start 17th today on the field. He's in the number 21 B-Spec Mini Cooper. He's out of the San Francisco region with Joseph Gersh for the second day in a row, your B-Spec pole sitter. He starts 16th. He's driving the number 38 four-door Toyota Yaris. He's from Conroe, Texas. Starting 15th in his H Production Toyota Yaris, it's Bobby Beyer, that's the number 18 car, with Tom Tuttle driving the number 42 H Production Mini Cooper. He starts 14th. Then, starting 13th today, Noel Hayward will start in the number 2 H Production MG Midget. He's out of the San Francisco region, Vallejo, California, with Bill O'Kell starting second in H Production, 12th overall. He is driving the number 7 MG Midget. Tim Linrud will start 11th today. He's in the number 95 F Production Volkswagen Rabbit GTI, with Whitfield Gregg starting 10th. Whitfield's in the number 17 E Production Mazda Miata. Lee Fleming starts 9th. Lee is your pole sitter in H Production. He's driving the 00 MG Midget. Joe Carr will start 8th. Joe's in the number 12 E Production Mazda Miata, with Daniel Snow starting 7th. He's in the number 1 F Production Fiat X19. Starting 6th, driving the number 145 F Production Mazda Miata from Mesa, Arizona, it's Stephen Powers, with Brandon Drost starting 5th. He's in the number 02 E Production Mazda RX-7. Kurt Fritchie will start 4th today. He's in the number 40 E Production Mazda RX-7, with Michael Lewis starting 3rd. He is in the number 32 Mazda RX-7. That is an F Production machine. And your front row today, your F Production pole sitter. He starts 2nd overall, driving the number 3 Nissan Sentra SER from Hermosa Beach, California. It's Brian Lynn, and with a qualifying time of 1:53.088, your overall winner from yesterday, your E Production pole sitter. And today's pole sitter, driving the number 4 Mazda MX-5, it's Glenn McCready from Redwood, California.
Lights are out on the pace car. Timothy Conrad's in the chat. We know who he's rooting for, Brian Lynn. Donna says, go Kurt. So we got some fans in the chat watching this race. Pace car is on pit lane. Chuck Phillips is our starter. If he likes what he sees when they come down towards the starting line, he'll throw that green flag. Let's see what happens here as we get ready to start race number 1 here from the circuit at Buttonwillow. And green flag is in the air. Here we go. First of, 13 laps? 19 laps here.
19 laps, Brian.
At Buttonwillow, all those cars flying down through turn 1. Let's see if they all make it through cleanly. Looks good so far. Nice exit from turn 1. Up the hill now towards turn 3, or turn 2, I should say.
Yeah, and Brian, we had there Michael Lewis and Kurt Fritchie in the 2nd gen and the 1st gen RX-7s. Michael in that light blue number 32 machine, Fritchie in the gray number 40 machine. They were side by side going into turn 1. Michael Lewis got the better. He had inside position there, having started 3rd, and he works his way clear. We also just had making his way through the field there, the yellow MG Midget. I believe that was Noel Hayward in the number 2 machine, trying to work his way up through the field and get clear of the B-Spec racers that were surrounding him. Actually, no, you know what? That was actually Lee Fleming in the 00 machine, who started tail end on the field behind all the B-Spec racers. And you see here, as they're coming through turn 6, he's trying to slot his way through. He's gotten around the B-Spec field, and Joe Gersh in the white Toyota Yaris 4-door sedan just ahead of him now. He's got another Yaris to worry about. That is the H Production Toyota of Bobby Beyer, and he's got Tom Tuttle in the Mini Cooper just ahead of him now as well.
Yeah, good to see Daniel Snow in that Fiat X19 out there. He had gotten into an incident yesterday's race, tore off the front right fender on that car. Car looks like it's been put back together, and he's out there racing, and that is good to see after what happened yesterday. So getting an early start here on the action as they come across the start-finish line for the first time. We're going to see what that order is, and of course, excuse me, Glenn McCready, your leader, followed by Michael Lewis and Brian Lynn.
Yeah, and so during yesterday's race, Brian McCready just pretty much ran away from the rest of the e-production field. Margin of victory, I think, was over 20 seconds there at the end, with Kurt Fritchie finishing second. And Michael Lewis, unfortunately, retired his Mazda after just a single lap. But look at this, as Michael Lewis has now gotten around Brian Lynn to take over the lead in F production as Lynn runs wide there through turn 3. Again, these are two ex-GT light cars, Brian. And so, from a drivetrain perspective, not a ton of changes to them. They've had to give up if they had a rear wing on them in the GT light guys. They've had to give that up.
Yep.
But we have a car that is off pace now, coming down the straight towards turn 5.
One of the Mazda RX-7s. That might be Kurt Fritchie.
From the color of it, it looks like it's the number 40 machine. Yeah, of Kurt Fritchie.
It is. That's unfortunate. He was our second place car in e-production yesterday.
Yeah, and he looks like he's trying to find a good place.
He's gonna find a good place to duck in there and get out of the way. Thank you for doing that. That'll keep us green. And hopefully they can just leave that car till the end of the race. We've got a lunch break, so plenty of time to pull it in. Everybody makes it through and past just fine. We're seeing some flying clag coming towards our camera there.
That's my I understand that is actually Brendan's nickname from high school. They called him the Flying Clag.
Oh boy, here we go. Here comes our cars through what is considered by most the most difficult, and it's actually the slowest corner on the racetrack here. This turn 8 left or right combination. We've had several cars go off there in various forms and fashions.
So in e-production now, with Kurt Fritchie retiring his car early, Brian, that is going to move Joe Carr up into second in class. Joe Carr now, though, finds himself, I think, almost 20 seconds back from our leader. Carr currently running 6th overall, so he's got 4 cars that between he and the class leader. Going to be a pretty difficult challenge there to work his way through. Whitfield Gregg currently sitting 3rd in class. In B-Spec, and we noticed that he had made it out for qualifying this morning. We see him just now coming out of turn 2. Joseph Gersh, Joe Gersh there in that white Toyota Yaris. He is your leader in class, and he's opened up now about 5 car lengths on
looks
Tom
like that's
Lepper.
about it.
Yeah, on Lepper and Naimi, the two that were left to battle it out for the race win in class yesterday after Gersh retired. I think it was like 3 laps in, pretty early in the race yesterday.
I gotta tell you, Lepper and Naimi need to get going, because if Joseph Gersh checks out, they're gonna have a hard time catching him. These are cars that don't make up a distance quickly. They've got to keep in contact. The draft is important, as we've seen many years at the runoffs. These two, you get 2 cars to work together, they can make a big hole and make up some ground. But if Lepper and Naimi don't work together, that is going to be a problem, and that's exactly what Joseph Gersh wants to see.
Yes.
Let those guys keep separated, and he'll just drive away.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and at this point, since Naimi is about 2 car lengths back from Lepper's Mini, wondering if it makes sense. In B-Spec, since these cars don't have a ton of torque and they don't dig out of slow corners, I'm always hesitant to say maybe it would be advantageous for Lepper to maybe drop back a little bit to pick up Naimi as a draft partner. But in doing so, it's a double-edged sword there. They lose more ground to Joseph Gersh, although I think at this point they're probably both out of the draft of the lead car.
The 145 car, Stephen Powers, has some flapping body work that we should be keeping an eye on. They're trying to make sure that that doesn't come off, so this could end up being one of those mechanical black flags that we throw. But we're watching it, so we'll see what happens there.
Yeah,
16 laps to go here.
And we just saw, that was the 145 car we saw come through turn 6. Powers in that dark blue with day glow green.
And you can actually
numbers
see
on
it
the
under
side.
the car right there.
Yeah, indeed.
So I don't know if that's a body work or maybe it's a
like a fender liner or
fender
something.
liner or something. You would think, though, most of the fender liners would be pulled off these cars.
So hopefully, Jordan, if we can keep on this battle right ahead of the Powers car, this is the battle for the lead right now in F production between Michael Lewis and Brian Lynn. And Powers is running third in class, so, don't want to discount him, but he's a little bit further back at this point as Lynn pulls right up behind the Mazda, definitely caught within the draft of the lead car as they come out of the final corner onto the front straight here. And it's looked like Lynn has had a little bit more straight line speed than the Mazda as he takes a look to the inside, Brian.
That is true, and you've got two national champions there. Michael Lewis, 10-time national champion. Brian Lynn, he won an H production national champion. So these are two guys who know how to get it done. That should make for some fun stuff to watch here. Michael Lewis there. Right there in the shadow, though. Lynn is not giving him any room to breathe at all. And both are crafty, too. I've seen both of them put moves, and I kind of shake my head how'd that happen. So very, very good race car drivers, both of them. So.
Yeah, and again, it's interesting. We talked about the changes that Michael Lewis has to go through to get his to get this chassis to run in GT3U, where it will run alongside or as part of STU next season.
Right.
But he's had to make changes from this car's normal setup in order to run in F production as well. And, so he's finding, I'm sure, a very different handle in cars. He doesn't have the assistance of that rear spoiler. Or rear wing that he had previously. And, same deal for Brian Lynn. There used to be a wing on the trunk lid of that Nissan as well.
Right.
And you see how these cars now are much more... how do we put it? I don't want to say skittish, but they have a bigger tendency to oversteer now than they used to.
Well, and the one thing that's the difference between the two also is, Michael Lewis is trying to double dip, trying to race in two classes.
Yeah.
Whereas Brian Lynn, he's sticking into this F production, and he could work a car into this category, and he doesn't have to worry about any kind of compromises. And there's a pass or attempted pass going into turn 1. There is Lynn. He's trying to make the move. It looks like still side by side. Lewis a little bit ahead going into 2. We'll see where they come up here into 2. Still side by side. Nope. Michael Lewis is able to hold back on and pull up in front, and of course a couple slower cars right there.
Yeah, Brian, and a couple big changes here from the previous lap. This time we saw Brian Lynn get a much better run out of turn number 2 than he had on the previous lap. The previous lap, pardon me, out of turn 1. The previous lap, Michael Lewis was easily past Brian Lynn as they exited and made the run towards turn 2.
Right.
And even though Lynn had a better run, he was going to be, as the track moved back to a left-hand turn for turn 2, Lynn was going to be pushed to the outside there.
Here he goes again on the inside of 6, trying to make a move this time. Still on the inside of 6 as they come out. Now they got a big drag race down the hill to 7. It looks like the Michael Lewis car had a little better line, and that's helping him. But now Brian Lynn looks to go on the inside going into 8. Under braking, not quite getting it done there either.
Yeah, and and that we saw there with the Delmonico car in the last qualifying session that is a pretty high-speed corner. But obviously, Brian Lynn, being pinched a little bit to the inside, had to do quite a bit more braking than Michael Lewis did, as he was taking a much more traditional entry. The challenge for these two cars is that first half of the layout, we've got corners that switch from right-hand turn to left-hand turn to right-hand turn to left-hand turn to right-hand turn again, and so even if you have an advantage coming out of one of the corners, you're almost immediately giving it back to the other driver, who then has position going into the next corner.
Right. And I'd like to think, I wonder if that last time they came into one, when they got real side by side, if there weren't slower cars, if Brian Linden might have been able to get it done. But I think he had to go single file here because of the slower traffic.
Yeah.
That won't be the case next time by probably. But this race is far from over with 13 laps to go, and Brian Lynn is got a lot of action going on here, plenty of juice in that car. The question is, can Michael Lewis hold him off for another 13 laps?
Well, I think the other part of the story here, Brian, is can they hold off Stephen Powers? Because as Lynn and Lewis drive side by side through so many corners on this track, it has allowed Stephen Powers to close things up just a little bit. He's now gotten to within about 2.5 seconds here, so he's picked up almost a full second on the racers ahead. Probably the last thing he wants to see is the two drivers ahead start to get in line once again, because that's when they're pretty obviously able to pull away from the Miata.
Yeah, definitely the case is. You saw an interesting line there by Brian Lynn, going a little bit wider, trying to get a better run out of 6. And this time he comes into 7 right on the back bumper of Michael Lewis.
Yeah, a matter of fact, yesterday, Brian, as he was originally fighting it out with Stephen Powers yesterday, in that race, and let me just double check here, because of course we had Michael Lewis retire this car early.
Wait a second. Michael Lewis has got a problem.
I was just going to say
over to the right.
I was just going to say, Brian, as he had retired this car early in his race yesterday, as he had some mechanical issues, and it looks like he might have them once again. As you saw there, he just pulled right off line to let Lynn by.
He let Lynn by, and now Stephen Powers has gotten by. So definitely that car has got some sort of a problem, because both Lynn and Powers basically uncontested passes there, and it was a big lap time difference as well. Michael Lewis dropped down to a 2:01 lap time that lap, so 3 or 4 seconds slower. Unsure what the problem is, but he might try to nurse this thing home.
Yeah. And again, yesterday he only managed 1 lap with this car during the sprint race, and brought the car onto the pit lane, and looks as though, and he's still, I think, considerably off the pace. Not crawling at this point, but that car does not seem to be very happy at the moment, as he's he's got a big advantage overall right now over the next car in line, which is Dan Snow. And I wanted to mention about Dan Snow, Brian, in that Fiat X19, that there have been calls in from a couple of different corner stations that the X19 may be leaking some fuel or spewing fuel. They've picked that up as it's come onto the front straight a number of times. But let's take a look at this B-Spec race, Brian.
Yeah, B-Spec race right there, and you've got an H production car up front. That's Tom Tuttle. Then you've got the 3 B-Spec cars, and we talked about it earlier. Ali Naimi and Thomas Lepper, they've swapped positions, but they're working closer together, and that has helped them come and bridge the gap to Joseph Gersh. So now it is basically a 3-car battle for the lead here in B-Spec, with Gersh first, then Naimi and Lepper, and I think Gersh might have just gotten past.
I was going to say, Brian, Gersh made a great move to get past Tom Tuttle coming out of turn 8, going into turn number 9. Now Tuttle moves over driver's right, going into 1, and that has allowed now Tom Lepper to get through, but Ali Naimi's going to have to try and find a way past as well. And the interesting thing, and this is going to make things, I think, very difficult now for Tom Tuttle, because as those 2 B-Spec cars go by, he's got Noel Hayward in the that yellow MG Midget coming up on him as well. And luckily Hayward just pulled over for
Brian
pulled
Lynn.
over to let Brian Lynn through, so Tuttle can breathe for a little bit. Now that Mini Cooper that Tom Tuttle is racing this year in H Production, it was actually a campaign by him, I think, for the first time last year in B-Spec. So he's moved back over to the production car classes.
Yeah, that has been the case, and that was the case for several B-Spec cars out here on the West Coast, as they were racing in H Production instead of B-Spec. So, but we've got a new B-Spec cars out here for rental from Grass Paddock Motorsports. So that's a nice commitment to that class on the West Coast to try to beef up the numbers out here. But there you see Thomas, that is Joseph Gersh and Thomas Lepper there, and Ali Naimi's trying to catch back up to make this a three-car battle one more time.
Well, Brian, and as we watch Brian Lynn clear Joseph Gersh and Tom Lepper, notice that Stephen Powers, who is running now second in F Production, he was closing things down quite a bit on Brian Lynn, but as they come through turn 8, Brian Lynn getting past those B-Spec cars just at the right time, and is able now to expand the lead that he has on the Miata, probably adding almost another full second to that advantage between first and second in class.
All right. Up at the front, Glenn McCready, Brian Lynn, Stephen Powers, Michael Lewis still being shown in fourth place, so he has not pulled off the racetrack, trying to get that car to the finish line, but his last lap a 2:16.8. So it definitely slowed down for some purpose, for some problem of some sort, but we'll see whether he is able to make it at least to the halfway point to make him have an official race. Not far from that right now. I think that's what he's actually trying to do, is just get to the 10-lap mark, because that will be halfway, and at least he'll be counted as an official finisher, which is important if you're trying to make a run to the runoffs. So
yeah, indeed, and and as it is in F Production, Brian, we've got 6 cars that have taken the green. So if he ends up finishing 6th overall, it wouldn't be the certainly from a points perspective wouldn't be the best, but he'd at least get one of the finishes that he needs to qualify for the runoffs. Right now on track, though, he's got still a pretty good advantage over Daniel Snow. Snow, though, in that X19, starting to close things down a little bit, but still about 4 seconds back from Lewis.
Yeah. All right, 10 laps. Oh.
No, go ahead, please.
I say 10 laps to go, halfway point here almost. Let's take our first break of the races this year, or this weekend, or today actually. We'll get this break out of the way, and we'll come back and finish it up here, race number 1. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
Back here at the circuit at Buttonwillow, 8 laps to go in our first race of the day, and this is a doozy right here. That is your race for B-Spec. First, second, and third, Joseph Gersh, Thomas Lepper, Ali Naimi, all right there, and this is going to be the one we're going to watch here for a little bit because it is the best race on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, without a doubt, Brian. And, you know, we saw just as we were going to break where Lepper and also Naimi had closed right up to the back of Joseph Gersh. I'll tell you here, as we watch coming through turn 1, where Lepper seemingly has more straightaway speed, more straight line handling, as they say, here compared to Joseph Gersh. But Gersh's Toyota seems to be quite a bit stronger through this section of the course right here, through the exit of 2 going into 3, 4, and 5. And we typically see him with a much larger gap on the rest of the field as they come into turn 8. Now, I should mention here, Brian, just as we were coming back from break, we saw Michael Lewis get past the B-Spec battle here. And when we were leaving per break, we were saying, oh, well, Michael Lewis, and there's Lewis right there.
Yep.
You know, he should, wait for halfway. And, if he pits in, so he finishes 6th in F production, not the worst thing could happen. Big changes when we went to break in F production. And I think break is the operative word here.
Yeah.
Because we had Stephen Powers, who had, with Michael's slow lap, had moved up to 2nd in F production. The Mazda Miata driver pulled his car off. There it is right there on the left-hand side of your screen, coming out of turn 6, going into turn 7. So he is retired. Then we had, when Michael Lewis had started to fall back, we had the Snow car. We had the Fiat X19 of Daniel Snow, who we thought would move up into 3rd. Well, he is now pulled off on the outside of turn 3 out of our camera view with a mechanical issue. And so Michael Lewis now back into 2nd in F production. Even if he's to pull that car off halfway through this race, he can't finish any worse than 4th.
Well, and here's the other thing to look at. His lap times right now are at a 2:02, which is 4 seconds or so a lap slower. Oh, he just dropped the 157. So he has figured out what was wrong with that car and fixed it, or the car has fixed itself. But he's back up to speed. I was going to say, even at a 2:02, he's 6 seconds a lap faster than 3rd place.
Yeah.
So he could just keep going, but he has found some speed in that car, and he is back in it.
Yeah, now, at the moment now, he's still about, the last time they crossed the start-finish line, about 20 seconds back from Brian Lynn.
Right.
So unless Lynn has some issues here today, it's going to be very difficult for Lewis to take the win here. But let's jump back to this B-Spec race, Brian. This is just fascinating here as again, Tom Lepper, who came away with the win yesterday over Naimi on a last lap pass, has just been hanging very, very close there with the Toyota. In qualifying, the Toyota was about 0.2 of a second faster than that Mini Cooper, but being caught in the draft is well, it'll do a lot for you.
Absolutely. So they've got the draft working for all of them. And even Ali Naimi now is close enough where he is getting some benefit, though. And the more that Lepper and Gersh battle each other, that's just better for Naimi to be able to stay close and just be in there. And maybe there's an incident. Maybe one of them makes a mistake and he can jump up into a second or even take the win here. So nothing settled yet with 6 laps to go as we keep watching this B-Spec battle. And it is... B-Spec on so many Super Tour weekends puts on one of the best shows. Not necessarily always as many cars as Spec Miata or Spec Racer Ford, but when they're racing together, there's nothing more fun to watch.
Yeah, and Brian, as we watch these 3 cars, I find it so interesting watching the dynamic, knowing that the Mini Cooper has some very big differences and some advantages over almost every other B-Spec car. First off, it has an independent rear suspension. It is the only car that I know of in the B-Spec field with an independent rear. The Toyota, the Mazda behind there, the other cars like the Fit, what have you, they've all got the twist beam rear axles, much like the old Volkswagen Rabbits and Golfs used to have. The Mini also has some pretty sizable front disc brakes that allow you to really compress those braking zones. But even with those advantages, as it runs, I think, a little bit heavier than some of the other cars, it's interesting to see how those other cars, which, from a suspension and brake perspective, may not be as strong on paper as the Mini, how the B-Spec advisory committee has been able to balance the performance of all these different chassis over the years.
Yeah. Just a great battle to watch. Gersh still holding on to the lead, but Thomas Leppard making really big in the mirrors, and Ali Naimi right there. And is that, Gersh still do a little defensive line going into 5, making sure that if someone's going to make the pass, they're going to have to go around the outside. That's a smart move there. But that Mini not giving up at all, and not giving much at all in speed or performance. And Ali Naimi just hanging on there, watching it all happen in front of him.
Yeah, indeed. And, on the previous lap, we saw where Leppard maybe tried to shove the car underneath Gersh's Toyota going into turn number 6. Thought a little bit better of it this time around. I mean, you can only, with these front-wheel drive cars, make a move like that so often. Otherwise, you run the risk of running the front tires off and not having them there for you at the end of the race. So it looks like he's dialed that back, at least for the moment. And but I'm sure the operative plan here is to try and show the nose enough so that Gersh opens up these corners and maybe misses a couple apexes, allowing Lepper to push the car underneath, as Naimi makes the exact same move there on Lepper. Lepper not very convinced that, given how far back Naimi was, that something was going to happen there.
Right. While we stay watching this battle, just let me tell you about E-Production. Glenn McCready's your leader. Joe Carr, Whitfield Gregg in second and third. In H-Production, it's Bill O'Cal with the lead, with Bobby Byer in second and Tom Tuttle in third. And then, of course, we've been talking about F-Production. Brian Lynn is your first-place car, with Michael Lewis in second. And your third-place car is Tim Lindrud in that Volkswagen GTI. So that's how they stand right now. But the one to watch at the moment is the battle for the lead in B-Spec. That's the car right there in front. The white car, number 38, is Joe Gersh. Second place, Tom Lepper, right behind him in the Mini Cooper. And then third place, still hanging on, is the Mazda 2 of Ali Naimi.
Yeah, and so Brian, that four-door Yaris that Gersh is running, I'm wondering if that is possibly the same chassis, the same car that John Phillips, who was our 2019 B-Spec national champion, had been running for a couple of years. I know that Gersh's equipment comes out of the Phillips race prep shop, so it's a possibility that it's the same car. Not sure. Of course, Gersh, 3-time June Sprints winner, and he's looking for his 9th Super Tour win currently. I'm fairly certain that yesterday's race win by Tom Lepper, his very first Super Tour win.
Yes. 4 to go here as you watch this battle come through turn 7. And And there's a short chute down to turn 8. We'll come into our view just past the flag station there, right there. And there are those 3 cars. Now we've got a slower car in the middle there, or maybe it's a slightly faster car trying to make its way through. Hard to tell. My guess is a slightly faster car. B-Spec is typically our slowest cars here, other than Formula V's on race weekends.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that that's I think that's the red number 12 of Joe Carr, who's running second right now in E-Production, trying to get around this pack. And he is, I think as we mentioned, he's running 4th overall currently.
Yeah. Joe Carr's a pro, though. He could have made it a move there going into 9, but he knew, I think, that the cars in front of him were battling for class and decided to wait here until the main straight and not get involved with that battle. Now you've got that H Production Mini Cooper who's also trying to keep up with that whole battle. Tom Tuttle, he's now coming through, and he's between 2nd and 3rd place in B-Spec. So traffic is an issue even for the slowest class on the racetrack. So far, so good, though. Doesn't seem like there's been too many issues with the faster cars coming through here.
Yeah, but there might be an issue with a slightly slower car, Brian, because as we had Joe Carr force his way through, and also Whitfield Gregg in his Mazda MX-5, Ali Naimi just had perhaps the worst scenario happen, and that is Tom Tuttle in the H Production Mini Cooper gets ahead of the Mazda 2. And we saw where Tuttle earlier had pulled out and let that B-Spec battle move away. Ooh, as we've got side by side now, the battle for the lead going into turn 6. But Tuttle, the last time this came up, he pulled out a line and let Naimi through. I don't know if that's going to happen again. And just as I say that, look at that, Tom Tuttle. Talk about being a gentleman. He pulls all the way over to driver's left. And in doing so, Brian, he puts himself between the leader and the 2nd place B-Spec car of Leopard.
Yeah, which is really unfortunate because, he's not going to catch the car in front of him in his class, it doesn't look like.
Right.
And when it's a hard battle. You want to race, but you also don't want to mess up what is a really good battle for all podium positions here in a different class.
All right, well, now it looks like Tuttle has dropped to the back of the line there, Brian. So maybe he heard us.
Yeah. Or maybe he's got someone on his team in his radio saying, hey, don't just understand that those 3 cars are racing for class lead.
Yeah, exactly.
Most of the time, the gentleman thing to do is to do that, and people do that. So, but every once in a while, they don't have the awareness of what the other cars are around them doing, and that can happen. Even if it's not your intention, you don't realize what's going on.
Yeah, and it's hard. If you pull over on a straightaway going down into a left-hand corner, if the it's not just on you, but it's with the other guys as well. And if you just don't get the dance right, it obviously just makes things more difficult for everybody. But they got that all fixed up, and now although Naimi a little bit further back perhaps than he wants, that he's going to have to pedal a little bit harder to get up to Tom Lepper there. I guess the natural order has been restored.
There you go. 2 to go right now for our race leader, Glenn McCready. He'll get the the white flag next time he comes by. That should be pretty soon here. But the battle that we really want to keep going is the one coming into our view right now. 3 white cars, all B-Specs. The first one, Joseph Gersh. The second car, Thomas Lepper. The third car, Ali Naimi here, as they just come through our screen here, down on the exit of 6 and going down towards turn 5. And there you see Tom Tuttle hanging it out just a little bit and kicking up some dust there on the exit of 6.
Yeah, and we've seen there with a lot of the curbing here around the circuit, Brian, the curbing itself, with I think the one exception we picked it out yesterday, is over at the apex of turn 9. Most of the curbing here rather flat. The problem is if you go all the way to the very edge of the curbing and beyond the edge of the curbing, there's a pretty distinct drop off into the gravel and dirt on the backside of a lot of the curbs here.
Right. Well, and in addition to that, it's shiny, brand new paint, so it hasn't had a lot of time to get scrubbed in or rubber on it, and it is slippery as all get out. Don't ask me how I know, because when it was raining here last weekend, I took a little tumble on some of that curbing and right to the ground. So it's pretty slick out there on that curbing, and that helps get you off just a little bit to kick up a little bit of dust.
All right, Brian, I would say, as we can see here, white flag is in the air in that B-Spec battle. Now coming up on one of our, I think that's Wendy Epstein-Annis in her Mazda 2, the 121 machine.
Right.
She is currently running fourth and looks like just being lapped now by the rest of the B-Spec field. I think we talked about Wendy yesterday. Extensive career in AMA Superbikes and also motocross. This is only, I believe, her second ever SCCA road race. So still coming to grips with that Mazda 2.
Here's a perfect example of gentlemanly racing. Brian Lynn, much faster than that B-Spec battle in front of him, and he is doing everything he needs to do to not get involved. He probably could have passed them anywhere in the last bit of this race, and he is just hanging back, letting these guys race to the finish, and that is really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the last lap, he had about 25 seconds on Michael Lewis, who is still out. He is still racing. He hasn't brought that car back in. But 25 seconds is a pretty long distance here. And so, that may have been halved, but he's still not under threat of attack from the Lewis car.
All right, here comes your cars now through turn 7. The checkered flag is in the air for for Glenn McCready. That means this time by, we're going to get a checkered flag for this B-Spec battle. And who is it going to be? Here they come through turn 8 for the final time. That is Joe Gersh. Now the question is, who's going to be in second place? Because Ali Naimi is right on Thomas Lepper's back bumper here.
No, Brian, he's not on his bumper. He's past Lepper.
Yes,
so Naimi now up into second place with Lepper back in third. Just the opposite of what we saw at the end of yesterday's race now as they come into the final corner.
Question is, can Lepper get back around him before the finish line? He is going to give it a try, but I don't think he's going to have enough to get it. Across the line first is going to be Joseph Gersh. Across the line second is going to be Ali Naimi. And your third place car, Thomas Lepper.
Well, there you go. Great fight there. And, Brian, we saw yesterday where Lepper stole the win from Naimi on the very last lap. It wasn't for the win, but Naimi returns the favor here today at Buttonwillow. All right, so as our final cars cross the line, and there is Michael Lewis coming home in third in F production. Let's start to run down the order. We'll start with... Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Before you run down the order, crew members on the 12 car, perfect timing. Car is out of fuel.
I was going to say, now the question is, did the 12 car actually make it to the checkered flag?
It did. It just went through our screen. So
okay. Well, so that's not the 12. Is that the 12 car to stand still on the front straight?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the 12 car that's out of fuel. I thought it was a Michael Lewis car. Yes.
Yes, correct. Yeah, the 12 car, I don't know if it... Let's take a look. I don't think it actually got to the checkered flag, Brian. So we'll start with B-Spec, where it's Gersh, Naimi, Lepper, and then Wendy Epstein-Annis. In F production, it's Brian Lynn and then Michael Lewis, first and second. Tim Linrud had a pretty quiet race today in his Volkswagen GTI. He will come home with the bronze. He finishes third. Gary Raymond in his Fiat X19, probably not the Fiat X19, that's the snow car. Raymond in his Porsche 914 will come home just off the podium in fourth. Then Stephen Powers and Daniel Smith, who both retired after 9 laps. In H production, it is Bill O'Kell who takes the win with Bobby Byer second. Tom Tuttle will finish in third. Noel Hayward in his midget will finish in fourth. And then in E production, let's take a look here. So I'm showing Glenn McCready, I'm showing as having completed 19 laps.
Yep.
I am showing Joe Carr as only having completed 18 laps. Brian, and then Whitfield Gregg, same, only 18 laps. With Kurt Fritchie, we saw there having retired his RX-7 after just a single lap. Right. And I'm fairly certain that Joe Carr had not crossed the start-finish line. I guess we'll know soon enough. But
hold on a second. I'm going to go step outside. You keep talking for a second. Okay. I'll tell you exactly whether or not he crossed the finish line.
It's just so hard to tell from this camera. All right, so Brian is going to go and and give us the rundown as to whether or not he actually crossed the line here. But make sure, everybody, we're going to be taking a break for lunch here in just a few moments, and you can see there we've got it up on the screen for you. We're going to be back right after lunch with Spec Miata and SMX starting at 12:20 p.m. That is Pacific time. For folks like me that are on the East Coast and can't add or subtract 3 hours, it's going to be 3:20 p.m. for our second race of the day, and we're gonna have 6 more races after lunch, led off by Spec Miata and SMX. Brian, what's the story?
So I wish we had a breaking news sounder, because I can deliver you the information firsthand.
Okay.
About 20 feet past start finish.
Well, that explains it, because we're actually showing in timing and scoring that Whitfield Gregg finished 16 seconds behind Joe Carr. So, wow.
Yeah, my guess is that he found start finish and then said, "I'm done."
Yep, I'm all finished. Wow. So there you go. Just makes it across. All right, so everybody, we'll see you here in just about 1 hour, 12:20 p.m. Pacific time, for our second of 7 races on the day. You are watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from the circuit at Buttonwillow. We'll see you soon.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have 2 main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. It's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Turn 2. No, I just screwed everything back in as tight as I could get it. It seems to be working now.
Welcome to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit at Buttonwillow, our first Super Tour here. Coming up next is Group 2, Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. Let's take a look at this beautiful new racetrack here.
Let's, Brian.
Lying in, Greg is here with me. Greg, why don't you tell us about this track?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as we've been going over this 2.5 mile, 10-turn racetrack, Brian, I think what really sticks out to me, especially in comparison to the classic Buttonwillow circuit, 1, the elevation changes, 2, the amount of camber in so many of the corners here, that this is really as shown to be as these racers are still trying to come to grips with, 1, how to set a fast lap here. Now they're coming to grips with how do they actually race here, because that's something that they didn't worry about for maybe the first day. And you know, as we saw in our first race of the day a little bit before lunch, is side-by-side racing here is quite the challenge because of how these corners, how you switch very quickly from left turns to right turns back to left turns in very quick succession here. So when you finally think that you've maybe made the pass and you've gotten it done, you haven't, and it can take about half a lap to actually complete a pass around here. It's really very challenging. Also, corner to look out for here, turn 8, which is a double apex right-hander in the top left of your screen, and that is an increasing radius turn that leads almost immediately into a decreasing radius turn, the slowest corner on the course, and a lot of drivers here in the last day and a half have been overdriving that corner and having some challenges on exits, so definitely something to look at there. But Brian, as we now are getting ready for our second race of the day, our second 19-lap race. We've got the drivers coming down the pit lane, I believe. It is Spec MX-5 and it is Spec Miata. Let's run down the starting order. We're going to be doing a split start. We'll have the SMX cars, the Spec MX-5 cars up front. We'll have the Spec Miatas behind. Let's run down the Spec Miatas first, where we have a 16-car field, starting with Bill Nelson driving the number 199 machine. He's out of Walnut, California. Sayo Hiraishi is starting 15th. He's in the number 34 car. He's from West Hollywood. Alan Lucart will start 14th. He's driving the number 17 machine, with John Stott starting 13th. Lucky 13 in the number 45 Spec Miata. Alex Pollard will start 12th in the number 47 car, with Curtis C. starting 11th. He's driving the 26. He's from Cupertino, California. Todd Lunchbaugh will start 10th today. He's in the number 73 machine, with Sophia Story. Sophia didn't go out for qualifying this morning, but she starts 9th driving the number 187 machine. Brett Rivetta will start 8th today, driving the number 48 car, with Max Logman starting in 7th position. He will be driving the number 3 Spec Miata. Clement Lee's driving the 87 car. The San Diego, California driver starts 6th, with Nick Leveroni starting 5th today. He's driving the number 94 machine, comes all the way from Mendon, Massachusetts. Nathan, pardon me, let's try that again. Let's see, that is and I'm going to have to drop down. Yes, Nathan Del Carmen. That's what I was looking for. I had the last part of his name cut off on my sheet here. Nathan Del Carmen starting 4th today in the number 88 machine, Calabasas, California. Thank you so much, Brian. Evan Jacobs starting 3rd today. He's in the number 35 machine. William Rasmussen will start on the outside of the front row in Spec Miata today. He was your leader early on, had some issues, but great recovery for him yesterday. William Wallace, yesterday's winner, is your pole sitter today. The Paso Robles, California driver, driving the number 196 machine. Now let's move over to Spec MX-5 for those NC Mazda Miatas. Starting 15th, driving the number 91 machine from Trabuco Canyon, California. It's Richard James. Gavin Wardle will start 14th today. He's in the number 169 car, with Bryce Johnson starting 13th. He is in the number 15 machine. He's from San Jose. Then we've got Michael Travers. He starts 12th today in the number 132 car, with Richard Arruda starting 11th. He's in the number 16. Starting 25th, Thomas Belleman. He will be driving the number 25 machine, with Emmy Kissick, one of our Spec MX-5 Challenge scholarship winners, starting 9th today in the number 13 machine. She's from Olympia, Washington. Patrick Drinkwine will start 8th. He's in the number 151 car, with Ryan Gutile starting 7th today in the 116. John Davies from Hood River, Oregon will start 6th, driving the 67 car, with Christian Hoagland starting on the inside of row number 3, starting 5th in the 01 Mazda. Wes Molno we'll start fourth today in the 111 car with Jared Korth starting third. He's driving the number 27 machine. And now for your front row in SMX, starting second, driving the number 86 car from Simi Valley, California, it's Cooper Hicks. And your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 1 minute 56 seconds, .431 from Hollister, California. He is your defending and first ever SMX national champion, driving the number 95 car. It's Ethan Lampy.
All right, here we go. Our Spec MX-5 field. You can see them coming through turn 9. They're on the main straight. Pace car is in. Will the starter like what they see? The starter does like we see. Eric Novikov throws the green flag. And we are underway here in our Spec MX-5. Look at the dust coming off the side of the track there as they all come into turn 1 side by side. We also have the next group coming through. There's your Spec Miata cars right there getting their green flag as well. And they fan out just the same.
And look at that, Brian, making a move all the way down to the inside there. I think that was William Rasmussen who jumped to an early lead yesterday, getting by our pole sitter, William Wallace. We also saw a great start in SMX where Jared Korth moved over from third position to get past Cooper Hicks into turn 1 as we jump over. And actually, this is still Spec Miata coming through turn 2 into turn number 3 as they start to make their way down the hill and start to see some of those early passes here coming out of turn 2. But for the most part, already single file here in Spec Miata.
Here is our Spec MX-5 grouping up the hill towards turn 6. Got a little dust off on the right. Someone put a wheel off coming out of turn 6 now as they not tracking out as far as well. As soon as I say that, one of them puts a wheel off. And that's actually a tough place to put a wheel off because there's a little bump right going into that curb that can really upset the car. And now they are down towards turn 7, one of the 2 long straights here.
Yeah, and Brian, you can already see coming out of turn 6 that exit curbing where there's already a bit of a ridge on the backside of the curbing there. And since yesterday, we've been seeing it'll bounce a car around considerably as they try to exit that corner and make the run down to turn 7 here as the field's coming through turn 8 for the first time. And much like we saw yesterday, Brian, Ethan Lampy has jumped out to an early lead. He qualified almost a half second faster than the rest of the SMX field, and looks to me like he's got about a half a second on our second place racer right now, who is Cooper Hicks, who did manage to move up back into second. And we've got Wes Molno and Christian Hoagland, and that tells us, Brian, that we've got a big surprise here, and that is Jared Korth, who dropped from third all the way back into 6th position. He's right in the back of that little group right ahead of that blue car.
Yeah, it just shows you how much you can lose on the start here. And of course, we've got the defending national champion, Ethan Lampy. There he is in that black and yellow car coming through turn number 3 here. And he is back at the point here, but it's so important not to lose anything on that first lap. You can't really win the race on the first lap, but you can certainly lose the race on the first lap in a lot of different ways. And dropping back to 6th place, for Korth, is not going to help him in his quest for a victory here. It's already starting to work a little bit of the draft here. As we talked about yesterday, these cars don't draft exactly like the Spec Miatas, but certainly the draft is worthwhile. And side-by-side action coming here into into 6.
Yeah, and we can see there where Christian Hoagland is tucked up right to the back of the 111 car. Wes Molno, they are currently running 3rd and 4th. And so a great run there for the 2 of them, but they are at the moment watching Lampy and Hicks start to separate themselves out and make a bit of a gap for themselves. A little bit further back, it is John Davies and Jared Korth. And Davies, who had a bit of an off in qualifying this morning, got the car back underway, and I think qualified in 5th position, exactly where he is located right now, right in this next pack. And there you go, you got Davies and Korth pretty much nose to tail. And then look at the pack right behind them, Brian. Gutiel, Drinkwine, Bellman, and Wardle all together here coming through the final corners.
Yeah, so far so good. Clean racing action here. Spec Miata, Spec MX-5. Hopefully that is not the announcer's curse as we move on down through this 19 lap race, finishing up our second race lap here. And that is the way it looks at the moment. Lampy, Hicks, Molno, Hoagland, Korth. Jared Korth makes up one position from dropping back to 6th on that opening corner of the race. So he's starting to try to move himself back up to the front. Looking down at the Spec Miata group, it's Rasmussen, Wallace, Jacobs, Del Carmen, Leveroni, and Lee, your top sit in Spec Miata.
All right, and so, Brian, in yesterday's race in Spec Miata, our winner yesterday was William Wallace. As we mentioned, William Rasmussen was leading early on, and I think for the first 3 laps, had a pretty big off, fell back to 10th position, managed to work his way back up to 6th, but obviously he's looking for something maybe a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Predictable today.
Sure.
We'll say predictable. And predictable is he moved, again, for the second day in a row, a great start. Currently leads Wallace, and it's just going to be, I think, a question of whether or not Rasmussen can actually, just keep from succumbing to the pressure there. And maybe not spend so much time looking behind him. Rasmussen was a Pro Kart regional race winner and has podium finishes in Spec Miata here at Buttonwillow. Is only 16 years old. And so, pretty new behind the wheel, but then again, so is William Wallace, who I think is only 15, if I remember correctly. Both of them some new and advancing racers. Yeah, and no, I'm sorry, Wallace, actually the old man in the field. No, he's 17.
Yes.
But both of them high school students, and Wallace with a lot of go-kart experience, was 2022 KPX Junior 2 kart champion, and has also had a number of series podium finishes where he's been in the top 3.
Here comes your Spec Miata field, and a pass for the leader, an attempted pass for the lead. That is Wallace trying to get around Rasmussen. He tucks back in, and right behind him is Evan Jacobs, also looking to get involved. And then a couple of cars back, you've got Del Carmen and Leveroni. They would like to stay in touch with this lead pack as well. Here they come down the hill from 2 into turn 3, snaking their way through this little S's section, and they're coming now up towards turn 4. That is the next little right-hander here, the sweeping right-hander. It's not really a little right-hander, it's a sweeping right-hander, and then down the hill towards turn 5.
Yeah, and so, of course, Evan Jacobs took second place yesterday after Rasmussen had fallen off the course. Was very close to Wallace. I'd say probably within about 3-4 car lengths for the majority of the race, but just wasn't able to close things down. But, I mean, he's right there now.
And there's a change for the lead.
Wallace and Rasmussen. There you go. And so Wallace now moving to the lead, gets that move done on the purple and white machine of Rasmussen, the 23 car, dropping back to second.
Yep, that brings Evan Jacobs right there onto the back bumper of Rasmussen, and he will try to see if he wants to just stay there. And all that moving around also brought Del Carmen and Leveroni a little bit closer in as well. So we're not too long down the road. We might have a 5-car train here as they try to work their way through the middle portion of this race. And look at that. There are Del Carmen and Leveroni, and licking his chops right in front of that group, Clement Lee, who is also one of the fast guys out here on the West Coast. He would lever them to keep dicing, so maybe making this a 6-car battle. Very, very typical Spec Miata racing here, and it is a fantastic opportunity for some of these drivers to score some big Super Tour points here as they come through the 3rd and 4th. It's the 4th round of the Super Tour, the second race this weekend here at the circuit at Buttonwillow.
Yeah, and so Clement Lee finished 3rd during yesterday's race, Brian, and so, he's right in the thick of it right now. Nathan Del Carmen, who finished just behind Clement Lee in 4th. That's where he sits at the moment. And then Nick Leveroni, sitting in 5th position. That's how he finished yesterday's race in Spec Miata. And it is, without a doubt, a a 5-car battle at the moment, but don't be surprised if it turns into a 6-car battle there, as Clement Lee in that red and black Mazda, he's kind of working there. I think just even one more attempted pass for the lead, or for even for second, should bring Lee right into the fight.
Yeah, and Evan Jacobs tried to make a move coming out of turn one, and that was able to tighten up that field and bring fourth and fifth place a little bit closer. And now they are all right there together. The first place car is Wallace. Then you've got Rasmussen, and Rasmussen, that's the white car. The gray car is Evan Jacobs, followed by Del Carmen and Leveroni in that that purple or bluish and orange color, and I think they would call that Easter egg blue or something. I don't remember what it was. But anyway, and there is Wallace still trying to stay ahead of Rasmussen. And Clement Lee is hoping they continue jostling for position so that he can try to reel in that front 5 as well. Here they come into turn 8.
And big
little
brake lock up there, Brian, from not Mono, sorry, wrong class, from Evan Jacobs. But not able to take advantage of that is Nathan Del Carmen. He's going to sit back there. Brian, I'd like, if we can, here as this race continues, if we can jump over and give our SMX racers a little bit of love. And this is what I wanted to jump in on. This is the battle for third in SMX currently. Ethan Lampy, Cooper Hicks, they have really checked out. But Wes Mono in the 111 car. He's got Jared Korth, who's worked his way back up in the 4th position, as well as Christian Hoagland right there with them. A little bit further back is John Davies. But a real close fight here at the moment for that last step on the podium, albeit very early in a 19-lap race.
Donna from Oregon region just leapt to the top of the field for the comment of the weekend and the associate producer of the weekend. I probably have shoes older than all of them.
Just means she's not using them enough.
I love it. Yeah, a lot of youngsters in both of these groups, and they're exciting to watch, no doubt. So here comes our group here of third place cars. That would be Molno, Korth, and Hoagland. Korth now back up to 4th place, so that's pretty cool. But the gaps from 1st to 3rd, though, still pretty wide. Ethan Lampy's opened up that 4.5 second lead over Wesley Molno, another 5 seconds back to 3rd place. So that's why we were kind of watching a lot of the Spec Miata group, because it's not quite as big of a battle up front, but it's a good battle nonetheless.
Yeah, it is, Brian. And actually, if we look just a little bit further back here, just coming through turn 3, or probably coming through turn 9, Hoagland and Davies right there as well, nose to tail. So again, the draft not being as strong here with SMX, as you mentioned, we see where these drivers, especially now, again, since many of them are still really just trying to learn the fast way around this race course for the very first time. As I think you mentioned earlier today, you don't have, well, these racers who are, sometimes 15, 16, 17 years old certainly don't have 25 years of experience on the other circuit, but, they've got more than, 2 days of experience, or 4 days at most, for the drivers that were here just a couple of weeks ago. And without the help of the draft, you're starting to see where, perhaps some of those gaps are building, but not so much here right at the front of the pack for Spec Miata.
Yeah, a bit of a shakeup here. We've got some changes in Spec Miata. Nick Leveroni now has jumped up to 4th place. Evan Jacob has taken over 2nd place. So definitely some moving going on. Nathan Del Carmen is actually in 3rd place. William Rasmussen's dropped down to 5th place. So all of that happening while we were keeping an eye on the Spec MX-5 group.
Yeah, indeed. So, with Rasmussen, he was in the white and purple 23. He was your leader early on, much like he was yesterday. So now dropping back in the 5th position, and he may be working to pick up Clement Lee. Lee in the red car with the black hood just turned his fastest lap of the race so far, turned in a 2:02 flat, running almost identical times to Rasmussen right now. Should mention that that Leveroni about 0.2 faster at the moment, but Rasmussen, he's tucked right under the back bumper now of the 94 machine.
And don't look now, but this Spec Miata lead pack is going to start to come up on some of the slower Spec MX-5 cars, and they're going to have to negotiate those slower cars here. That is the last car in Spec MX-5, only about a half a straightaway away from these Spec Miata cars, so that will throw another layer to the onion of how this race unfolds or peels back, if I want to keep the analogy going. 12 to go here, and still we have 6 cars in the mix here now, trying to get all of them together here. And if they want to make this happen, the Leveroni, Rasmussen, Clement Lee groups got to get a move on and try to catch those front 3 runners in Spec Miata: Wallace, Jacobs, and Del Carmen. Here they come down the line. That is Jacobs trying to make a move on the outside to go around Wallace. Let's see if he can make that stick. He does not, but now he tries to do the over-under, and following him through, or trying to follow him through, is Nathan Del Carmen. You'll see him coming into our picture here. They all get single file as they come into turn 2, but maybe he's testing the waters to see what he can do a little bit later in the race, Greg.
Yeah, that may very well be. And, interesting there to see a car trying to make the pass on the outside through turn 1, not having the advantage of going down to the apex, but having to use the dirty line through that corner all the way through from entrance to exit. And what we saw there is that you're just running a longer distance. Whereas when we see drivers try to make a move to the inside, usually at least when they try to make the pass to the inside, it's the car on the outside that actually has the advantage.
Yeah, and that dirty line, quote unquote, is a little bit easier in this race because they send out the sweeper truck during lunch. And that will not be very helpful. Helpful to these cars, but a 2 or 3 races down the road will be a lot less of a possibility to use that outside line going into turn 1.
Yeah, indeed. And so Nate Del Carmen, who's currently sitting 3rd, I believe, at this point, Brian, right? Driving the number 88 machine. Yeah, there he is in that black number 88 machine, just ahead of Nick Leveroni. Had his debut Spec Miata race just 3 weeks ago here at the circuit. And I believe he took the win during the feature race. So, obviously he's the learning curve maybe not as steep for him this weekend, but obviously some very accomplished racers that he's sharing the track with.
Here comes our battle for first in Spec Miata right towards us now. Once again, now Evan Jacobs makes that move stick, going by on the front straight. He is your new leader in Spec Miata. Evan Jacobs in second. And look at Del Carmen trying to go by as well. This could be a big move backwards for Wallace as Del Carmen and also Nick Leveroni try to make it through in this whole thing. And Leveroni's now trying to move into 3rd place. Fast and furious action here with 11 to go at the circuit at Buttonwillow. Look at Leveroni. Now he is on the inside trying to get around. Wow. Everyone's moving around. Wallace back to the lead. Del Carmen into second. Leveroni's trying to go under Jacobs here as they come out of 4 down towards turn 5. Great racing action here in Spec Miata.
Yeah, and
Del Carmen's trying to make a move to the front too now.
Yeah, I think they're all battling for almost the exact same piece of track. We'll see who drops down and tries to push down to the inside here. And it is going to be the gray machine there of Evan Jacobs, who is now sitting in 3rd position. But, it is so exciting here, Brian. I was wondering perhaps, I was trying to check with our SMX racers. Of course, we were watching that battle for 3rd just a little while ago, and things are starting to spread out much like they did yesterday in SMX. Just to give you a quick little update, Ethan Lampy now with almost a 10-second advantage on the rest of the field. Cooper Hicks running 2nd. Jared Korth, who's worked his way back up in the 3rd position now, right where he started the race. He is, though, about 4 seconds back, and there we go, another car. 2 cars having issues on exit there at the Creason Radius right-hander turn number 8. And then Wes Mono, Christian Hoagland, but things are really starting to separate out. I don't think it's until you get to 9th position in a fight between Thomas Bellman and Bryce Johnson where you got a lot of drivers together.
So how about that last lap for William Wallace? He came out of turn 10 in first. At one point, oh wow, it's everybody sprinting out. There's Del Carmen trying to make a move for the lead. Let's see if he can make it stick as he comes on the inside of turn 1, and Wallace is going to head all the way back to second. Ethan, well, maybe not.
Maybe not.
Evan Jacobs trying to push through. Oh, we got a spinner right there, right in front of a bunch of cars. I think that may have been Rasmussen.
I was going to say, I think that's the 23 of Rasmussen, who had been up towards the front of the field. But, Brian, as we were watching that fight between Wallace and Del Carmen, of course, the track, as it looked like Del Carmen had gotten an advantage coming out of turn 1. The next turn is turn 2, which goes to the left, putting Del Carmen to the outside and on the high line off the camber. And so Wallace manages to hold on to the position. But look at this now as they come down towards turn 5, as still it looks like Del Carmen, he's coming at it again. He's got to hold off Evan Jacobs. Evan Jacobs looked like he was trying to take a spot there as well.
Yeah, this just looks like a dogfight out there. Everyone trying to get it open. It's like almost a scene out of Top Gun, but on a racetrack. Yeah. 10 to go here. There's going to be no good time to take our break, Greg, so let's do it now. We'll come back and get the end of this race. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit at Buttonwillow. For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're back here at the circuit at Buttonwillow, taking a look at the battle for 7th right now in Spec MX-5. That is the 151 car of Patrick Drinkwine and Ryan Gutiel, who is in the 8 car. They are battling. That is one of the better Spec MX-5 battles right now on the racetrack. Big gaps in the first 3 places with Lampy, Hicks, and Korth. They've got pretty decent lead on everyone else and pretty big gaps between them, Greg.
Yeah, I was going to say almost 15 seconds between the top 3 at the moment, and then another 4 seconds back to Wes Molno in 4th. So this field really having stretched out, but this a very close, tight race. Should mention that Gutiel is in the 116 car. He's running 8th at the moment, and but we can see here these 2 racers are very, very closely matched, and to the point where Drinkwine takes a little bit of a defensive offensive run down, Brian, into turn 9 to try and hold off the 116 car. As it does appear as though Gutile maybe has a little bit of an advantage coming out of the last final corners here at 2.5 mile circuit.
Here they come right into our living room here, going into turn number 1. That number 116 car, brand new build. He destroyed a car at the runoffs. It's its second race weekend. First race weekend was out here a couple of weeks ago. Built that thing, or rebuilt it. It's not a brand new car. He put a new front clip on it. So far, it's running pretty well for him, so that's good for him.
Yeah, you know, Brian, and just ahead of him, this is something, it's actually starting to close down a little bit. Wes Mono, who's in the 111, actually, you know what? I think the battle we're watching is not the Drink Wine and Gutile race. I think it's I think it's actually Wes Mono in the 111 and Christian Hoagland in the 01. Hopefully you can check that the next time they go by. But this is actually the battle for 4th. Right now, not the battle for 7th, not that that makes it any less exciting. The reason I say that is because Cooper Hicks is in the red and black number 86, who we just saw leave the frame. Jared Korth in the 27 behind, and yeah, indeed, that is that's the 111 and the 01 machine. So that is the battle just off the podium in 4th. And both of those racers, Brian, they've been making up a little bit of time on Jared Korth. You know, they're still about 5.5 seconds back. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think they're in a position, obviously, to really challenge here with only 7 laps remaining. But, you know, I think we're getting to the point here where Hoagland's got to make a decision and whether or not he's going to start to attack.
All right, let's do our best now to come back and find this Spec Miata battle, because it is still 5 cars right there with each other, and here they are going down into turn 5. Your leader right now is William Wallace, and Del Carmen is in the black car behind it. That is Nathan Del Carmen. Right behind him is Evan Jacobs in the silver car. Then you've got Nick Leveroni, and right behind Nick Leveroni is
Clement Lee.
Clement Lee, yes.
And we talked a little bit earlier about, well, you know, if they started fighting at the front, Clement Lee would come into this battle, and, well, you know, there he is. And right on the back is Leveroni. Takes a look down. I don't think he was actually taking a look, Brian, down to the inside of Del Carmen and Jacobs. I think he was just getting a little defensive to try and hold off Clement Lee coming into 17.
Yeah, it could be a little defensive. It could also be an attempt to get a little air into the tires. But now you've got Leveroni, who's dropped back to 5th place in this group. Every corner, every lap, it seems like we've got a swap for some position somewhere. And right now, Brian, Del Carmen's at the point.
I was going to say, we've got a new leader. Nathan Del Carmen works his way around William Wallace, and I think he might have brought Evan Jacobs along with him. Let's take a look here as they come across the start-finish line to completing lap number 13, starting lap 14.
I don't know if anybody can hear it over my microphone here, but we are right by the grandstand here on the front straight, and there are people screaming at these 5 cars as they come by, rooting for different drivers. It is so much fun. The
screaming at them or screaming for them, Brian?
Both, I think. It is absolutely electric here watching this battle for the lead in Spec Miata.
And look at that, as Evan Jacobs comes right underneath William Wallace coming out of turn number 2 to move him up in the 2nd place. That's a pass that he started going into turn 1. And like I said, Brian, it takes a couple corners to make a pass stick around here. But while they were working side by side, that gave Nathan Del Carmen a bit of an advantage there. Not able to do much with it, though, as Jacobs is now right up to the back bumper of that black number 88 car.
Yeah, right up to the back bumper, and Wallace put a wheel off coming out of 4, and that made a little bit of a gap there, and it may help the cars in 4th and 5th latch on and then come back up to the front. So right now, we have got Del Carmen, Jacobs, Wallace, Leveroni, and Lee. That is your top 5 as they come into our view right now, going into turn 7. 5 laps to go in this race, and absolutely nothing is decided.
And Brian, you know, as I'm looking at some of the messages coming across from race control, you'd never know that this was a Spec Miata race as they call in on one lap, turn 3, nose to tail contact between the 196 and the 88. turn 1 on the next lap. Nose-to-tail contact between the 35 and the 88.
Flaggers speak for bump drafting.
Exactly. Exactly.
I love it. All right,
all in an effort to try and maybe push away so that it isn't a 5-car fight,
right,
so that it is just a 2-car fight. And that's something that the leaders, as they have looked for an advantage and looked for the lead almost every single lap, have not been able to do. And now moving down to the inside, Evan Jacobs trying to make the move again, and Del Carmen is trying to fight back. He has the position now going into turn 2. We've seen this replay over and over again. Coming out of turn 2, Del Carmen's able to retain the lead, but now all of those other cars able to get back up. Wallace and Lee and Leveroni, that helps them, and now we've got them all bunched back up again as they head up towards turn 4. And so, Brian, Clement Lee, coming out of turn number 1, had managed to pull up right alongside William Wallace. Wallace, though, had the inside position going into turn number 2. I'm also starting to think here that Clement Lee, of the top 5 cars, probably does not have the straight line speed that the top 3 drivers have, because Wallace was just able to out-drag race him into turn 2. There we go. Jacobs looks again to the inside, but doesn't make it happen there. Del Carmen doing a great job staying out front and answering back when the challenges have come these last several laps. And he had not run up front at all yesterday. Now we've got a 3-wide fanning out. Wallace trying to make a move to the inside of Jacobs going into 7. Now Jacobs will have the right placement going into 8 if he can hold on here. And while all that's happening, look at Del Carmen. Look at the gap that he's been able to open up while those 3 cars, 4 cars race behind him. 6 car lengths now between first and second coming out of turn 8. Yeah, and Brian, Evan Jacobs popped over the apex curbing over at the first apex at turn number 8. Does not appear as though it hurt his pace any. More importantly, I think it didn't really give any quarter to William Wallace until now, as Wallace, Brian, coming onto the front straight, manages to get around, at least temporarily, gets around Evan Jacobs. We should also welcome to the chat Julie Del Carmen. I'm sure we know who she's rooting for, but and look at that, a lot of brake lock up there from William Wallace as Del Carmen now opens up perhaps the biggest lead of the race, Brian, at about 6 car lengths now. And then Wallace, who had moved up into second, now falls back into 4th position, back behind Clement Lee, who now moves into a podium position. All that racing behind him. Merry Christmas, happy birthday for Nathan Del Carmen, taking advantage of those battles behind him to open up a lead here, the biggest lead of anybody throughout this entire race with 3 laps to go. The 4 cars behind him are racing really, really hard, and that's giving him an opportunity to walk away just a tiny bit. If these 4 cars don't start to work together, this is going to be lights out. Brian, let me jump in here real quick. Yes. You'll see a number of emergency services vehicles deploying. We've got a car off over at turn 6, which is right where our Spec Miata leaders were coming into, and with that, you'll see now that the pace has and the lead that Nathan Del Carmen has dropped considerably. Now it is still just a local caution at that portion of the racetrack, but now that lead that Del Carmen had, it is now gone as they're coming up on some slower traffic. Yeah, but Del Carmen's in the right spot. If this goes to full course yellow right now, there's a very good chance that this race is over. So he needs to keep himself in front here as they come through turn 8, going through turn 9. And they're going to hopefully be able to keep this thing is a green track, except for that little local area. But if this were to go full course right now with 3 to go, it's probably over. There's Del Carmen, then Jacobs, then Lee, then Wallace, then Leveroni as they come through 9, on to through turn 10, and down to the start-finish line. A little bit of dust kicked up there as these guys continue to drive hard, pushing it and really, really trying to jostle for position here. Del Carmen trying to keep that lead. And right behind him, once again, that great car of Evan Jacobs. We've seen him up here all weekend long. And it looks like
we probably will be able to stay local caution right now at turn 6 as long as the drivers don't overdrive the caution flag section. They'll try to take care of this without having to go full course. Oh, there's a car putting it. There's Wallace who put a wheel off there at the exit of 3. And now you've got Evan Jacobs and Del Carmen starting to drive away a little bit from the 3 cars behind them. Just a little bit of gap between second and third with 2 to go. Nothing is still over here. Those 3 cars still have a chance to catch back up. They're not too far out of the picture yet as they come now through. We'll see them coming up towards turn 6 here and through turn 6. And all 5 cars right there nose to tail. Next time by, they should get the white flag. Your race leader in Spec MX-5 with a big 15-second lead, Ethan Lampy, then Cooper Hicks, then Jared Koff. We're going to stick with this battle, though, because this is the best race on the racetrack as we get to our final laps here. Here comes the whole pack there. It is Del Carmen in first, Jacobs second, and you've got Wallace now going around Clement Lee coming out of turn 8. And then you've got Nick Leveroni sitting there in 5th, hoping to have an opportunity to take advantage of a mistake to get up to the front here. Del Carmen through, and with now a little bit of a gap on Evan Jacobs as they come out of 10 and head down the main straight. I gotta tell you, Del Carmen is just doing such a good job, has not put a wheel wrong here over the last 5 or 6 laps, answered every attack, and he's gonna have another attack here pretty soon from Jacobs, who's right on his rear bumper heading into turn number 2, and he's able to open up a little gap. There's Wallace going slightly wide, maybe trying to get a better line out of 2 to get a better setup going into 3 as they come through 3. Delmonico, Jacobs, Wallace, Lee, Leveroni, 1 through 5 in Spec Miata on the final lap for Spec MX-5. So a lap and a half to go for Spec Miata here as they come down to turn 5, towards turn 5 for the second to last time. It's Delmonico, Lee, Jacobs. We'll see them coming into our view here in just a second. There he is. Delmonico's the black car. Lee, the gray car. Wallace, the blue car. Lee, the red car. And the blue and orange car behind. That is Nick Leveroni. Jacobs trying to make a move, or at least looking to get some clean air maybe as they go into turn 7. Maybe just defending Wallace behind him. Whatever case is, he popped out looking like to make us, but didn't do it there. Going to have about 12 corners left in this race. Look at the big lead that Delmonico's able to get here between the 4 cars behind as they start to jostle for second place. Del Carmen, I should say Delmonico. Del Carmen is able to take advantage here. He's opened up a 6 or 7 car length lead over the cars behind him as those 4 cars battle for second place. And if they keep doing what they're doing, this is going to be lights out for Del Carmen, and there's going to be a 4-car battle for second place. Final lap for Spec Miata. White flag is in the air. Who is going to win it? We will know in 2.4 miles. Here is Del Carmen through turn 1. Second place right now is Clement Lee. He's moved up. Right behind him is Wallace. Then you've got Evan Jacobs, who's dropped back to 4th place, and Nick Leveroni still there in 5th. Big lead right now for Del Carmen. Coming into turn 2, he's got 1 car in front of him. Shouldn't be an issue as the 4 cars behind still battle for second place. Clement Lee was in 4th for most of this race, now in 2nd with Wallace and Jacobs behind him. That's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Nathan Del Carmen looks like he's going to be battle tested at the end of this race. No one to test him at this moment. He's by himself going into turn 5. Still a battle for second place. Clement Lee, Wallace, and Jacobs. Waiting for our leaders in Spec Miata to come around turn 6 for the final time. There they are. And now, even better, there's a bit of a buffer zone. Del Carmen has got a slower car between him and second through fifth. That's big news as that car moves over and lets the cars by. The black car, your leader, is Nathan Del Carmen. In second place right now is Clement Lee coming out of 7, going towards turn 8. Then you have William Wallace. He is now Evan Jacobs moves into third place as they come now here through turn 8 for the final time. Looks like Clement Lee might have sealed the deal for second place, as long as Nathan Del Carmen can have no problems negotiating turn 9 and turn 10. He's going to take a Super Tour win. The question is, who is going to be in second place on this final pass through the start-finish line? You can hear the cheers in the background right now. Those are the fans for Nathan Del Carmen as he comes across the line, weaving the victory weave down the line for the final time. Your race winner, Nathan Del Carmen. Second place is Clement Lee, Evan Jacobs third, William Wallace fourth, and Nick Leveroni comes home in fifth.
All right, Brian, let's move over and take a look at that SMX race where Ethan Lampy, of course, took the win yesterday. Margin of victory about 5 seconds. Today, almost 20 seconds on the rest of the field. Cooper Hicks will finish in second. Jared Korth, and I wish we had a chance to get to this race at the end, as Jared Korth made up almost a second and a half on the last 3 laps to finish just 0.3 of a second back from Cooper Hicks. He will finish in third. Wes Mono will finish in fourth. We were watching that battle between Mono and Hoagland, and they continued to keep it nice and tight the entire race, Brian, about a second separating them as they got to the line at the end of the race. John Davis will finish in sixth, Ryan Gutiel seventh. But great race there in Spec Miata as Nathan Del Carmen, he's continuing what he started 3 weeks ago and takes another win here in Spec Miata. And for Clement Lee, a racer that, as I said, just about 4 laps ago, right before that big incident over at turn 6, it looked like he did not have the straight line speed of the cars around him, but he managed to get that car, take advantage of some of the maybe misplaced passing opportunities of the cars around him. And Clement Lee comes home in second with Evan Jacobs taking his second podium finish of the weekend. Yes, his second podium finish yesterday, came in second. Today will come in home in third. Yesterday's winner, William Wallace, just off the podium in fourth. All right, so let's do this, everybody. As you can see there up on the screen, next up is going to be our third race of the day, our first open wheel race of the day for our small Formula cars, Formula F, Formula V, Formula Continental. Unfortunately, no Formula 6s here this weekend. You are listening to the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from the circuit at Buttonwillow. We'll be right back.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit. Race Group 3 is about to get underway. Formula F, Formula V, Formula Continental. Greg, you've got our starting lineup.
I do, Brian. All right, let's run down. We've got 7 drivers who set qualifying times over the course of the weekend, plus a couple of big diesel vehicles as well. We're not going to give you the lap times for them, but I'm sure they were pretty quick. Starting 7th today, driving the number 40 Formula V Lynx, we've got Don Manthe with Mark Edwards starting 6th on the outside of row number 3. He drives the number 74 Glamdring. He's out of Los Angeles, California. Ronnie Chuck driving the number 50 Formula V Mysterian. He's out of Redwood City, California, with Marjorie Lundberg starting on the outside of row number 2. Marjorie driving the number 24 Caracol. She's from Beaverton, Oregon. Then we've got Gavin Sweeney, yesterday's winner in Formula V. Gavin is out of Brooklyn, New York, drives a Protoform. And then we have Eric Poulsen starting on the outside of the front row. He's our sole Formula F racer and driving the number 48 Honda-powered Piper. He's out of Clovis, California. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 53 Van Diemen RF01 from Goleta, California. Qualifying time 148.522, Paul McFarland.
That's how they're going to start here for our 19-lap feature race here for our race group number 3. They come through or down towards turn 8 here behind the pace car. Lights are out on the pace car.
And Brian, as they bring them through, of course, McFarland and Poulsen, our sole racers in Formula Continental and Formula F, respectively. The Formula V race yesterday, Gavin Sweeney jumped out to a pretty commanding lead very early on, takes the win over Marjorie Lundberg. Mark Edwards finished in 3rd, with Ronnie Chuck and Don Manthe finishing 4th and 5th in class.
Ian Sweeney in the chat says, okay, let's see how this Sweeney kid can do. I'm still not convinced he's the fastest of the 4 Sweeney brothers.
Oh, geez. So Ian wasn't implying that he was the fastest. He was just implying that,
one of the other
Gavin
3 are.
wasn't.
Yes. Yes. I love that. All right. Pace car is on pit lane, and we're heading down towards a start. We hopefully will see a green flag here and get this thing underway. And there it is, Greg. Green flag. Here they come down towards turn 1 for the first time. Looks like it is it is McFarland who's taking the first corner lead. Eric Poulsen right behind him. Then you've got those 4 cars led by one of the 4 Sweeney brothers, Gavin, as he heads down towards turn 2. Turn
2
for the first time. I've lost my ability to count turns, or just count.
Well, Brian, watching there coming out of turn 2, going into turn 3, Eric Poulsen in that Honda-powered Piper machine, the white with looks like Dayglow orange on the side. I think we talked yesterday. He's a sailboat racer. I don't want to say by trade. He's been doing it for 25 years, and looked like coming out of 2 and 3, the rear end of that car might have been. Looked like maybe he had a little bit too much power in one of the outboards as he gets that thing back underway here, and keep it very close. So we saw this yesterday, whereas these 2 racers, it takes a couple laps to get some heat in the tires. Looked like both McFarland and Poulsen were keeping very similar paces in the end and towards the end of the race. I think we saw McFarland lapping almost 3 seconds faster in the Van Diemen than Poulsen was in his Piper, and I'm sure that'll we'll probably start to see that here as time and race goes on.
Making their way through turn 8 for the first time here under race conditions here today. Interesting to see how these smaller, more nimble cars, Greg, take turn 8 a little bit tighter than everyone else.
They do.
They don't swing out quite as wide to make that second apex because they don't have to, and they're not carrying as much speed.
Right.
But even on those little skinny tires, you'd think they might have to take a similar line, but they are able to get in there a little bit tighter.
And especially when you look at the Formula Vs, Brian, of course, they're on incredibly narrow little tires.
Yes.
We have some other Formula V series outside of the SCCA that run a slightly wider rubber that is treaded as opposed to the full slicks. And I think the Formula Vs are all on Hoosiers
yes, they are.
here this weekend. But when you have a car that is only making somewhere around 75 horsepower or thereabouts, you don't need to necessarily track out all the way. I think the bigger question is how early can they get back on the throttle, and more importantly, how soon can they feed in 100% throttle? Because in a Formula V, the amount of time that you're not full throttle is the amount of time that you're probably losing positions to the cars ahead of you.
There are your Formula Vs coming towards us. This last car in our view here, that is Mark Edwards. Having some problems with that car this weekend. I was talking with him last night. He's got one plug that keeps fouling. He's trying to just get it through this weekend before he can get it back home and work on that. He is one of our regulars out here at Cal Club, at here every single weekend with us. As a matter of fact, I can't remember a weekend he wasn't, but he just won the Cal Club. The Lifetime Achievement was awarded. You don't win that. You are awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award, and he just received the Cal Club Lifetime Achievement Award.
And Brian, I don't know if this is a harbinger of things to come. Wow, look at that there. So there's your question. There's your answer right there. As we were just watching, I guess was that Ronnie Chuck? Was that Mark Edwards that we just saw? Just absolutely.
No, this is Mark Edwards right here.
Yeah, that's Mark Edwards right there. As we saw the one yellow Formula V just absolutely crank that car in towards the second apex at turn 8. And it looked like it rotated almost on a dime. But maybe this is a harbinger of things to come. Don Manthe, who we just saw there come in, is currently running fourth in Formula V. Running fifth in Formula V. Corners are saying that he's got his rain light on. So hopefully, I keep looking at the sky, and it's still, there's some wisps of clouds up there, but nothing to the point where I would expect a full-on downpour here. No,
I think he just wants McFarlane and Poulsen to see him when they catch him at the
when they catch up to him. It could possibly be.
Yeah. So this is the second round or the second weekend of the Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour. We have 8 more weekends to go, Greg. Next up, you'll be in Road Atlanta in a couple of weeks.
That's correct. Yep,
and then about a month from now, we head to NOLA for our fourth race of the year, our fourth weekend. Our middle part of the season is Virginia National Raceway, then Hallett, Portland, and then Mid-Ohio. And then we wrap up the season with the June sprints, and we go to Watkins Glen for the final. Now, that's a flip-flopped race weekend.
Yep.
Oh, we do have a car. Let's drop that down real quick. Yeah.
We just had a car go around, and is that Marjorie Lundberg?
I think it is,
Yes, indeed. Marjorie Lundberg, driver of the 24 Caracol, having a little bit of an issue there coming through turn 6, and it looks like she may have given up second position to Ronnie Chuck there as she was trying to get that car back underway.
He has given up that second position. Now, the good news is, for her anyway, she has been lapping a couple of seconds a lap faster than Ronnie Chuck. So she should be able to get back around before this is over with 16 laps to go. But you don't want to make too many of those moments in a race, no matter how close it is.
Yeah. Now, as we were looking at that schedule of the upcoming Super Tour events, Brian, big change this year, and something that we haven't seen for, I think, 4 years now, maybe 5, is that the Watkins Glen event is going to follow the June sprints, going back to a traditional schedule that we had for a number of years.
Right.
So big, big change there, and I think the last couple of years we had them on subsequent weekends. So at least now there's also a little bit of time between the two events for people to get their cars ready for Watkins Glen.
Well, that, and I also think it really helps Watkins Glen because it was so close to Mid-Ohio last year.
Yes.
I think a lot of drivers decided either to do one or the other. And now, because they're spread apart by almost a month, even I think a little more than a month, hopefully we'll get more drivers who do both Mid-Ohio and Watkins Glen. So I think both races will be helped in numbers by people not having to make that decision. So.
Agreed. We got Tristan Smith in the chat. Tristan telling us that he plans on being at Road Atlanta, barring rain, because, well, he doesn't have any rain tires. So, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, Tristan and I go back a very, very long way. All the way back to T-Rex, his 200 SX ITB car that we worked on together. Now he's driving a 300Z, I believe. Or did he switch to a T4 370?
Was that a green and silver 240 SX by any chance? Okay.
No, it was in the Jim Fitzgerald Newman Sharp colors.
Okay.
The traditional Nissan red, white, and blue colors. A beautiful race car. And I think he still has T-Rex, and he does some vintage racing with that car. So, very, very good guy. One of my best buds. So, Eric Polson still up front with Paul McFarland. They've got themselves a pretty good gap over Gavin Sweeney, who is your leader in Formula V right here as we get to 15 laps to go here.
Actually, interesting. I just found the original build information from Tristan doing on improvedtouring.com back from 2000.
Oh, wow.
Back from 2009 when he was working that. And I think Tristan and I may have raced against one another up probably when I came down the VIR. And if not at the ARC prior to that, back in like 2007, 2008 time.
He's in a T3 350Z at this point. And he sold off the 300 SX about 2 years ago. Okay. I missed that car. That was so much fun. Anyway, fun working on that thing. All right. 15 to go. McFarland, Polson, Sweeney, Lundberg already gotten around Ronnie Chuck after losing a position from that spin. Was able to get back around, so she's back up into second place. Got the silver medal position on the podium right now. Ronnie Chuck has moved back down to third. Mark Edwards, and then Don Manthe. That's how they stand right now here as we work through our third race here at the circuit at Buttonwillow of the day. And then coming up next up here is going to be our Spec Racer 4 and 3 group, another group that should put on a fantastic show.
A number of national champions, past national champions in the class, and very, very close qualifying. And the race yesterday was absolutely spectacular. Brian, although he didn't put this in the YouTube chat primarily because he's driving a car at the moment. Ben Tyler checking in with me. That he and his wife Megan listening to us as they're on the road, coming back from Roebling Road Raceway as the Buccaneer region hosted their annual competition licensed driving school for new SCCA racers this weekend. As we've got driver running off and running. I was just going to say,
that's Ronnie Chuck.
Okay.
Yeah, he was right behind Marge Lundberg, and now she's moved up a little bit more, and that was a big off there.
So definitely want to thank Ben for listening, although I'm not quite sure if I enjoy the fact that he says that we're his white noise for the weekend.
Oh, great.
Apparently when he dictated that to Siri, there was something lost in translation, I'm sure. Or maybe not.
Yeah, I spent a little time driving a Formula V. Fun cars, very much a momentum car. You don't want to, if you're using the brakes, you're probably going too slow. But yeah, you want to be very, very ginger with the brakes, keep as much momentum rolling through the corner with that. And here, that's the flowing part of the track, I bet you is a blast in a Formula V. If you're interested in getting involved with the Sports Car Club of America, go to SCCA.com. There's many ways to be part of the action here. You can obviously buy yourself a car and go racing in a lot of different ways, whether you want to do wheel-to-wheel or autocross or time trials. See the guy standing right there in the white, Greg? He is a flagger. We have people who volunteer to come out here and do flag communications. If you look off to the left, you've got a tow truck operator. That's a Cal Club volunteer. So you can be part of the emergency services team. Lots of different ways to get involved. If you want to get involved here in Southern California, go to calclub.com. Reach out to us here. If you're not from this area, there's a place for you to play anywhere in the United States. Go to scca.com, find your region, and get involved.
All right, Brian. So with now 13 laps remaining, 6 laps in the books, Paul McFarlane, as we would expect, and we said, he's probably going to start picking up the pace a little bit in comparison to Eric Poulsen. McFarlane in the Sole Formula Continental in the field, currently your leader. He's got about 10.5 seconds on Poulsen. And the race pace difference, just what I said earlier, about 3 seconds. So there you go. Gavin Sweeney is your leader in Formula V, and with Marjorie Lundberg's earlier spin, Sweeney has been able to open up now over a 25-second advantage on the rest of the Formula V field. Ronnie Chuck third, behind Lundberg, Mark Edwards, Don Manthe, and I think Manthe, Brian, ended up retiring after a single lap. So maybe that rain light was a harbinger of things to come for the black cloud over Don Manthe's little yellow Lynx.
Yeah, maybe it drew down the battery and he wasn't able to keep it going.
Yeah, possibly.
So Formula V's typically give a puff of smoke every time you let off the gas. The Mark Edwards puff of smoke is a lot more than normal.
Well, you were saying that he's got a problem with one of the cylinders, right?
Yeah, so he says, I think I can get it through the weekend and get my finish here and all that, which is important when you're trying to draw points for a championship. And then he'll go home and hopefully get the thing taken apart, put back together here before our next race weekend.
Well, I would say the corner workers over at Turn 1 just called in saying that Edwards' car, it's got a distinct smell, and it smells like gear oil. So, I mean, likely,
what it is, but
yeah, most likely it's burning engine oil in that car. Yeah, and we'll see here, big, not just the puff of smoke, but the big trail of smoke heading into the corner as well.
Yeah. Coming up on 12 to go here. We should start seeing the Eric Poulsen and Paul McFarlane get to the back of the field here. I think McFarlane has already come through Mark Edwards here, and that's Poulsen right behind him. So starting to lap the field here with about almost halfway. So I'm going to guess the Formula Vs are either going to get 18 or 19 of their, or 18 or 17 of their scheduled laps here as the two lead cars lap the field here about 8 laps in. They might get them one more time before the end here.
Maybe one more time, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we're looking at here. So it's 19 laps for the leaders and however many laps everyone else gets. There is McFarlane. You can see him there. He's just gotten around Ronnie Chuck. So he'll have his sights set next on Marjorie Taylor, who we're seeing in our field of vision right there. Or Marjorie Lundberg, as we head down there for into turn 5.
And even there, Brian, we were talking about the Formula Vs at turn 8,
right?
That they don't use all the track surface. Watching McFarlane come through turn 6, it looks like he's exiting almost center of track, maybe turning in a little bit later than normal to just try and open up that corner. I think yesterday, if I remember correctly, he had one lap during yesterday afternoon's race where he got out on that exit curbing over at turn 6, and it really unsettled the car. And I'm sure at this point there certainly isn't any reason for him to be pushing the envelope here.
No.
In that as the sole Continental racer, and obviously with a clear advantage over the rest of the field.
Crossing the line there is McFarlane. He gives us 11 laps to go here. So if you want to just look at the comparative lap times, he's lapping the field at a 1:52.7 in his Formula Continental. Our sole Formula F car is Eric Poulsen. That's a Honda-powered Piper. He's lapping at around a 1:54 lap. And then you've got your Formula Vs, Gavin Sweeney, the fastest Formula V today. His regular lap times are in the 201 to 203 range. So that's how the disparity between the classes works here in this particular race group. There is Mark Edwards coming through turn number 1, heading up the hill towards turn 2.
Hey, Brian, now, we've got somebody in the chat that that you know awfully well. I think you've had him on as a guest, Jason Pribble. He's a F1600. Of course, Jason's been spending some time across the pond racing in what the British version of Formula F, still called Formula Ford.
Yep. So last year he did a full season of Formula F. This could be Jason's dad, Steve, under the Jason Pribble Autosports moniker there. Could be either or, but anyway, Jason did last season a full season of Formula F, including the challenge. I can't remember the name of it now. The Formula Ford challenge that everyone goes to.
The festival.
Yes, the Formula Ford Festival. He did that, and then this year he is in got a full season of, I believe they call it GB4. Which is the kind of the Formula 4 step up.
Formula 4, yeah.
The British Formula Ford series. And so he is really trying to climb that European motorsports ladder. In addition to being a pretty stout race car driver, he is one of the nicest human beings, a very nice young man, very media friendly, and he's trying to put that full package together and make a move into some higher level of professional motorsports. And he got to start right here in the SCCA.
Indeed. We've also got Alan Thimmig in the chat, Brian. He said he wants to know, since you're the one who spoke to a lot of the racers, especially last night at the Saturday night social, which is probably the best time to get the skinny from racers, as you've gotten them. They've got a little extra lubrication. He wants to know how people like the circuit, because he's doing a track weekend there next month.
Yeah. So. I apologize. I dropped out for a second. I think you were asking me what the drivers are saying about the circuit, right?
Yes, correct.
Sorry. I had a moment where I was distracted. So generally speaking, everyone is seemingly loving it. I'm sure there's someone out there who doesn't like it, but the reviews have been very, very positive. I've also heard a lot of, I hated the circuit until about 300 laps or 25 or 30 laps in until I figured it out, and now I love the circuit. So there's some really fun parts, some elevation change, which everybody loves. This particular corner people seem to really like. And turn 8 is the struggle corner. If you want to, if there is a struggle bus corner, it is the turn 8 corner, that double apex decreasing radius thing that we've got going on there.
Yeah, if you look at the track map there, the top left corner of the track map.
Yep. What's cool is I talked with one driver who's been all over, actually the world racing, and he said he doesn't know, can't connect this to any other corner anywhere else. It's a very, very unique layout here. This is the turn 8 that we're talking about. So he thought that was pretty cool that they found a way to design something that he hasn't really seen anywhere else. So a lot to offer here, and of course we still have the second track out there, and we'll be alternating back and forth. I think we're gonna, this is the shiny new, blinky toy that we've got, so we're gonna race a lot at it this year. But I think next year we'll probably go back to doing kind of half of our races at Cow Club on the circuit and half at the classic track. So,
all right, Brian.
Adam Thimming, you will have fun when you come here in a couple of weeks.
Absolutely. And he says turn 8 looks like Oak Tree at VIR. You know what? Michael Lewis, I think, said the exact same thing to you. And I don't know if that's necessarily that second apex is a lot tighter than Oak Tree.
Well, that there's almost a bigger chute between the first apex and the second apex too. Yeah. It's a wider thing. But I can see how one might suggest that. And there's no Oak Tree.
Right. Well, there isn't the VIR either right now.
Well, that's true. That's true. And that makes me sad every time I think about it.
All right, let's do this, Brian, as we've got, we're actually just right about halfway, 8 laps into an 8 laps remaining in a 19-lap race. Actually, I guess a little bit more than halfway. So why don't we take a quick break? We'll be back here in just a few minutes with more action from the circuit at Buttonwillow.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
We're back here at the Circuit of Willow for the Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. That car right there, Marjorie Lundberg, she is in second place in Formula V here with 6 laps to go. Our race leader, Paul McFarlane, he is in a Van Diemen RF01 out of Goleta, California. He has completed 13 race laps, so we got about 6 laps to go here to get us to the finish line here. Right after this race, Spec Racer 4-3, they're next. And they have about a 35 car field here. Always put on one of the best shows of the weekend, no matter what SCCA race you're at. So we're looking forward to that coming up next. Right there, longtime Cal Club racer Mark Edwards just coming through our screen here in this yellow Glamdring. I believe he built this race car.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a
cool.
very distinctive look. That it's a much wider nose and a much flatter nose than almost every other Formula V that you see.
It looks a lot like the old D13, not the Caracal D13. I've lost my mind. Yeah, it looks a lot like the old D13s that were racing for a long time. I was asked by James Flynn if the yellow car is dumping oil. It doesn't appear to be. Part of what Formula V's do is burn oil. This one's obviously burning a little bit more than normal. But if it were dumping oil, there is Paul McFarlane looking to lap Mark Edwards here again now for the second time here. If it were dumping oil, they would let him stay out on the racetrack. So they are keeping a very close eye on that car, and as long as he continues. Now, I will say that Mark typically pulls in sometimes at the end of a race like this when he's got nothing really left to gain. And since he's past halfway and he's not going to catch Ronnie Chuck, he might choose to pull in, but he's also running the opportunity that if either of those cars have problems, he could move up in the rundown. So
yeah, he could move up, and and at this point, Brian, knowing that maybe that motor isn't long for this world without a rebuild, why pull in early? Just run it until it drops. How many? I'm sure we've got somebody in the chat who can tell us how many quarts of oil a Formula V holds.
It's about 4, 5 with the external oil thingy that they put on a lot of these. I'll tell you why he might not want to, because I've got parts to the side of a crankcase sitting on my desk. When it breaks a crank, you probably don't want to have to put a new case, and there's cases for these aren't easy to come by either. So these are very old spec. They're the old 1200cc Volkswagen Beetle motor is what's in these cars, and finding parts for them isn't always easy, and you don't want to put a hole in a case if you can avoid it. I don't ask me how I know. Maybe the parts.
How do you know, Brian? We've got time.
Well, let's just say that we had a moment at New England Raceway, New Hampshire, or
New
Hampshire, yes. I always call it New Hampshire International Speedway, and I left a lot of oil between turn 2 and the corner that takes you to the road course. Left a ton of Mobil 1 there, and in bits and pieces. So when they go, they tend to be impressive. 4 laps to go here. Your running order at the moment: Paul McFarland in first, Gavin Sweeney in second. He is moved up now. Eric Poulsen, he has done what he did yesterday, and that is he's gotten halfway. He'll get the win because he's the only Formula F car. He has called it a day. He is falling back through the order. Paul McFarland, he is moving. He is our leader up front. Then you've got Sweeney, Marjorie Lundberg, Ronnie Chuck, Mark Edwards, and Don Manthe was in last at the moment. He only turned 1 lap before he called it a day. Got Road Atlanta up next on the schedule, Greg. What are you excited about going to Road Atlanta?
Well, the first thing I'm excited for, Brian, is going to be Sunday morning when it is right after the switchover for daylight savings time, and knowing that you're going to be up at like 4 in the morning calling races again.
Wow.
No.
I suppose I deserve that.
Yeah. But after last year, when it sounded like you were actually still in bed, yeah. No. I think one of the things that I'm looking forward to, especially as we move back east for some of these races, is looking to see how some of the racers that started things off at Sebring, how they go and deal with what is a very challenging circuit. I think probably we talked about the walls being close here at the Buttonwillow at the circuit. But I think Road Atlanta, without a doubt, is one of those incredibly intimidating tracks. One of those old school tracks, even though it first came online in 1970. That those walls creep up on you awfully quick. But I think probably just as much. I'm really looking to see GT3U, and we have folks like Jeff Durnell. And a lot of GT3 racers that are from the South Atlantic that call Road Atlanta their home. And I want to see, because I think that's going to probably be the best opportunity, at least early on in the season, for us to judge that balance of performance between GT3U and STU, especially since it'll be the very first event where the GT3U cars have to run 200 pounds heavier than their GT3 spec lines have said over the years.
Right.
All right, so we've got 3 laps remaining here, Brian. As you mentioned, Eric Poulsen has decided to call it a day. I guess Ian Sweeney, Have you come to any decision about which one of the Sweeney brothers is faster? Now as we watch Gavin turn in a fast lap of 2:01.7, he's settled in right at around a little bit off that pace at around a 2:02 flat, 2:02.1, 2:02.2, but has a pretty commanding lead over the rest of the Formula V field here. I'm wondering if maybe Ian's going to concede there.
If they're brothers, there will be no concession.
There will be no concession. Yeah, I guess not.
Ever. So, I would never admit to that out loud, on paper, behind closed doors.
On YouTube, where it could
YouTube.
potentially be there forever.
That's right. Thanksgiving dinner conversations could come out of this. No, that's never going to happen. Oh, that's right. Yeah, ask Al Unser and Bobby Unser which the fastest brother.
Oh yeah, no, thank you.
Exactly. 2 to go here. That is Gavin Sweeney just coming through here, I believe. Yep, that is Gavin Sweeney. He is your race leader in Formula V. There is Mark Edward. He is not your race leader in Formula V. Once we wrap this one up, we're going to have one more race before a short worker break. So Spec Racer Ford 3 will be next. Then we'll take a short break, and after that we'll have our 3 final races of the weekend here to get us to the finish line of the first Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour at the circuit at Buttonwillow.
And you know, Brian, I'm looking at the entry list. There's something else that I'm looking to see at Road Atlanta now that it comes to mind. We have, it looks like 6 racers registered for GT1, including David Jantz, who's out of Maiden, North Carolina, right? Same hometown as Tony Ave.
Right.
But I haven't seen him run on the Super Tour before, so be very interested to see how he runs. Also, of course, Bob Monette. That's Bailey Monette's father, who Bob has raced for years in GT cars down at Road Atlanta, and certainly a local hot shoe. He's out of Milton, Georgia. Definitely looking to see how that race turns out. Of course, we do have Tony Ave. We do have David Pinteric. We do have Michael McAleen in that Lamborghini scheduled to race as well. So that should be a barn burner, I think.
White flag is in the air for Paul McFarland. He's got about 1.25 miles to go before this one will be all over. McFarland, Sweeney, Lundberg, Chuck, Edwards, that is your 5 cars left on the racetrack at the moment. And there is Sweeney going around Mark Edwards. He is on his final lap now. I believe everybody is on the final lap of this race. Spec Racer Ford 3 up next. Not going to want to miss that one. McFarland is going into turn 9 right now. There he is, coming out of 10. He'll come down the front strip for the checkered flag. 2 races in a row, back to back. Paul McFarland's going to take the win here at the circuit in Buttonwillow. I think we're pretty safe at saying that's how the finishing order is going to be. Let's do it, Greg. Paul McFarland, Gavin Sweeney, your winner in Formula V, followed by Marjorie Lundberg and Ronnie Chuck. That's your podium. Mark Edwards third. Your Formula F winner is going to be Eric Polson. And Don Manthe will not be considered a finisher because he didn't make it to halfway.
That's it.
Let's do it, folks. We're done for this race. Coming back in just a few minutes for race group number 4. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at the circuit at Buttonwillow. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me, and we have got Spec Racer Ford 3 next. Here is your starting lineup.
All right, Brian, we had 33 drivers set qualifying times over the last 2 days. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 33rd, driving the number 111 machine from Los Altos, California, it's Alice Kutsi. Then we've got Gary Nesevich starting 32nd. He's in the number 63 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Don Paulo will start 31st. He's driving the number 30 car with Doug Stewart out of Porter Ranch, California, starting 30th. He's in the 71 car. Denny Fostick is driving the 69 machine. He starts 29th today, with Chris Strand starting 28th. He's driving the 49 car. He's from Morongo Valley, California. Michael Moshe starting 27th. Michael's in the number 16 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, with Clayton Powers starting 26th. Clayton's driving the number 70 car. John Arscott, he is in the 81 machine. He starts 25th today, with Jay Rosenthal starting 24th, driving the 55. Tom Miserandino is in the number 15 machine. He's from La Quinta, California. He starts 23rd, while Paul Goody starts 22nd. He's in the 127 car. He comes to us all the way from Portland, Oregon. Vince Balch will start 21st. He's in the 65 car, with Eric Hand driving the number 76 car. He is going to be starting 20th, starting 19th. Lee Douglas is in the number 2 car, also from Portland. And then we've got Umberto Moletti. He starts 18th today. He's in the number 34 car. He's out of San Francisco. Paul Marino will start 17th today. He's in the number 14 car, with Mark Ballingy in the 197 car, starting 16th. Tom Burt will start 15th today. He's in the number 45 car. He's out of Shoreline, Washington, while Andre Pera will start 14th. Andre's driving the 77 car, with Graham Wood starting in 13th position. Graham's driving the number 52 car. He's out of Colbert, Washington. Sean O'Boyle starting 12th. Sean's driving the 67 car. John McClintock's out of Seattle, driving the 23 machine and starting 11th. EJ Abed is from Mountain View, California. He starts 10th. Robert Edmondson will start 9th today. He's driving the number 22 car out of Manhattan Beach, California, with TJ Acker from Saugus, California, starting in 8th position. He drives the 62 car. Steve Fogg is driving the 21 car. He's from West Lynn, Oregon. He starts 7th, with Mike Miserandino starting 6th. Mike is driving the number 11 machine. Taylor Harris will start 5th today. He's driving the number 12 car. He's from Portland, Oregon, as is Todd Harris, who starts 4th. Todd is driving the number 24 machine. John Black will start on the inside of row number 2 next to Harris, and he is driving the 17 machine. He's from Olympic Valley, California, and so now we move on to the front row. Not done with Harris's yet. We've got Calvin Harris starting on the outside of row number 1, driving the number 42 machine. He's from Portland, Oregon, and your pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 150.233 from Tigard, Oregon, driving the number 99 machine, that black and red beast. It's Caleb Schrader.
All right, lights are out on the pace car. Field starting to form up in our traditional 2x2 lineup here as we come down for the final 2 corners of the pace lap. First 10 rows look pretty good at the moment. Of course, we've got our tow truck out there to clean up any messes that might happen in turn 1 or 2. You just never know, so we're Boy Scouts, be prepared, right?
That's right.
All right.
Still don't know why that tow truck doesn't go backwards, because you'd think it would want to hook up and tow somebody back out of the whatever. No, never mind.
There you go. There you go. All right. Coming down, looking for a green flag. It is in the air, and here they come. 31 Spec Racer Fords, all barreling down towards turn 1 for the first time. 2, 3, 4 wide. 33 are going to go in. Will 33 come out the other side? We'll know more in about 15 seconds.
All right. And Brian, as they come through turn 2, John Black has gotten around Calvin Harris. Black in the dark blue and red machine. Calvin Harris in the baby blue and white machine. So Calvin drops into third. He's got Todd and Taylor directly behind him in the red and white, in the red and blue machine. And then we've got Mike Miserandino in a red and white car. And it looks like Miserandino might have gotten around Taylor Harris there as they came through the first 3 corners.
Yeah, they had partners. You know, Schrader was lined up in front of Black, and Calvin Harris was lined up in front of Todd Harris. So it's not like Calvin Harris didn't have any help going down towards turn 1, but that's how it sorted out. Schrader, then Harris. I'm sorry, Schrader, then Black, then 2 Harrises. Here as they come, and look at Caleb Schrader already with about a car length lead above John Black as John Black tries to hold off the rest of the field.
Yeah, and Brian, it looks like TJ Acker, he's in the white and blue number 62 machine. He's made up 2 positions now, moving up in the 6th position. There he goes, leading I guess it's the 3rd pack through. He's got TJ Acker, Robert Edmondson behind him at the moment, but we've got a 4-car breakaway, and it is Schrader, it's Calvin Harris, it's John Black, Schrader, John Black, Calvin Harris, Todd Harris, and then Mike Miserandino, who got around Taylor there on the open lap. Mike Miserandino right at the tail end of that 4-car train at the front of the field.
All right, here they come to complete their first race lap here at the circuit. Your race leader after 1 is Caleb Schrader, followed by John Black, Calvin Harris, Todd Harris, Taylor Harris, and TJ Acker is in 6th. Yep.
All right, and so actually Miserandino in the white and red car. He's in the 2nd white and red car, who's mired right in the middle of that whole pack. He actually dropped. He's actually sitting back in 8th position, just ahead of Robert Edmondson and EJ Abbott, and they've got he's got Steve Fogg sitting in the gap right between he and TJ Acker up in 6th.
Already have ourselves a bit of a 4-car breakaway. Caleb Schrader, John Black, Calvin Harris, and Taylor Harris started to pull away just a little bit. That is kind of how Spec Racer Ford tends to play out, where you get a gap or a block of 4, maybe 5 cars, and they start to pull away, and then you get these little packs of 4 and 5 cars racing all over the racetrack. We've got national champions in this group. We've got young and up-and-comers in this group. This is some of SCCA's finest here, and they're here at the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. We talked about John Black, who was our 2nd ever Gen 3 national champion. Took that win back in 2016 at Mid-Ohio. And then in what was really a barn burner race, Brian, the first time that the SCCA went to Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the runoffs, that was in 2017. Mike Miserandino took the very last Spec Racer Ford Gen 2 national championship, and I'm fairly certain that finish was like 3 or 4 wide at the line, and maybe a couple hundredths at most separating them. I'll have to go and see if I can get those final margins, but it was so close. And that was the year in Gen, actually I think it was Gen 3 where we had the last chance qualifying race. Both it and in Spec Miata, we had so many entries for Indianapolis that we actually had to run a qualifying race for the 63rd and higher qualifiers just to get into the final race to get, I believe it was 10 racers from that last chance qualifier into the championship race.
Only swap for position on lap number 2. Steve Fogg moves into 6th place. TJ Acker moves back to 7th. Otherwise, everyone else held station in the top 10. So your top 10, Schrader, Black, Calvin Harris, Taylor Harris, Todd Harris, that's 3, 4, 5. Then Steve Fogg, TJ Acker, Mike Miserandino, Robert Edmondson, and EJ Abbott is your 10th place driver at this moment as we're going with 17 to go here. Still have that front 4 cars starting to pull away just a little bit. You're going to see the gap right here through turn 7. That gap back to 5th place. Gosh, Greg, that must be 25 car lengths at this point.
Yeah, I was going to say at this point, and it's really starting to stretch out. And we saw a much larger lead group yesterday, but yeah, I'd say probably at around 25 car lengths now separating those 2 packs.
Yeah, and 25 car lengths, that's no draft at this point. They've lost that draft of that first group. So
certainly,
if those first 4 cars can continue to work together, they will slowly pull away even further. We'll get the time gap at the line to see how far it is. But here comes your leaders onto the main straight and across the start-finish line here for the third time. And it is the gap back to, it is, let's see, what is that? 4.9 seconds back to the fifth place car. So that's a big lead already.
All right, so Brian, I'm looking at this second pack coming through, and you see there the almost entirely red car. That's the number 27 machine of E.J. Abbott, who's currently sitting in 10th position. Actually ended up finishing a couple weeks ago in 6th place at the January majors. Of course, you know, sitting in 10th, if he moves to the front of that pack that he's with right now, that would put him, well, it would put him in 7th, I believe. But he's only been racing now for 2 years, and he said when he got started, he went to driver's school with like 3 different friends. They all went the SMX route, and
right.
he liked the purpose-built race cars and went to this. And for not a lot of time behind the wheel in a very difficult class and a very competitive class, you know, to be running in the top 10 with some very, very top-notch talents, pretty darn good. There he was, right at the tail end of that group.
No question. And Donna in the chat says that John Black may go all the way back to Sports Renault. So if that's the case, he would be OG. Sports Renault is the first iteration of what is now Spec Racer Ford. And once Renault stopped making the motors, they had to make a move, and Ford picked up the banner, and that's been a Spec Racer Ford ever since. You want to know how old I am, Greg?
I have an idea already. How old are you, Brian?
I'm old enough to have driven a Sports Renault.
Sports Renault, that's right.
Yeah, so you can make old jokes in the chat, people, because our producer, Brendan, makes old jokes all weekend long, so just bring it on. Bring it on. It's all good. Caleb Schrader, John Black, Calvin Harris, Taylor Harris, all with a big now 5.4 second lead. TJ Aker and Mark Blizzardino on the move. They've moved up to 6th and 7th. Also, Steve Fogg, he's moved into 5th place. So he has made a big move since the start of the race. Probably our biggest mover at this point, Greg.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's picked up a number of positions right now. I'd say, what now? It looks like 3 or 4 positions total to put him up there. But, you know, he's, I don't want to say he's in the catbird seat, but, you know, being part of that lead pack certainly helps. So I was going back, Brian, through the history of Sports Renault and Spec Racer, which is what Spec Racer became known. Sports Renault became known as Spec Racer after the 1989 season. And no, John Black, well, he may have raced in Spec Renault, but did not win a national championship. It wasn't until he took the Gen 3 championship. That was in 2003. And really pretty amazing before that. And those Gen 2 cars are the first ones that used the 1.9 liter Ford.
Right.
As we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Warren Stillwell won 7 championships in a row behind the wheel of a Spec Racer Ford from 1994 all the way through the 2000 national championship runoffs.
He was the king of Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, exactly. And then Richard Spicer ended up displacing him, actually taking the championship in 2001, also won in 2002, and then it was John Black's turn.
Yep. Yeah, it stopped being called Sports Renault when Renault stopped sponsoring the series. That's when they switched it to a Spec Racer. It kept a Renault for a couple of years, and then at some point it was Ford picked up the banner. So.
Right. When they couldn't get Renault engines any
Correct.
longer, and Renault had left the market. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. So, and it's been a great long history now with Ford. That's got to be, we're kind of be coming up on 20 years probably.
Well,
and Ford's been involved in the class.
Well, the first Spec Racer Ford Championship was in 1993, so we're looking at
22.
just over. Yeah.
22 years.
32.
That's fantastic.
32.
God, I'm old. Oh boy. All right, let's go on. Schrader, Black, Calvin Harris, Taylor Harris, Steve Fogg, that's your top 5, but it's really the top 4 that we're not interested in, but they're the ones who are walking away right now from the rest of the field. The gap at the line last time between 4th and 5th, 6.4 seconds. Here are those, actually this is the second group here, so what you just saw coming through that first car was Steve Fogg, right behind him Mike Miser and Dino. Those cars look awful lot alike. And then you've got TJ Acker, Todd Harris dropping back to 8th now, Robert Edmondson 9th, and in 10th is EJ Abed. And I believe
Sean O'Boyle is at the tail end of that group right now. He was actually kind of a bridge between that group and then the next one that we see a little bit further back. He was able to actually pick up the draft from EJ Abed and is now at the tail end there. It is almost 5 seconds now back to the next pack, which is led by John McClintock with Umberto Moletti, Paul Marino.
There you go. Mike Miser and Dino now moves into that 5th place spot. My race data says Brian needs a calculator. He obviously hasn't listened much because everyone here knows I don't do math very well.
Well, 3 lines up, he also said we bring a lot of color to the commentary.
That's
so
true.
yeah, he hasn't been listening all that much.
Thanks for watching My Race Data, and thanks for chiming in on the chat. Tim Adolphson's here as well. David Robinson, Donna Baton. So good folks, everybody here. We appreciate all of that. I love our associate producers in the chat, keeping me honest. So if we've got this group of 4, Greg, 13 to go, they're just kind of working together to drive away. We have this discussion a lot of times with this class and Spec Miata.
We talked about it in Spec Miata, yeah.
Right. When do they start racing? When do they start racing? Because they're far enough away where they probably don't have to worry about the second group catching them.
Right. Well, I was going to say when they're not 4 cars large. Yeah. I mean, at this point, Schrader and Black are still being hounded there by the rest of the field. The Harrises are not very far back.
Right.
Only about 2.5 car lengths. And no, I don't think now is the time. I think Schrader and Black should probably be working to continue to stretch that out. I mean, we've got a much larger race than yesterday. We still got 13 laps. We're not even close to halfway. We've only completed about 1/3 of the laps in this race. As opposed to yesterday's 25-minute race where, you go at it much earlier. As I'm looking at the results from yesterday, where yesterday it was Schrader and Harris, your winners, with Black and Todd Harris finishing 2nd, 3rd, and I know that the challenge that they had was John Black had at one point during the race, Brian, had fallen back off of Caleb Schrader and actually lost the draft for a bit, and that allowed Calvin Harris to get back up there, and at that point now. Caleb Schrader was on his own, which was fine, but John Black, was under attack for like 4 laps before Calvin Harris finally got through. And so I think anything that those 2 racers, Schrader and Harris, can probably Schrader and Black can do to just keep together and push and probably get anywhere, I would say probably more than 10 car lengths on that second pack is I think probably the threshold before they can start fighting it out.
Yeah, something that's a relatively new phenomenon in Spec Racer 4 and 3 is this idea of alliances. And it happens a lot more on your side of the country than it does on my side of the country, Greg. One of the ones on our side of the country that's happened a lot is this Schrader-Black combination. But we have a second alliance in this group 4 with the Harrises. I'm guessing they're working together until a certain point, then all bets are off. But we don't get the dynamic that we're seeing here, where we've got 2 sets of kind of aligned cars in that front pack. And it'll be really interesting in my mind to see how that ends up playing out. Now, if Black and Schrader can walk away a little bit, it won't make a difference. I'm hoping that doesn't happen just because I want something to have exciting to talk about. But, announcer being selfish, that never happens. No. But, yeah, if they can keep close enough to that front duo, this could be a very interesting last 5 laps.
Yeah, I tend to agree there, because I think then the question becomes, what do Taylor and Calvin start to do? I think, and when I said that, really, Brian, I thought the threshold was maybe 10 car lengths. One of the reasons I say that is, as we've seen all weekend long, you are not making a pass and completing a pass here usually in one corner. It is 2,
Right.
3, sometimes 4 corners side by side, slowing you down. And so if you don't have a bit of a buffer there, you're going to find the trailing cars right up, right behind you. We saw that happen in Spec Miata, where Clement Wade came from out of nowhere, basically, and ended up in the end with the podium and finishing second in the field, after he had been almost 20 car lengths back from our top 4.
Yeah. 11 laps to go. We're coming close to the halfway point here, and the lead now between 4th place and 5th place is up to nearly 10 seconds. So they're at the point now where they don't have to worry about screwing up and losing a top 4 position, unless they, of course, they go off the racetrack and have an issue that way.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. And even more so when you looked at that next group of 4 or 5 cars aren't very organized either. So if they had even an inkling of a thought of catching the lead pack, they'd have to be just going nose to tail, drafting right up to the front. And they're not really that organized at that point in time. And if anybody could lead them to the front, it's that former national champion, multiple national champion Mike Miserantino. But they would really have to work together. And I don't even know if they were working together, if they could catch him. So there comes our leaders. Caleb Schrader in front. John Black is in second. Fine. Schrader, Black, Harris, and Harris. Here they come through turn 4. Turn 2 into turn 3. What? Oh,
I was going to say Jeff Hankin in the chat there saying that Caleb needs a pro ride, and actually I think Caleb had a TA2 ride just a couple of weeks ago, if I remember right. So
I think he's also done some late model stuff too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Let's do this. 10 to go. That's close enough to halfway. Let's take our break. And when we come back, we'll have the last probably 8 or 9 laps of this race all the way to the checkered flag. Stay with us. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit at Buttonwillow.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're back here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. There is a pass for 5th place. Mike Miserandino moves into 4th. Steve Fogg drives around him into turn 1, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. Great move there. And I guess going into turn 1 is one of the places where you could possibly make a pass in one move. But I think as we've seen most of the weekend, if you're looking to make the pass at turn 1, it doesn't end up finishing up until right about here. Coming out of turn 4, turns 3 and 4, just because of the way the track moves back from left turn to right turn to left turn here. But we are starting to see again, where this pack now starting to stretch things out just a little bit, as Schrader and Black now have opened up about 1.3 seconds, probably around 6-7 car lengths. I mean, they're not really advancing it. And notice this once again, Brian. John Black falling off of the back of Caleb Schrader, that he is sitting almost equidistant from Schrader as he is from the two Harrises behind, and that's what got him into trouble yesterday here, as he just couldn't keep up the same pace as Caleb Schrader over the entire course of the race. And those 25-minute races yesterday were what were they? They were actually right about the 8 laps, as a matter of fact.
Right.
So we'll say, actually, I think 13 laps is where they finished up yesterday.
Right. Caleb Schrader just went purple with a 150.825. I believe he set the track record yesterday, Greg. Do you have that in front of you, what that number was?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do.
It was like a 152, 150.2.
Well, the 150.2 was his fastest lap of the weekend, was set qualifying today. Give me 1 second. I will pull that up. The Spec Racer Ford race, a 150.838 was the time that he put in. But I thought we had talked about this, Brian, that I believe that that 3 weeks ago, during the initial outing, the race winner there had actually turned a slightly faster time.
He did, yeah. So the track record time to beat is a 350.749.
Okay.
So he's a 1/10 of a second off, just a little less than a 1/10 off. If he can pull one off here, that would be big. And now we're getting to the point where Schrader and Black are far enough out where, without a mistake, it's going to be hard for Calvin and Taylor Harris to catch them.
Well, and especially now as we look as they're coming up on some slower traffic, and we now have a lapped car sitting between Schrader Black and the two Harrises. And we'll see here, because this corner is probably the worst corner to be caught up behind some slower traffic. Yeah.
And it's just going to make it more hard.
Yeah, and if anything, that now you look at as both of the Harrises make it around that slower car, that has given John Black, although he hasn't been able to catch back up to Caleb Schrader, who's coming off of that new fast lap. It's given John Black perhaps a better and larger advantage than he had even 3 laps ago.
Right. And now the Taylors are side by side, which isn't going to help them catch the front pack either. So I think they may have decided that one of these brothers is going to win third
might as well
place.
just battle it out for the remaining 6 laps, because at this point they've got over 10 seconds back to Steve Fogg, back in back in 5th position. You can see, you saw there where Fogg was just coming into view, and and Fogg's got he's got Miserandino and Todd Harris and Robert Edmondson right behind him. He's not going to be able to make up any ground on Calvin and Taylor Harris.
Right. Next time by 5 laps to go here. Coming up next is going to be our Wings and Things, formerly Atlantic FE2 prototypes P and P2.
I think we just have the Ps this weekend. No P2 racers here this weekend. So
I think you are right.
Yeah, but that will be next. That'll be our second and final open wheel race of the weekend, and then we've got our touring cars and our big bore GT cars, right?
I fully lied.
You did?
Yes, touring cars and STL cars are first. Then we've got Wings and Things.
This is what got me in trouble yesterday because I said the exact same thing.
Yeah. Greg's rubbing off on me.
Yeah.
That is the way it works. It was like a sympathy error. Glad I didn't make a call to grid. There's Mike Miserandino, and now Steve Fogg has dropped back behind him again. There was Caleb Schrader and then John Black. There is Taylor Harris and Calvin Harris. That's the next group of cars coming through. Then we should see the 11 car should be next one through, it looks like. Now, that's the slower car. That's the back marker. And then here is the 11 car.
And there's Miserandino. And yeah, that slower car, you can see as soon as he came out of turn 1, he took that car offline, moved all the way over driver's right as quickly as he could to signify his intentions to the other drivers.
Right. Usually the cars in a single car class like this know their station in life by this point in the race, and realize that they're not they are a slower car and they don't want to get in anyone else's race messed up. So it's a little harder when there's multi-class racing and you might not always know who is coming, and that's why radios are so important when you can have them.
Yeah, and just to point out how well and how aware he has been, I believe that is Lee Douglas in the number 2 machine out there, currently running in 30th position. We had Vince Balch retire after 3 laps, the number 65 machine, and both Andre Pera and Alice Kutzi not taking the green flag today.
Question in the chat, yes, there is a worker break next. And then we get our final 3 races of the day. So, your top 10 right now: Caleb Schrader, John Black, Taylor Harris, Calvin Harris, Mike Miserandino. That's your top 5. Then you've got Steve Fogg, Todd Harris, Robert Edmondson, TJ Acker, and EJ Abed. And you know what? I'll mention 11 because he's been there all weekend. Sean O'Boyle, we didn't give him any love for being an 11th, but I believe he was an 11th yesterday as well.
Yes, as a matter of fact, Sean O'Boyle finished just outside of the top 10 in the number 67 car.
Yep. And I got to tell you, top 10 in the 30-car field is not anything to sneeze at because all these cars are pretty much equal. And that's still a pretty good race car. And it looks like TJ Acker may have had a problem because he is just plummeting down through the standings here.
We're looking to see if we've got any information on him from race control yet. But yeah, I mean, he's now dropped down from within the top 10, currently showing in 20th position or thereabouts. And we'll see. Perhaps, and I'm not seeing anything from race control. I'm wondering if he may have just brought the car in and down the pit lane.
Yeah, maybe. I don't see his car on Flagtronics, so. Well, I'm listening, waiting. We'll see if they say anything. 4 to go here. Here's your race leader. He's opened up a big gap over second place John Black. That gap 2.5 seconds at the line. So Caleb Schrader's got this one well in hand here.
Yeah, Brian, and at this point, showing TJ Acker dropping all the way, showing him down as more drivers go and complete lap number 15 and start their 16th lap. TJ Acker currently showing in 27th with just Don Pala, Gary Nesevich, and the aforementioned Lee Douglas, who's another 4 laps back, not having completed lap number 15. And now it's official. Everybody has that was on lap number 15 has completed it, with the exception of TJ Acker. I'm leaning towards him having probably pitted in.
I agree.
Is again nothing from race control here. So it looks like TJ Acker will finish. How many laps do we have? 3 laps to go. TJ Acker should finish 29th, as Lee Douglas was 4 laps down in that number 2 machine.
The best battle right now looks like the battle for 3rd place here between are Taylor and Calvin brothers?
Yes.
You know? Okay, so right here it is.
Todd
That's
is
the battle for 3rd between Taylor and Calvin Harris. That's our best battle for position right now.
Actually, I'm fairly certain Calvin's the father, but
okay.
I thought it was Todd and Taylor that are the sons, but we'll figure that out.
Someone will weigh in the chat. I bet Donna knows the answer to that.
Yeah, I'm
These
sure
are
she does.
Oregon folks. 49 car spun and continued, I believe, in turn 7.
Yeah, Todd Harris is the father, and was also, as we think we might have mentioned, national champion in Spec Racer Ford back in 2016. So right before Mike Miserandino took the final one, and there you go. Emily just put it in. So Todd is the father. Yeah, and so as we said, Calvin and Taylor are the sons.
Yeah. All right, next time by, I'm hearing will be 1 lap to go.
And Donna had to put in the chat that Calvin is older than Taylor. So
there we go.
Old age and treachery in the Harris family.
Yeah. Nothing you want to do more than beat your older brother or beat your younger brother.
That's right. Well, there you go. Right now, the younger brother is leading the older, currently sitting in 3rd. Now, as we watch them together, also you notice that Mike Miserandino, who had worked his way clear of Steve Fogg and also Todd Harris, and also TJ Acker for that matter, hasn't been able to make any headway. Miserandino now almost 12 seconds back from that battle for 3rd place.
EJ Abbott is now dropping through the field as well. He is down to 19th.
All right, Brian, and next time our leaders, whether it be Caleb Schrader, John Black, or one of the Harris brothers, crosses the start-finish line, they'll get the white flag to go here.
Yep. There is John Black, and there are the brothers. You know, the 2 brothers working together and John Black by himself. I don't know that there's enough laps, but they are catching John Black.
Yeah, they're about 3.5 seconds back, Brian. And that last time through, the Harrises ran almost 0.6 of a second faster. But yeah, I think they realize now on the last lap they're not going to catch John Black as they go and say it's time for us to fight.
All right, so Calvin Harris trying to make the move around Todd Harris here. The question is, will he complete it? And there's still time here. Hold on.
Holding.
There he is. He's made the pass. Now the question is, Greg, do you think that's too early?
No, not at all. I given the way these corners work, and we've seen how they race, other than needing to protect coming down into turn 7. I think,
there we go.
I was going to say, maybe coming in the turn as they come down into 5 and 6, maybe. But I figured that turn 7 would be the one that he'd have to protect in.
There's your race leader in the 99. 2nd place car, John Black, is next. And it is going to be Taylor Harris back in front of Calvin. And here's another good passing zone here coming into turn 7, Greg, and maybe a try back.
Yep, and here we go. This is where I thought this would probably be the last place to do it, as we've got the quick switch here into the banking over at turn 8 and into that decreasing radius.
All right, Taylor Harris stayed in front now. Now it's pretty much a drag race. There's your leader, gonna head down to the checkered flag. Second place is the 17. Any last chance? Dive in here to try to get it done? We'll find out. And now the drag race for third place down to the line. Schrader's your winner, Black's in second. Your third place car is gonna be Taylor Harris. Holds on.
There you go. Taylor Harris holds on by 1/10 of a second over brother Calvin. So
that's a good race.
There you go. Youth takes the win over,
there you go.
over experience, I guess. Mike Miserandino will finish in 5th. Steve Fogg 6th. Todd Harris, Father Todd, our 2016 national champion in Spec Race 4 Gen 2, will finish 7th. Robert Edmondson will finish in 8th. Sean O'Boyle works his way into the top 10 with those 2 retirements that we talked about, Brian. And John McClintock now also works into the top 10. McClintock will finish in 10th.
All right, that's going to do it for group number 4. Group 5 will be up in a few minutes. We got a worker break, so probably about 10 minutes or so. We'll get that one underway. STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. That's next. We'll be back in a little bit. Thank you all. Stay with us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
state. And they would look at me and say, some states it's legal, some states it's not. Where was I at when I did it? You know, you have to be confrontive.
The fact that you know to even ask that.
Well, some of my answers. I was a teenager in the 60s in Southern California. What the hell do you think? The first day for the counterintelligence, I had a guy. The second day, I had a girl, a female. She would open up, I have heard everything. You cannot embarrass me. So answer truthfully. 23 to 24 years old. Fresh out of college. What the? Stupidly yesterday, I grabbed the yellow and the passing flag. And the car was coming out of it. I looked, oh shit. Let's start.
We're back here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. My good friend Gregg Ginsberg is with me here. Another great race weekend for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour STL STU GT3U. Touring 3 and Touring 4 is up next. Greg, give us our starting lineups.
All right, Brian, and once again, as we did yesterday, we're going to split this field up. We're going to have the Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, and GT3U cars in the front pack. We're watching them come off the grid right now. And then a little bit further back, we're going to have our Touring 3 and Touring 4 cars. We're going to start off and run down the 12-car Touring 3 and Touring 4 field first, then we'll move over to the others. Starting in 12th position, driving the number 36 Touring, the number 43 Touring 3 Porsche Boxster, it's Rito Eberle. Starting 11th in the number 7 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8, it's Stephen Karatsus. Lynn Griffiths is driving her Porsche Boxster. She starts 10th in the number 31 machine, with Izzy Sanchez scheduled to start 9th. Don't know if that car is going to make it out. He only made it out for qualifying yesterday before blowing a motor up, the San Jose, California driver. Then we got Tony Karatsos scheduled to start 8th. He's in the number 35 Scion FRS. Michael Lowe starting 7th in the number 10 Touring 3 Ford Mustang, with David Oram starting 6th. He's driving the number 6 BMW Z4M from Mercer Island, Washington. Matt Latucci starting 5th. He's in the number 30 Touring 3 Ford Mustang, another car that we're going to see a little bit later, an American sedan. Ron Tanamura starting 4th. He's in the number 63 Touring 3 BMW 330i, with Oscar Jackson, yesterday's Touring 4 winner, starting 3rd in this group. He's driving the number 161 Mazda MX-5. And then your front row for our touring cars, Scotty B. White driving the number 0 Ford Mustang out of Auburn, Washington. He starts 2nd with Roger Eagleton. Yes, starting on the pole, he's in the number 11 Touring 3 Ford Mustang. Now let's move over to our Super Touring racers. Starting in 18th position, it's Aiden Villancourt. He is driving a Mazda Miata in STL. Then we've got Todd Lunchbaugh. He is going to be starting in, I think, 17. Oh, pardon me. Sorry. Let's jump that, because I think Lunchbaugh is actually a little bit further back. Let's move over to Richard James starting 17th. He is out of Trabuco Canyon, and he is driving an STL Mazda Miata. Starting in 16th position, Dale Schumacher driving the number 15 52, STU Mazda MX-5. Also an STU, Whitfield Gregg, he's starting 15th. He's in the number 17 Mazda Miata. Gavin Wardle is going to start 14th today. He's in the number 169 STL Mazda MX-5, with Richard Aruda starting 13th. He's in the number 16 STL Mazda MX-5. Bryce Johnson, also in an MX-5. He starts 12th and driving the number 15 car in STL. Starting 11th, driving the number 32 GT3U Mazda RX-7 Poway, California. It's Michael Lewis, with Wes Molno starting 10th. He's driving the number 111 STL Mazda Miata. Patrick Drinkwine, also in STL, starting 9th. He's in the number 151 STL Mazda Miata, with John Davies in a Mazda Miata. Racing in STL, the number 67 car starts 8th. Starting 7th, driving the number 114 STL Mazda Miata, Amy Mills. Looks like we got a car that had some issues there, Brian, over at turn 1 as things are getting underway here in touring cars. So let's finish up very quickly. Ahead of Amy Mills, Ryan Gutiel in STL, and Carl Young in a Honda Prelude starting 5th. Jonathan Lugod starting 4th in an STL Honda Civic, with Nick Leveroni starting 3rd in his STL Mazda Miata. And then the front row, Wilson Powell in a BMW M3 and Rylan Hazelton in his Honda S2000. That was your front row.
Well, the issue was the car coming out of turn 1 locked up its brakes, slid right off the racetrack. Nobody hit them. They were able to continue. Everyone else drove around them, and we're on our way for our second race group, just getting the green flag. No worries with that first incident. Everyone's moving on, and Scotty B. White cycles into second place there, which means Richard Eagleton is in first, it looks like. Yep. Scotty B is the lighter blue car. Richard Eagleton is the darker blue car. Right, Greg?
That is Scotty B, light blue, Eagleton, dark blue with the American flag on the roof. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Greg is better at picking those out than I am sometimes, so thank you for the assist. Here comes our, turn 3. That is your second group cars. These are your touring cars here, turning 3 and 4, as they come out of turn 4, heading down towards turn 5 now. Eagleton, Scotty B. White already breaking out, and even Eagleton's got a little bit of a lead over Scotty B. So they are moving ahead pretty quickly here. Coming out of the main straight now. This is our first group of cars. These are our STU, STL group. And they are coming down here for the second time into turn 1. First place, Ryan Hazelton. Second place, Nick Leveroni. Then Ryan Gutile, Michael Lewis, Jonathan Lugard, John Davies, and Wes Moldo.
All right, so yesterday, Brian, Rylan Hazelton took the win in STU, had a 16-second advantage over the next car to cross the line, which was not another STU racer. It was Nick Leveroni who took the win in STL, with Jonathan Lugod about 15 seconds back from there. It wasn't until we got to Whitfield Gregg, who finished second in STU, 15th overall. In Touring 3, Roger Eagleton took the win. He started from the back of that second pack, worked his way all the way through the STL and STU racers to finish 6th overall in that dark blue Ford Mustang, a car that we're going to probably see again during the last race of the day. Both he and Matt Latucci make some changes to that car to run them in American sedan as well. Michael Lewis took the win in GT3U in that second-gen Mazda RX-7 that we saw a little bit earlier today in F production. And our Touring 4 winner was Oscar Jackson in his Scion FRS, finished 26th overall.
There you go. That car that slid off turn 1, lap 1, unfortunately for anybody, but our good friend Amy Mills was the car that slid off. She had worked so hard to get up close to the front in qualifying, and has dropped back down to 10th place now since that incident. Oh, that looks like a Mustang that's just gone around. Which Mustang is that?
I think that might be the Latucci car, Brian.
Okay. We should know here. Here it comes. I can't see the number. All right, well, let me see if I can turn up. That was car number 63, Ron Tanamura.
Ah, okay.
Is what they said. It didn't look like a BMW, but
It looked like a Mustang to me.
yeah, maybe there's more than one car that spun. But anyway, so that's where we're at with that. So Amy Mills dropped down to 12th, and she's now moving back up through the field. So we'll see if she can get how much she can get back after that spin. Hazelton, Leveroni, Michael Lewis now up to 3rd place with his RX-7. We've talked about this a couple times throughout the weekend. He's running that GT3U spec car right now. That will change to GTU, STU, I'm sorry, next year. So.
Big fireball from that Mazda RX-7 is on the overrun. Love seeing that on the on those cars.
Yeah, I like it when those cars run late in the day because it looks cool now, but it looks even cooler once the sun starts to go down.
Yeah, indeed. And so, you know, Brian, as we watch Michael Lewis, now remember, Lewis had some issues at one point is in the F production race, which was the very first race of the day today. We had right before lunch. I don't say he had problems. He had one lap that was severely off pace, and then he picked things back up. But his Jaguar XKR that he runs in GT1, he did have some mechanical issues with that car yesterday and retired it early. And I've heard that he is likely going to be racing this car in lieu of that Jaguar as a GT1 car.
Nice.
And that is going to be our last race of the day. So a little bit more in the way of turnaround with that to get it ready. Now, the other thing you'll notice here,
and
Brian,
between races, Greg, they're going to drop a small block Chevy in there, or a small block Ford. I was going to say,
he probably only has to find, I don't know, about 600 horsepower. He should be fine. He's the only GT1 car this weekend, so not going to be that big of an issue here. But you'll also notice in the configuration that he's running it now in GT3U, he does have that large rear wing reaffixed to the rear bumper. There are quite a number of aerodynamic choices that you can make in the super touring classes, and as opposed to running in F production, I think that's Nick Leveroni.
I think it is too.
That's having some problems. That was our STL winner from yesterday, Brian. He is no doubt bringing that car down, going to park it down by the turn 5 flag station. Let's see if we can get a shot of it. No, doesn't look like it. Oh, that's right. We don't have that camera.
Right. Yeah.
I think that the camera over there might have gotten punted out to Portland.
There you go.
But you know, in STU and GT3U, you've got a lot of choices as far as aero goes, and so that large rear wing certainly still allowed in GT3U and in STU. So it goes back on the car. And you know, we were talking about all the changes that Mike Lewis has to make with that car. One, to get it to run in F production, as opposed to, we've got a local caution now over at turn 1. Brian, we'll see if we can get, I think that's the number 50 car that may be off.
Okay.
Justin Graham is the other GT3U car.
Yeah,
and unfortunately can't get it, don't have that in our camera, as Michael Lewis is coming up with Jonathan Lugot. But you know, going back to what Michael Lewis has to do over the course of now a single day with that car, he has had to configure it so that it runs on DOT tires without the wing. He's had to then reconfigure it for later in the day to run in its GT3 or now GT3U configuration, which also means running more weight on the car than it had to run previously in GT3. And who knows what he's going to do in GT1. I guess he's probably going to take the extra weight out of the car.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of ways to do it, but that's going to be very interesting to see. Several classes having to make some adjustments this year, some a lot more than others, to work their way into this new classing structure that they've introduced this year. And it will take a couple of years, I think, for everybody to kind of sort things out here. So Some cars will catch up to it faster. Some cars will be a little slower to catch on, but sometimes people enjoy the engineering challenges that come with that. Other people just want to keep doing what they're doing. So we've got Hazelton, Lewis, Gutile, Lugood, Davies, Molno. Amy Mills is now up to 7th place. They all move up a spot when Nick Leveroni dropped out. Got a couple cars being called in for passes under the yellow here at turn 1.
Turn 1,
so,
yeah.
This is one of those situations where this is the last Super Tour where the Flagtronics is not is an option.
Right.
Here's a car coming out of the pits there. This is the last race where the Flagtronics in-car flagging units are an option. Starting the next race at Road Atlanta, every Super Tour car will need them. That's a situation where obviously nothing will help 100%, but there'd be a big yellow flashing yellow sign in your car if you were under that yellow flag condition, and that might prevent you from doing passes under the yellow.
Yeah,
that's the hope anyway.
It might.
That's the hope
Brian,
anyway.
as we were talking about things that I'm looking forward to at Road Atlanta, that might be one of them actually, to see how we've had some issues there, and there are a couple of blind corners at Road Atlanta where having that Flagtronic system might come in awfully handy. So here's something that's interesting: as I'm looking through our order, we did list Oscar Jackson, who is your Touring 4 winner from yesterday, is racing in T4 today as well.
Right.
I'm showing him in that same car, in that number 161 Mazda MX-5 as racing in STU today. And if that is indeed the case, he's currently running second to our overall leader, Rylan Hazelton. The problem is he's about 40 seconds back. And he also has 9 cars between he and Rylan Hazelton. So not sure if that is accurate here or not, but just something to note right now. So it's Hazelton, it's Oscar Jackson, and Whitfield Gregg, your top 3 in STU. In Touring 3, we were watching early on the 2 Mustangs, Eagleton and Scotty B. White, and Scotty B. White's making a game of it. He's only about 5 car lengths back at most the last time I saw them. David Orm in his BMW Z4 currently running 3rd, and yesterday Orm finished 6th in Touring 3. So big jump there. Of course, Michael Lowe, Rito Eberle not making the race today. Michael Lowe actually finished yesterday, I believe. Let's see here. I think he finished 3rd in Touring 3 yesterday, behind Scotty B. So he did not take the green flag. Eberle also did not take the green flag yesterday. So a 5-car field in Touring 3. In STL, it is Ryan Gutile in the 116 machine who takes over the lead after Nick Leveroni retired. Then Jonathan Lugod in the Civic, and we saw Lugod dicing it up a little bit with Michael Lewis there for a little while. John Davies running in 3rd. I think we saw John Davies running in SMX a little bit earlier today. Just set his fastest lap of the race. Wes Molno in 4th, and then Amy Mills sitting back in 5th position, about 6 seconds back for Molno, having recovered from that early spin.
13 laps to go here. The battle we're watching right now, that is Eagleton and Scotty B. White, and they are heading now into turn 5 right now, and that is the battle for the lead in Touring 3.
Turn 3.
So, and they're going to be coming up on some slower cars here potentially.
What I'd like to do at some point, Brian, and I'm wondering if I think they might be coming into this shot right now. No, it's not this shot. Is actually the battle for the lead in Touring 4 between the Flying Karatsus brothers, Steven Karatsus and Tony Karatsus. Steven in the Mazda RX-8, Tony in the Scion. Less than a second separated them as they crossed the line on the previous lap. And those are a couple of our STL machines. They are the only two racers today in Touring 4. As we mentioned, we believe Oscar Jackson running in STU today, and both Izzy Sanchez and Lynn Griffiths not taking the green flag. We'll try and locate those cars here momentarily. Actually, I think that might be them. It just came through our frame. That's Rylan Hazelton in his S2000. We'll try and pick out that T4 battle when we can.
12 laps to go. Here comes Michael Lewis into our frame here. He is your second place car overall in his GT3U Mazda RX-7. And is that the battle you were talking about that just came through?
That just came through turn 5.
Yeah.
There's the Mazda RX.
No, that's Michael Lewis.
Yeah, that's Michael Lewis. No, I was looking at the car just ahead of Lewis that I thought was the RX-8. Let's take a look here. Yep, that is them. That is the blue number 7 of Steven, and then the red 35 of Tony.
Nice little battle there for the lead in T4. Couple sibling rivalries out here this weekend. We got the Harrises back in the Spec Racer Ford race. Whole gaggle of them. And then the Karatsus brothers here, so it is a family affair. We talk about that a lot, Greg, here with the SCCA. Lots of, we consider our fellow racers and workers family, but this is true family here.
So another interesting thing to note here, Wilson Powell, driver of the number 77 BMW M3, and he finished, let's see, where he was running, I think second in STU for the longest time yesterday, and finished a little bit further back. I think ended up finishing third in STU, back behind Dale Schumacher. Powell, my understanding is that he was running the rear wing, which was too wide for the class. I think basically extended beyond the width of the trunk the trunk deck or trunk lid. There are two big requirements in STU as far as those wings, both the width and also the height, that they can't be too high. And I did remember seeing a penalty come across for him. And I don't know. Obviously, he did not take the green today. I don't want to speculate, but I would imagine that having to make a change and maybe remove that rear wing might have been a bigger challenge than getting that car out. That it might not be set to be very easily removed, like the one Michael Lewis has on the back of his car. As we look at this, Brian, coming through turn 8, Jonathan Lugod, who is currently running 4th overall, second in STL to Ryan Gutile, just tried coming underneath that T4 battle going into turn 8, and was right underneath one of the Karatsus, underneath the RX-8, and don't want to say he got run to the ditch, but he was right over top of the apex curbing. I think his right front wheel actually in the dirt on the other side of that curbing. We'll take a look as he has cleared them both, as he's trying to keep up with the Mazda. Gutile, as they crossed the line, was about 2.7 seconds back. Again, Gutile yesterday had a fight with another Mazda, and that was Nick Leveroni, and he stayed very close to Leveroni yesterday. But about halfway through the race, the front tires on that car just started to give up the ghost.
Yeah, that can happen, and today's races are even longer than yesterday. Yesterday's races were 25 minutes, and today's races are 19 laps, which should be approximately 35 minutes or less. So that could become an issue as we wear towards the end of this race, and we'll have to watch out for and see if we find any evidence that might be happening again.
So, Brian, coming down here into turn 5 right now, and we'd seen these two racers in very close proximity earlier. I believe that is John Davies and Wes Molno, the two, the SMX racers, doing a little double dipping this weekend here in STL as well. They are currently battling it out for third in class. They're a couple seconds, about 6 seconds back from Gutile and Lugod there. But every time we look at those two racers, they're within like half a car length of one another.
Yeah, there's some big pockets of traffic here with different classes kind of smushed in together, and it's making for some very interesting lines and evasive moves and everything. So we're at 9 laps to go. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have all the way to the finish line. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at the circuit at Buttonwillow. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Welcome back to the circuit at Buttonwillow. 8 laps to go in our STL, STU, GT3U, and T3 and T4 race. 8 to go here. 2 races left after this one. Wings and Things and big bore GT cars. Always fun. Greg, we're following a battle here for third, I think you said?
Well, the battle for third's kind of opened up a little bit. The one that I've been watching now is in STL. It is, I think, the battle for 8th between the 91 of Richard James, which I believe is a black Mazda Miata, and then actually Bryce.
It's red. It's this one right there.
Yep, exactly. You got it right there. And as we went to break, I mean, they were nose to tail, and now as some of the faster traffic or faster cars have been working through, they've gotten split up just a little bit by about 5 or 6 car lengths, which seems to be the norm here today.
Richard James, a former editor of Sports Car Magazine, and now writing for Racer. He follows the IMSA Tour, so he is at most of the IMSA Sports Car races for Racer Magazine.
Well,
Good guy.
Let's see if we can do this, Jordan. Let's stick with the 2 Mustangs here that are in our camera right now, Roger Eagleton and Scotty B. White. And it was an interesting dynamic at the end or the beginning of this lap, as Scotty B was having to really throw that Mustang into turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, where you have all those quick switchbacks and transitions, and he was getting the car to rotate a little bit better than some of the Mazda Miatas through there. It was that big heavy Mustang was kind of dancing around. And so we'll see here if he can make up some ground now on the 11 car.
One of the things we're doing this weekend is we are testing out a new system where we're communicating with race control called the Web Viewer module. And for SCCA, it's a great system that we're able to get the control logs, and other regions might want to look into it because it really works out well, Greg. It's been helping us out a lot.
Yeah, it has. And so, Brian, we were watching a little bit earlier the T4 battle between the Flying Karatsus brothers. I was about to say Flying Karamazzu's brothers, but the number 7 machine, Steven Karatsus, who's in the Mazda RX-8, he had been leading Tony, unfortunately, just a moment ago, and spun that RX-7 over by turn 3, and he's now dropped back quite a bit from the red Scion FRS, driven by Tony.
That big puff of dust there at the exit of turn 4, that was the 2 car of David Lecren. Puff of dust. Did I say smoke? I meant dust.
that was the Formula V race, Brian.
Exactly.
It was smoke. Yeah.
Big puff of dust. That is the one thing that the classic track and the circuit of Buttonwillow have in common. The dust is still there. That's right. There's that battle for the T3 lead there with T3 or T4? It's T3, yeah.
T3.
Roger Eagleton, Scotty B. White. That's a T's and 3s and 4s.
And look at that, Brian, is Scotty B. White starting to make up some ground on Roger Eagleton, as Eagleton was caught behind a slower car coming into turn 9. And we could tell Scotty B's got the headlights on for safety. And now within about 3 car lengths, I think, as that slower car was actually the Karatsus Mazda RX-8 that had just spun a little bit earlier in that lap. Right. We're still trying to get back up to speed, probably trying to get some dirt off the tires. But Scotty B, he's right there at the end of the last lap. He was within 1.2 seconds. And it looks like he's closing things down, maybe even a little bit more than that right now.
As we start to get later in the afternoon here, it is 3:30 on the West Coast here. Sun glare will play an issue here at some point in time. You can see kind of our cameras got some little glare they didn't have earlier, so and our cameras do a real good job of compensating for that. The driver's eyes don't always do quite as well.
The driver eye does, the driver's eyes don't.
Correct, yes. That's right. There is that battle for T3 coming out of turn number 6, heading down towards turn 7. This is it right into our living room right now. That's Eagleton, the first car, then Scotty B. White, the second car, as they work their way through turn 7, down towards turn 8.
And Brian, let's see here, and we'll track these guys for another couple corners, maybe through the end of the lap. Ryan, I'd like, if we can, to get up to Ryan Gutile in the 116 Miata, as well as the white Honda Civic of Jonathan Lugod. that Civic hatchback, because Lugard has knocked off almost 5 seconds. There they are, right there, Brian, coming through turn 4.
Yeah.
And Lugard maybe took a couple laps to get those front tires cooled down and get underneath them. But he's got a great run right now as he's right there with Gutile and steps to the inside, going down into turn 5. We'll track him here as they come out of 6 and head down into 7.
Yep, it looked like that car of Lugard had a pretty good run there, and we'll find out if he was able to stick that landing. I don't think he was. I think he's now trying again to get around Gutile.
Yeah, indeed, as he's coming down the inside, it just doesn't have the straight line speed as Gutile gets a little defensive, obviously, there. Coming down the center of the track, going into 17. I believe that might be the Latucci Mustang directly ahead of them.
Right. All right, here comes that battle right there. That is the battle for the STL lead here, coming up on 4 laps to go. That's Gutile in the blue Mazda, Lugard in the white Civic. Right there. You've got those 2 battles. You've got the battle for STL lead and the battle for the T3 lead that we're keeping an eye on here.
You know, and at this point, Brian, with 4 laps to go, if Lugard has been looking after those tires, I think he may not have the straight line advantage, but as soon as things tighten up, as we watch him here coming through turn 1, as soon as things start tightening up through turns 2, 3, and 4, that's where you would have an advantage. But it looks like he lost a lot of pace there, as it wasn't too wide going into turn 1. It was 3 with that out-of-class car. And Lugard now has to contend with that Mustang just to get back up to Gutile's Mazda Miata.
Yeah, big advantage here for Gutile in the 116 car. Let's see how quickly the Civic can dispatch that Mustang, because every second he spends behind the Mustang is more time that Gutile's going to be able to pull away here. You can see that they're still just getting around now, and look at the gap that the 116 car has been able to open up. I'm going to guess the next time we see them, it could be a good 5-6 car length, maybe even larger gap here. We'll see him coming out of 6. That's the car right at the top of the hill, is
right
the 116 car. Yep.
Yeah, the light blue Mazda and then the white Civic. And we'll track them down. I mean, the last time they crossed the start-finish line, Brian, they had almost identical lap times. And, you know, again, the issue was with that other car. That being said...
Oh, look at this. The yellow flag came out there, Greg, and the Civic is gone.
That's it. Only one of those 2 cars. There he is. He's gone and recovered.
Wow.
But he has obviously lost a lot of ground, Brian, and probably has a lot of schmutz, a lot of dirt to get off of those tires before he's got ultimate grip again. I was just going to say that Lugard has been able to lap this race almost a full second faster than Ryan Gutile, you know, but at this point, as they come across the line and complete lap number 16, starting lap number 17 of 19, so 3 laps remaining, he's now 7 seconds back. So
wow,
a second a lap, it's not going to do it, but that whole lap from beginning to end was pretty disastrous for Jonathan Lugard.
Yeah, nothing worked out as planned there, and if Jonathan Lugard's anything like me, he's saying a string of 4-letter words at himself.
Yeah. Yeah, and we mentioned this Lugard who races for Cal Club. He is a 6-time SCCA solo national champion. He definitely knows how to control a car. Also, he's in the business of building race shocks. So I mean, he knows suspension setup certainly with that car. But 7 seconds is going to be awfully tough to make up in the span of about 7 miles.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And I think is that the John Davies Wesley Molno battle for 4th?
It is, as that is closed back up again. It had opened up a little bit earlier when we came back from break to about 3 seconds, but it is again John Davies. He's in the white number 67. He's the lead of those 2 cars, and then Wes Molno in the white 111 directly behind. And you know what? Amy Mills, that's the dark blue car directly behind him. Amy Mills is right there as well. So 3 cars fighting it out for the last podium position now in Super Touring Light.
Yeah, it is.
She was.
Yeah.
Where did Amy Mills go?
Oh, boy.
Because Amy Mills was right in that fight, and now she's not.
Exactly.
There she is coming in, and actually, I don't think that's Amy Mills. Looks like that might be an NC Miata coming into turn 7 now. So looks like we might have lost the 114 car.
Looking on Flagtronics, and I don't see the 114 car anywhere. Oh, here we go. Turn 7's making a call.
Yeah, we can actually see turn 7 on the radio right now calling it in. There's not a local caution.
Yep, so I'm hearing that she had to go off evade, hitting someone, and I think she has continued, but she's lost a lot of time.
Yeah. Well, the only two, she was right there trailing Davies and Molno as they came out of turn 6.
Yep.
But that is definitely unfortunate for Amy Mills.
All right, we're going to see if we stay in. Oh, well, if we would have stayed on that camera, we're going to see the leader right here take the white flag. That is Rylan Hazelton taking the white flag. We are 2.4 miles from the finish of this race. And there is your race leader. He has a very, very good lead over the rest of the field right now.
Yeah, you know, yesterday, Brian, he took the win by a margin of 16 seconds on the rest of the field. Nick Leveroni, who had the early mechanical issue in today's race, finished second, 16 seconds back, as we said. At the moment, Rylan Hazelton has, well, he's got a lead over Ryan Gutile, our STL leader, who's running second overall. Just waiting for Gutile to come out of the final corner and cross the stripe, and we'll give you what the margin is, but I have a feeling that it is quite a bit more than 16 seconds.
Hefty. It's a hefty margin.
Yes, it is. Especially since I think I was talking for more than 16 seconds and Gutile hadn't crossed the line in that time.
And he still hasn't crossed the line.
Exactly.
And there we go.
59,
Wow.
almost a full minute on the rest of the field. And you know, and I think as we look at Hazelton's dominance of the STU field, Oscar Jackson, we're still waiting for him to complete lap number 18. So somewhere at least in the minute and a half range over the rest of the STU field.
All right, and now we have a debris flag at turn 7 here. Not sure what the debris is.
I'm guessing,
maybe
Brian,
dirt and dust.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm guessing that would be from the 114 car, Amy Mills, when she came back on track. He didn't have the debris flag out because he needed one hand on the button to key the radio.
Exactly. Exactly. A lot of times, honestly, when you see it all happen and you don't realize that there's dirt and stuff on the racetrack for a lap or two until you see some cars get a little squirrely.
Squirrely, yeah.
Yeah, so checkered flag in the air. There's your race winner, Rylan Hazelton, out of Sequel, California, the Honda S2000. This is the naturally aspirated Honda?
Naturally aspirated, yes,
go.
it is. And he was razzing me last night because I think I might have said that it was the Honda Prelude
yes.
at one point last night. At one point, I think, as opposed to the Young machine. But no, Rylan Hazelton, who's been driving S2000s on the street since 1999. Actually, I don't think he has one any longer, but one of the earliest purchasers of an S2000, and was one of the co-owners of the S2KCA. Or probably S2000 online website. He's been involved in that community for many, many years.
All right. Well, I think we've pretty well hammered out who we got, right? You want to run through one more time, Greg?
Let's run them down, exactly. All right. Let's start off with STU and our overall winner, Rylan Hazelton. Dale Schumacher finishing in second in his Mazda MX-5. Whitfield Gregg finishing third. And I think Oscar Jackson may have had an issue on that last lap. Brian, I am showing him as now 2 laps down. In GT3U, Michael Lewis takes the win, only completes 11 laps, goes a little bit more than halfway, pits the car in, but easy decision to make as Justin Graham only completed 3 laps. He was the only other driver in the class. In touring, and we should mention here as far as lap times go, Michael Lewis, a best lap time of 1:55.650. Rylan Hazelton, a 1:54.433. So about a little bit over a second difference between those two classes. In Touring 3, Roger Eagleton takes the win over Scotty B. White. Margin of victory, 73 hundredths of a second. David Oram in his BMW Z4 will finish in third. Ron Tanamura in a Mustang finishes just off the podium in fourth. In Touring 4, Tony Carrazos takes the win in his Scion FRS over Steven Carrazzo. Steven having that spin mid-race. And then finally in STL, Ryan Gutile takes the win. The Madera, California Mazda driver wins over Jonathan Lugod, margin of victory at the end. And I'll tell you, Lugod was trying to make it close, Brian, on the last lap. He made up 3 seconds, finished 4.1 seconds back. John Davies takes third place over Wes Malno. Margin there, 2/10ths of a second. Amy Mills will finish in 5th.
All right, that's going to do it for race group number 5. Group 6 is up next. Stay with us, everybody. We will be right back.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
he's coming from, because the pressure that he feels has got to be different than other people, and I understand that. But I also feel like, you know, when you look at somebody like Max, what you see is what you get. He knows the rules. If you put him in a position where he doesn't know if people are watching, and you know, like his team, this is a stupid example, but his team played a joke on him once. They had him picked up at the airport by a guy that they know, but they dressed him up like someone that he didn't know, and the guy was like this weirdo, you know, and Verstappen's like, you know, he could have been a total asshole to this guy, because the guy was like doing all kinds of stuff to like stress him out, and we gotta go take a wee over here, you know, pulling over. Just it was a gag. He could have been, and we would have never seen the video. He could have been a total jerk, but he thought nobody was watching. You know, he could have been different, and he was very sweet and kind to him. And people say, well, he's a jerk. No, he's an aggressive racer. He races. He did some of the things that a lot of the old time racers do.
Turn 2 in and clear.
But Hamilton,
I don't like Hamilton because early on in his career he talked shit about his mother. He talked about her like she was a dog.
I'm not familiar with any of that. The thing that bugs me about Hamilton is when he and Max were fighting in 21, Max was doing things, and I mean, I think Max at some point just got desperate, and he was going for anything he could think of.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it was right, but he was just like trying whatever. And Hamilton did shit too. Yeah. And then at the same time, he was acting like he's above all this.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, you
Yeah,
might say,
I'm a knight.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, you do the same shit. You do in different situations. That front left tire has hit the rear of Red Bulls I don't know how many times. And they all do it.
Oh shit, we got cars on.
But
I didn't even hear him say 5 minutes.
He didn't.
My post and went. She's crying. I'd give anything. Get in a car with a celebrity race and you're out here crying? What the hell's the matter with you? And then for lunch, she came up and apologized.
Second to last race of the day, Formula Atlantic FE2 and Prototype. No P2s this weekend.
No P2s.
And that means no MP2s either, so
no.
We'll have better video this time.
And almost no Ps at this point, Brian, I think we're down to 2. I think we're down to only 2 now.
We got a starting lineup, Greg. I believe you are the expert in that.
Yeah, I might as well be. They gave me all the paperwork, so I might as well read it. All right. So we actually have 2 different groups that we're starting. We've got the prototypes in the front. We've got the Formula Atlantics and Formula Enterprise 2 machines at the back. Let's read through them first. Starting 5th in our Formula Car group, and 4th in FE2 is Noah Hembayi out of Trabuco Canyon, California. He drives the number 64 FE2 car. Then we got Tom Burt. He's driving the number 45 FE2 machine. He's out of Shoreline, Washington. Then we've got our sole Formula Atlantic driver in the field. That's Greg Labate. He is in a Swift 016, the number 35 car, starting 3rd in that group, with Tom Hope starting on the outside of the front row. He's driving the number 18 Formula Enterprise 2 machine. He's from Downey, California. And your pole sitter in FE2 today, driving the number 44 car with a qualifying time of 1:39.358 from Chatsworth, California, Paul Marino. Now let's move on to the prototypes, of which we have just 3 today. Probably we have just 2 today, and there they are right behind that Lexus safety car. We've got Johnny Crean out of Kamuela, Hawaii, driving his store chassis. He will start second alongside our pole sitter, Jim Davenport, driver the number 23, Mazda-powered Elan DP02. He's from Alamo, California, had a qualifying time of 1:32.872. Brian, back to you for the start.
Sure. Sorry.
I'm starting to sound like Ryan, like Ryan Worth, our director.
Here we go. Pace car is on pit lane. The prototype's hitting the front straight here. If they're lined up properly, Greg, they're going to get the green flag.
Oh, my.
And look at it. They got the green flag. They must have been lined up absolutely
Very
perfect
well
side by
formed
side.
up. Yes, absolutely. And as we expected there, Jim Davenport jumping out to an early lead. Davenport qualified about 4 seconds faster than Johnny Crean earlier today. And looks like Crean, well, a little bit off the pace
Crean
there.
might have missed a shift or something coming out of 10.
Which with the sequential transmission is hard to do, Brian, but he might have figured out a way to do it. As our FE2s and single Formula Atlantic machine, actually it looks like the Formula Atlantic car may not have taken to the grid.
I don't have him even on the grid sheet right now.
Yeah, I don't think Labate actually took the green there. It looks like four Formula Enterprise 2 machines with Marino and Hope, who swapped positions in qualifying today. Marino was your pole, Hope was your pole sitter for yesterday's race, with Marino starting to his outside, and they swapped positions. Marino a little bit faster today in qualifying. In yesterday's race, Jim Davenport was your winner in prototype with a margin of victory somewhere along the lines of, I think, 29 seconds over Johnny Crean. In FE2, Tom Hope did take the win over Paul Marino. Tom Burt finished in third. With Noah Mbai retiring early. We then had, I think, Joseph Moran also retire early. The Formula Atlantic of Labate retired early as well, Brian. But we did see that car out for qualifying today, so we'll see how things play out here. At the moment, I am showing that both Moran and Labate did not take the green flag.
Yeah. At the risk of sounding overly hopeful, this group of FE2 drivers have been around for a while. They're pretty stout amongst themselves, and if they can stay together, this could be a really pretty decent race here in FE2. So we'll cross our fingers and toes for that here as we complete our first race lap. We've got Paul Marino, Tom Hope, Noah Humbai, and Tom Burt. That's your 4 FE2 cars. Of course, Jim Davenport came across the line first in that Elan DP02, and Johnny Crean in second. And the FE2 field is already coming up on the rear of Johnny Crean's car here. As they come up here through turn 4, they'll probably catch him heading down on the run to turn 5. That store is usually faster, so I think there's something maybe slightly off song with that car.
Yeah, quite possibly, Brian. So Jim Davenport, your 2016 and 2018 P1 national champion, and double check. I thought let's see who. I don't believe he took the win here this year at Road America, but yeah, there's got to be something wrong.
Yeah.
With Johnny Crean's machine. Yeah, again, almost impossible to miss a shift on a sequential transmission.
Yeah.
You lift the foot off the throttle just a little bit and flick a lever.
Yeah, I'd find a way.
Yeah, possibly.
Usually what it is, I'd shift down too fast, and that becomes problematic. Now, he's given a big wave to let those cars by, so he clearly understands that there's something wrong with the car.
Sure.
And letting those cars down. That was like the biggest wave I've ever seen out of a prototype car.
Hi. I thought it was, hi, everybody. I'm Johnny Crean. I'm from Hawaii. Please drive by me.
That was almost like Scott Pruitt, hi to my family at home wave. and all the other two FE2s are going to get around him here pretty quickly here. So, this
yeah,
might
and indeed, Brian, it was Matt Romer taking the win in Prototype 1 this year
that's
over Dad Chip Romer.
Right.
There with Jim Davenport finishing in third.
And I don't know that the Romers are going to run in Prototype this year. I have not seen them out at any of the races yet, so. Because they often hit the West Coast Super Tours here.
Yeah, I mean, we typically, I know we've seen them up at Portland the last couple of years, and I guess when we had the Super Tour 2 years ago out at Thunder Hill, they also raced. But it looks like Johnny Crean now. It looks like Johnny Crean probably going to pull that car off now.
That's exactly. There's a little cutout there. It looks like, and I know they were talking about finding a way to put some cutouts here, so that might be new this weekend. That's the one thing that is not fully complete. Is kind of like where the course truck is there. We don't have a really well-defined places for things yet. We're still kind of feeling out where the trucks need to be before they make any permanent spots for them.
Yeah, and Racer X making a very good point in the chat. All of our drivers, anytime we've got a driver in a car that does not have a roof, they do have to run arm restraints, which are they're looped into the harnesses, to the belt system that the drivers have to wear, and it's essentially to keep their arms from going up and flailing around in case the car goes over. We don't want anybody losing an arm.
Sure.
One of the things that I have seen, Brian, at some races now, those arm restraints are supposed to, when they loop over your arms, they're supposed to loop over on your forearms.
Right.
And you're not supposed to have a ton of arm movement. And I've seen some racers where they actually loop up into their upper arms between their shoulder and their elbow, which gives them quite a bit of a range of motion. But it also, say from safety's sake, kind of a foolish thing to do, because it also negates the reason for wearing those arm restraints, and quite unsafe. So I didn't see. You saw the wave. Racer X obviously saw the wave. I did not see the wave. But I'll just remind all of our open wheel racers, and that goes to the SMX racers as well, that are actually, the SMX racers have a roof on them. I'm thinking Mazda MX-5 Global Cup. That you want to make sure to have those arm restraints attached correctly. It's for your safety.
Yeah, and those came out of several pretty severe crashes in the 60s and 70s, where some drivers either lost an arm or lost use of an arm. Yeah. And I don't remember if it was a Bettenhausen or a Vukovic. I know one of the Andretti brothers, Aldo, I think he had some arm problems after a crash.
That's correct.
And most safety innovations come from as a result of how to prevent something that's just happened,
Yes, exactly.
So, that seems to be the case here as well. 15 to go here. That is Paul Marino and Tom Hope, who is coming right into our view right now. That's your lead two cars in FE2. The next two cars coming through, Noah Hambai and Tom Burt. That's third and fourth in FE2. And then somewhere out there is Jim Davenport. He is heading down and getting through this 15-lap left race here.
And Davenport, he's dialed it back a little bit, Brian. He's running right now in the pretty consistent mid-36 range, about 2 seconds off of his fastest race lap from yesterday, and about 4 seconds off of his qualifying time. So we know there's a lot more in the car. He's just trying to protect the equipment. But two nice little battles going on in Formula Enterprise 2. Obviously, the battle for the lead right now between Tom Hope and Paul Marino. But Noah Mbaye and Tom Burt also have a good little scrap going on. Here they come now, down out of turn 6 and into turn 7. And Mbaye's got the measure of Burt for the moment. Burt's in that blue and yellow machine. They're currently sitting fourth in class, just off the podium.
And they're not racing for nothing. If those two cars in front don't have any issues, this is a podium position on the line here. Pete Rose in the chat, that must mean GT1 cars are coming up here soon.
It does.
Because
well, quasi
GT cars.
car. Yeah, GT cars.
GT cars, because he's got one of the cars he works on is in the next class. Hi, Pete. How you doing? Thanks for being back. He followed the schedule, so he knew when to tune in. If you're watching, please like and subscribe. We'd love to have you follow us along. That helps our algorithms and gets our stuff out to other people who might not have known about the SCCA. So that's how we spread the word here.
And if you want to tell your friends, although the day is winding down, the easiest way to get them to find the stream, they can fight their way through YouTube's algorithms. But if you tell them just go to scca.com/live, you'll see the live stream there, and they can bring that up and look at it in living Technicolor.
Technicolor.
Yes.
On their color teeny.
Yes, or whatever LUT Brendan may be using.
14 to go here. Marino, Hope, Hambai, Burt. That's your 4 cars at FE2. Jim Davenport is your lone car in P2. Racer X, 3 feet of snow here. Can't wait to marshal at Thermal next month. You know, there's few things I can guarantee in this world. Now that I've said it, they're going to get a blizzard at Thermal. I'm pretty dang certain you're not going to have to worry about snow at Thermal next month, Racer X.
Any track that's named Thermal has to be warm, Brian.
It is actually pretty dang warm, I'll be honest with you. That track's out by Palm Springs, California, out in the desert. So a lot of our and if you're interested in doing some of this stuff with us, a lot of our Cal Club racers are going to be at Thermal for the IndyCar race and the IndyCar event there. Our flaggers, trained by the SCCA, are the first line of flaggers that get to do a lot of these races. Long Beach, Thermal, F1 in Las Vegas, usually almost all SCCA racers. All of the endurance racing that happens in the U.S. through IMSA, the frontline flaggers at those and volunteers for those races, SCCA racers, or SCCA volunteers. So if you want to learn more, if you live here in SoCal, calclub.com. If you live outside of Southern California, check out scca.com and they'll get you to the region closest to you. Laps to go. There's your leaders in FE2. Paul Moreno, that's the white car out front. Tom Hope, the red car behind. Then you've got 3rd and 4th here. Noah Hambai, who's opened up a little bit of a lead over Tom Burt, but not insurmountable just yet.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Brian, this is nice to see Hambai get around Tom Burt. During yesterday's race, Burt, who finished 3rd, and Hambai finished in 4th. Burt was almost 2 seconds a lap faster this morning in qualifying. Noah Hambai put in his fastest lap of the weekend and was only about a 10th off of what Tom Burt had thrown down the day before. And and now we're showing it. And we talked about this early on in the weekend that the race strategy here and race pace was likely going to be very, very different from qualifying, simply because so many drivers didn't know the fast way around this course, or were still trying to figure out the fast way around the course. And certainly when they were going to be thrown offline, there's going to be a lot of how should we put this? Improvisation.
How shall we put this?
Yeah, improvisation as far as racing lines around this track.
I want to see what hole you were digging yourself into.
Oh, yeah.
RKLSB2904 watching us from Belgium. Thank you, sir. Or ma'am. I made a presumption. Probably a bad presumption. Glad you found us. Hope you're enjoying it. Got our big bore group up next, which is our GT1, GT2, GTX, A sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2. We call them the ground pounders. That's because the ground rattles when they come by fast, and they make a lot of noise. And if you're a 12-year-old in an adult body, you'll love that stuff. Don't ask how I know. We saw Track Truck out there at Turn 5. He's there with Johnny Crane. I don't know if he's just going to stay there until the end and make sure nobody hits him, or if they're going to try to tow him out of there. It's a pretty safe spot there. But sometimes you don't want the driver out there by themselves. You want to get them a glass of water. Not terribly hot today, but sitting in a hot race car, 75 degrees, a bottle of water is good.
Brian, my race data wants to know what the ambient temperature is at Buttonwillow right now.
The ambient temperature is about 75. I can't do that in Celsius for our friends in Belgium. That's probably going to be like 14, 25 degrees Celsius. Okay, about 25 degrees Celsius. Thank you to my producer chiming in to help me out here.
And somebody already checking in to correct you.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. I don't have my AccuWeather up in front of me. I probably should. Wanted to limit my bandwidth.
Brian, the ambient air temperature in Charlotte is 47 degrees.
Happy to be here and not there. I got to tell you, not gonna lie. Coming up on halfway here. Let's take our break, and when we're done with that break, we'll take us all the way to the end here. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at the circuit at Buttonwillow. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back here at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour at the circuit of Buttonwillow. You might have seen it at the end of our ad break there. FE2 car pulling into the pits with a lot of smoke coming out of the back of it.
There were four, now there are three, Brian.
Yeah, that was Paul Marino, and his day is done. What's interesting, though, Greg, because those cars typically don't have motor problems. You got to do something pretty strict.
Yeah, I think
it's got to be a really old
Mazda
motor.
MZR motors. They're not very heavily stressed in the format that they run in, and that is definitely unfortunate. That is going to move now. Noah Hambai up in the second with Tom Hope in third. So what were two battles? Now down to just one, and it's the battle for the second step on the podium, with Marino retiring early. Davenport just resetting fast lap of the race, but again, a couple seconds off of where he qualified. So still, just there he is right now as he's coming up to lap our FE2 racers, I think, for the second time.
Oh. And there is your battle for second place here. The front car, Noah Hembai, and the back car is Tom Burt. And like Greg just said, in the background, coming on strong, is Jim. Sorry, it's Jaws coming to catch its prey.
Yeah, exactly.
Jim Davenport. Coming up next on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, we're going to go to Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. That's coming up in, I think, 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's coming up quick.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we can throw up that schedule again, Jordan.
Let's do that.
That way, Brian or I have to figure it out. Yeah, there you go, March 7th or 9th. So, that's 2 weeks from now.
Yep, 2 weeks. And then right after that, NOLA Motorsports Park down in New Orleans. And then we've got VIR April 5th and 6th. Hallett, end of April. Then 2 races in May, Portland International Raceway, Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And then we wrap them up with Road America, the June Sprints, the classic June Sprints, like the 174th running of it, Greg, or something?
Consecutive, yeah. They didn't stop for the Revolutionary War. They did not stop for the anyway. One of the classic. I'm still trying to get confirmation, Brian. I believe the format of the June Sprint's going to be a little bit different this year. Of course, we're going to have, much like we have this weekend, races for our Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600 races. But I believe that we're going to be going to a single race event across all of our race groups, not just that particular race group, as opposed to the dual races. Going back many years to how things used to be when the June Sprints were part of the Triple Crown. Yep, if you're old like me, you remember when the June Sprints were not a double national. You would remember it as being the big. Used to be the June Sprints were kind of like the second top tier to the runoffs. Yes, well, I mean, there were a couple of premier events. It was part of the Triple Crown. Right. You won the sprints, you won the runoffs, and in addition to that, if I remember correctly, I think the Watkins Glen race was actually the other part of that Triple Crown. So, anyway, that is what's coming up next for the Super Tour. 7 laps to go here. You can see the sun dropping in the sky, and we had some beautiful shots yesterday from a lot of our cameras as the golden hour hit. We're still maybe an hour away, half hour away from that, but there were some gorgeous cameras that we had out there. And now they've just dug holes for themselves. Yes. Sorry, Brendan. All right. That's your race leader just coming through our view there. That's Tom Hope. He has a 17-second lead. It might be even more by the time they come across the line here. Jim Davenport's trying to put him another lap down. Probably catch him within the next lap. So when Jim Davenport comes by the next time, there'll be 5 laps to go. Yeah, and this continues to be a very exciting race here. But, Tom Burt, he hasn't really been able to make up any ground on Hawaii. He's seemingly perpetually about 3 car lengths back from the number 64 machine. That, even when Burt is in the draft, and I'd say right now he's probably just at the tail end of the draft, Brian. Yeah. If he falls back much further, I think we may start to see Hembai start to move away. That last time by, Noah Hembai set his personal best lap of the race at a 1:41.539, and that is almost a half second faster than Tom Burt went on the same race and same lap, and you can see there where the margin is definitely beginning to expand out. Remember earlier, Greg, when I said that the suspension or that engine failures were rare on those Mazda FE2s? Yes. It wasn't an engine failure. Oh, no. It was a rear suspension failure. Well, looked like there. It looked like there was some smoke coming from the rear, and I thought originally that. It looked as though just from the attitude of the car that perhaps a tire was down or a suspension was down in the rear there. So luckily he was able to get that car and limp that thing back to the pits.
Right.
Could have been very dangerous if he lost a suspension member there.
So I was both right and wrong. I was wrong that the motor blew up, and I was right that they don't happen very often. I'll take that as a win. There's your second and third place cars in FE2. Noah Humbai is trying to hold on to get second place on the podium. Tom Burt will come home second, third, if nothing changes here.
if engine failures are still rare by the end of this race, yes.
That's right. Let's make sure that's going to probably be the case. My race today, yes. Sunset was beautiful in the coverage late last night. Postcard stuff, yes. I referred to it as Chamber of Commerce weather here this weekend. The stuff dreams are made of. Now, this is one of those race weekends where, I would love for people to come out here because you could make a big family vacation to come out and do this race. You can come do the racing. Obviously, you have all of the stuff down here in Southern California. You could do the Disney stuff, Universal Studios, Hollywood Walk of Fame. All that fun stuff is out here. So it would be fun if we could turn this into a destination kind of event, and because families can come and really enjoy everything Southern California has to offer, and do some fun racing out here at Buttonwillow's Rose as well. So there's my sales pitch, folks. Coming out here and play with us.
There you go. The true Chamber of Commerce sales
just don't
pitch
ask
for
me
you.
to get your free tickets to Disney, okay?
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. But no, if you're going to come out here and make a big vacation out of it, that would be a great way to come and have a good week out here in SoCal. 4 laps to go here.
I'm sure Willow Ranch would enjoy the business.
Yes. Yes, we were at Willow Ranch this weekend as well. By the way, Willow Ranch, if you're listening and want to be a sponsor of the Cow Club, live stream, let me know.
Brian, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
If not, I'm going to see if I can pick him up for the Mars Series.
I was asking about Joe Moran. Joe did not take the green flag today. Not exactly sure. That car made it to the finish yesterday, right? I don't remember.
He did. He was quite a bit off the pace of both Davenport and also Johnny Green, but yeah, he did finish.
Yeah. So, but he did not come out to play today, so that's why we haven't been talking about him. Tom Hope, your race leader in FE2. Greg Labate, another driver who did not come out today. He was with us yesterday in his Formula Atlantic car. There's your second and third place cars. I got to tell you, Noah Humbai is doing a nice job, but Tom Burt is not letting him walk away at all.
No, he's starting to close things down. I mean, a couple of laps ago, we talked about how he started to move away. Humbai, he started to move away from Tom Burt. It actually... Burt had an off lap where he was about half a second back. Last time around, Tom Burt picked up 0.2 on Humbai, and you can see there he's now maybe as close as he's been in about 6 or 7 laps, only about a car length back. The question is whether or not he's going to be able to move into a position to challenge for a pass. I mean, he's been perpetually 2 car lengths back, and he just hasn't been in a position, Brian, to show the nose, to show Humbai that he's got intention on making a pass.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Next time by, the leader will get the white flag, Jim Davenport. He has a more than 1 lap lead over the entire field. That means our FE2 car is probably going to end up with an 18-lap race here when all is said and done. Davenport right now in the 23 car. He should be coming towards start-finish line any second to take that white flag and start his final 2.54 miles here as we
2.5. Close enough, man.
2.5 miles. I like to be precise, Greg. Absolutely precise.
All right. Well,
And there he is, coming through
Depends
8.
on how wide you run a corner.
It's true. That's true. Yeah, so he'll hit turn 9 right now. 2 corners to go for the white flag.
If you went wide in every corner, it would probably be like 2.65 miles.
There you go. All right, white flag in the air. About a minute 35 from now, Jim Davenport should take the checkered flag. Hopefully I didn't give him the announcer's curse.
Yeah, sure you did.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, running a little wide there, coming out of turn 1.
Yeah, I'm trying to put in a good lap to impress the family at home, because he knows that we're going to follow him for this full lap here. Let's give Jim Davenport the coverage he deserves here on his final lap. Going through 3, heading up to 4. And through 4. Then down towards 5. Oh, and a dissolve. So calming and pastoral. Through 5, he'll head up towards 6, come around the corner, and then down the hill towards 7. We will catch him on that camera now. Our artistic director for the weekend, Jordan Worth, giving us these beautiful pictures.
Beautiful wipes.
Beautiful wipes between these Charmin shots. Through 7, head now down towards turn 8. If you're ever at the racetrack, take a peek at this car, by the way. Really, really nice race car.
Yeah, Davenport used to run a Norma for years and years and years, and moved over to the Elan DPO2, I think probably about 4 years ago. You know, it's a lot lower. The Norma has a very tall air scoop on it, and is one of the larger cars in the field. And I think since Davenport moved over, I mean, you can see how strong it is. And now in the P class, almost everybody runs an Elan DPO2 in one form or another.
Well, there's the race win for Jim Davenport. He has taken it home for us. Now let's see if we can pick up Tom Hope somewhere on this racetrack.
And Brian should mention Davenport set his fastest lap of the race here on the final lap. Still didn't get down to qualifying time, but turned in a 1:33.972. Again, that was about a second off of his best qualifying time. In yesterday's race, ran a 1:34.455.
Right. And our second and third place car in FE2 coming across the line right now. And it is going to be Noah Hambai with the second place position. Tom Burt is in third. Paul Marino will finish fourth, and being 10 laps down, I'm not quite sure if he'll be considered a finisher here. It's right on the cusp. Johnny Crane only made 2 laps, and that is our whole rundown for this race.
All right, well, there you go, Brian. One more race to go. And I think we got that right this time. Yeah, one more race to go. It's our GT cars and American sedans, as well as I think our larger touring cars as well. And I'm just going to take a look and see who's out there.
Touring 2.
Yep.
A sedan.
That is right, and then our GT cars. So let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Final race of the weekend here from Buttonwillow Raceway Park and the circuit. It's the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
back here for our final race of the weekend here. Our ground pounders, GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2. Greg, you've got our starting lineup.
I do, Brian, and we talked up a little bit earlier that we thought Michael Lewis would be sitting shotgun on the field in his Mazda RX-7 GT1 car. I didn't see him out in this group of cars, but we're still going to say that he's going to start 16th today, and of course he was scheduled to start on pole, starting 15th, driving the number 10 American Sedan Ford Mustang, Michael Lowe, starting 14th, driving the number 96 GT2 Mazda RX-7, Wayne Graham out of Santa Barbara, California. Then we got Robert Kelly starting 13th, lucky 13. He's in the number 88 GT2 Dodge Viper. With Scott Graham scheduled to start 12th, he's in the number 91 GT2 Mazda RX-7. Matt Latucci scheduled to start 11th, driving the number 30 American Sedan Ford Mustang, with Pratt Cole 10th in the number 8 American Sedan Mustang. Scotty B. White scheduled to start 9th today in the number 0 Touring 2 Ford Mustang, with Roger Eagleton, your American Sedan pole sitter, starting 8th. He's in the number 11 Ford Mustang. Guy Leidig starting 7th in the number 52 GT2 Mazda RX-7, with Ollie Thorderson, your T2 pole sitter, starting 6th today. He's in the number 122 Chevy Corvette. Rob Schull is your sole GTX racer in the field, scheduled to start 5th today. He's in a Ford Mustang. Then we've got Drew Delmonico, our camera car there, in the number 43 Touring 1 BMW M4 GT4, starting 4th. Starting 3rd, driving the number 24 GT2 Dodge Challenger, Ben Valentine. Yesterday's overall winner, driving the number 74 Touring 1 BMW M3, is Ian Barberi, starting 2nd today. And your pole sitter, driving the number 29 GT2 Ford Mustang from Sherwood, Oregon, with a qualifying time of 1:45.818, Brad McAllister.
All right, so Michael Lewis is self-split starting here. He's holding back from the field so as not to interrupt any of the other racing. So there he is. And then we have one straggler coming from the back, laid off of pit lane. That was Pratt Cole in the 8 car.
Okay.
Green flag is in the air. 19 laps left in our racing today. And here they come down towards our first corner here with that Challenger out front, Mustang right behind him. And there's Ian Barberi in 3rd.
All right, and so, Ian Barberi in the Touring 1 BMW. Great race for him yesterday, taking the overall win. Had been running 2nd to Michael Lewis when Lewis retired early. And, and we've seen most of the weekend here, Brian, where the Touring 1 cars, bit of a surprise that they have been the measure of the GT2 cars here at Buttonwillow. But I think that says a lot about the flow of this race course and the effect of all of the corners that you have, that the GT2 cars, and for that part, when Michael Lewis was running on song in qualifying yesterday morning, just not finding a ton more speed than the regular touring cars here.
Pete Rose in the chat. He works on that Ben Valentine car when it's at home, so he's rooting on Ben today. Here's the in-car from Drew Delmonico as he comes down. I believe this is going down towards turn 5, right? No, this is going into turn 7.
7. Mm-hmm.
Hard to tell with the placement of that big mirror.
Yeah.
Exactly what we're looking at.
I mean, saves them the cost of putting in a camera that points to the rear, but come on, Drew.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
give us a hand
he does
here.
have the camera up in the upper left corner. You can see the rear-facing camera as well.
Yeah, he does.
It's right there. So now they're heading down towards turn 9. That is Ledeco Highway. Off to the left, you could actually see a car coming that way.
Is that the new name for that corner, by the way?
Oh, yeah, the Ledeco corner. That should be what that is.
Yeah. And onto the front straight.
And onto the front straight.
All right, so with first lap in the books, Brad McAllister, our pole sitter, they're ahead of Ben Valentine. And that was a great race yesterday between Valentine and McAllister. Forget the fact that Barberi finished first overall. But Ben Valentine had to hold Brad McAllister off for about 23 of the 25 minutes of the race, and just could not do it for the entire 14 laps. And I think it was on lap 12 actually that McAllister managed to get around Valentine to take the win in GT2. But really an amazing race. I think the differential at the line was like 1.6 seconds, and they were behind Ian Barberi by they were like 3 car lengths behind at the checkered flag there. You really didn't know who was going to take the overall win.
Here they come down towards, that is a little deeper into the field there. I think that is Rob Scholl that we just saw come by, and Scotty B. White. And here are our leaders one more time. That is McAllister in front. Second place is Valentine. Then you've got Barberi and Drew Delmonico. Ian Barberi kind of drove away yesterday, but Delmonico staying right with him. That is also a battle for class lead there.
Yeah.
The cars in third and fourth. That's your first and second place in Touring 1.
Yeah, so Delmonico about mid-race had an issue right at that corner at turn 8, which we've talked about how difficult it is there and how challenging it is to get right even half the time, which set him back. And I think at the end of the race, he was about 25 seconds back from Barberi. But what we saw yesterday is, like, for the first 5 or 6 laps or so, that GT4 car was right there with the 21. Delmonico dropped back a little bit, I'd say, after around lap 5 or so. So we'll continue to watch this. You can see here where he's now just in the span of about 4 corners has dropped back about 4 or 5 car lengths. We'll see if he can make up the difference.
Well, what we're noticing here today is that run by the 74 car yesterday was no fluke. He's right there sticking to those GT2 cars. I wouldn't typically expect the T1 cars to be able to hang with that GT2 cars, but they're pretty close in almost every way. They're making speed, it seems, in the same places. They're not like catching up in the corners, but yeah, it's just very interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, we talked about, so Barberi started yesterday's race on the front row, right next to Michael Lewis's GT1 Jaguar. I mean, it was and has been, I think, one of the fastest cars out here this weekend. And, you know, interestingly enough, just as I talked about Drew Delmonico losing a little bit of ground to the top 3, Delmonico just reset the fastest lap of the race for anybody with a 1:48.29. That last lap, he and Barberi were lapping almost 1/10.5 to 2/10 faster than McAllister and Valentine ahead.
Yeah, and it looked like for a second that Delmonico was trying to make a move there, coming down towards turn 7. It's kind of hard on the perspective from that way off shot, but here he is once again now going down towards turn 9, hitting the apex really nicely on the exit of 9. You kind of throw away a little of that exit to set you up for turn 10, which of course is extremely important because it heads on to the longest straight here. Yesterday he hit about 130, 140 right in there at the end of this straight. We'll see where he gets to before. This is right at 131 miles per hour before he got on the brakes. And now big side-by-side action. Those two cars came together.
I was going to say, I thought that they might have touched, Brian. We saw a lot of smoke go through the air. Go ahead.
I think the car blocked its brakes, and then there was some contact.
Yeah, and the driver to take advantage of it is our camera car, Delmonico, Brian, because we saw where Ian Barberi, rightfully so, checked up in order not to come up and into those 2 GT2 cars as they were coming together. And so now move Delmonico up into the lead in T1 and move the Barberi car back into second place in class.
Yeah, I think the first place car, McAllister, blocked its brakes, and Valentine tried to go underneath, and then they had side-to-side contact, and that opened the door for Delmonico, as you said, because Barberi had to try to do an evasive move to not smash into both of them.
So, Brian, I think that there might be, I don't want to say there's something wrong, but the Mustang just ahead of Delmonico here, that is Brad McAllister. that car seems to be hurting just a little bit. Saw a lot of white tire smoke coming into as they went under braking into turn 5.
Okay.
And the car doesn't appear to be turning in all that well right now. And I'm not saying I don't think there's a tire going down, but there might be some tire rub based on if there was some contact. And you see that
right there.
That big puff there. It is the right rear tire. I think that is having the issue right now. We'll track that as they go into turn 1. But it certainly seems to be an issue. It may just be a flat spotted tire, and he keeps hitting the same flat spot under braking each time.
Yeah, that could be it a little bit as well. And right side tire rub would make sense because Valentine went on the inside going into 1. So when they didn't make contact, it would have been on the right side of McAllister's car. So all of that adds up. And while that's happening, Valentine's starting to walk away a little bit.
Yeah, and that makes things a lot more challenging for Drew Delmonico there in the GT4 car because he's got Ian Barberi getting bottled up behind his. Looks like neither one of them obviously are going to have the ability to dig out of corners like Brad McAllister's car, assuming McAllister can get that right rear tire to dig into the pavement here. So let's watch. I also think that Barberi has a little bit more straight line speed than the GT4 M4. When they made the run down to turn 7 the last time, Barberi was able to pull up right alongside. But you can see there, Brian, right out of Delmonico's view, that Mustang ahead, it is looking very, very skittish at the rear of the car.
You're looking out the front of the car. I'm paying attention to that rear-facing camera to see if Barberi's about to try to make a move. He's not able to get close enough going into turn 7, but here they are going into turn 8, and it is still, I mean, man, he is breathing down the neck of Delmonico there as they come through 7. Now down to turn 9, you can see Valentine here has opened up a 15-20 car length lead over McAllister. McAllister is just doing the best to hold off the cars behind him.
Yeah, and Brian, at some point, I'd like to jump back a little bit further in the field. We saw the battle with these two racers a little bit earlier in the day when they were both in the same class. When they were both running a T3.
There it is.
Right there. Scotty B. White now in Touring 2 in that light blue Mustang with Roger Eagleton now running in American Sedan. I think the big difference here, and I need to double check the conversation I had with Rylan Hazelton last night, and the restrictor that Eagleton had to run was when the car was in T3 guys. So it should be a little bit freer breathing now, but certainly Scotty B. White, and I believe this is the same car that Scotty B. White was running in Touring 3 as well, perhaps just unrestricted. Big change in breathing. The difference is now they're not battling it out in class. Two different classes at the moment. As Eagleton drives by Scotty B. White going into turn 1, can't get the pass done yet, but Scotty B, again, he's going to be trapped to the outside going into turn 2.
Well, now Scotty B is in the right position coming through turn 3 there as they head down to turn 4. So Scotty B's in the lighter blue car.
Right.
Eagleton's in the darker blue car. And then did you see who's behind him right there, making his way up through the field?
Certainly did. Michael Lewis started at the back of the field in the only rotary powered GT1 car I know of.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. You know, and Michael Lewis won't get in anybody's way here. He's by himself. He's trying to collect time and points and finishes for his trip to the runoff. So he understands the situation pretty well. He's gonna, if he does go around him, it'll be in a very, very proper place as he tries to get that done. So now you see Scotty defending a little bit going down there. It looks like trying to, show a little bit of a place where he doesn't want them to go. And Eagleton just happy to be back there for the moment. With 14 laps to go, nothing hasty needs to be done here, so he can just kind of plot his plan and then hopefully, in his mind, execute it here towards the end of the race. And let's keep in mind, they're not racing for class, so
right.
They're just racing for bragging rights at this position. And while we're following this this battle, Ian Barberi's gotten around Drew Delmonico, so he has retaken first place in Touring 2, and we'll catch back up with battle a little bit here. And here is Eagleton. He seems to like to try to do that outside line, but Scotty's got the car and the grip to go around on the inside. Since this is not a battle for lead in class, let's see if we can go back to finding that T1 battle between Barberi and Delmonico. And there we go. Right up front there, that's Valentine. Behind him is McAllister, and there is Ian Barberi as he is able to get past, he's been able to get past Drew Delmonico, but Delmonico's not giving up at this point. There is the lead overall right there, Ben Valentine. Whatever was going on with Brad McAllister's car, he has seemed to sort it out, because it seems like he is making up ground now on the leader, and he is either, maybe he just eased up just a bit to make sure that there wasn't anything really bad with the car. He probably saw the tire smoke a little bit too and had a little bit of a worry. You don't want to have a tire cut down at 140 miles an hour, and I think he's realized maybe it's good now, and I'm ready to get back in the fight. So
yeah, we'll see here if he continues on with that pace, but he is definitely looking stronger than he did for the last 3 laps.
Correct.
Also, interesting to note, as we look at the different driving dynamics here between these GT2 cars and the Touring 1 cars, as Delmonico takes a look to the inside on Barberi, can't quite get alongside there in turn 7. A little bit earlier in this lap, as we were watching the 2 BMWs come through, I guess it was through turn 4 and going into turn 5. The Barberi car, Brian, looked like an A1 or an A2 Golf or Rabbit from like 19, an early IT car with where they used to weld multiple rear sway bars together to stiffen up that twist beam rear axle. The BMW had the inside rear wheel about 4 inches off the pavement, and you could definitely see daylight underneath it, just not where you would expect to.
Holy Farfignugan, Batman.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a dated reference for you.
Oh my gosh, yes, yeah, and the shine bar. As our top 4 racers all came through turn 1, Brian, it looked, was that Pratt Cole? Was he coming out of the pit lane, I think, or was he just watching, or not watching, but just the faster cars were coming through? I'm showing Pratt currently running 12th out of the 12 cars running on course. Yeah. I just couldn't tell if he was on the pit lane there or not.
I think he was just getting way out of the way to let those cars by. I think they were lapping him to put him a lap down, but I'm not 100% certain of that.
So Dave GT27 is in the chat, and he said he hadn't heard of GTX before. GTX has been an SCCA majors and national eligible class now for, I think we're running on probably 5 years now, give or take. It's primarily for homologated race cars, GT3 cars, GT4 cars, TCR cars. Oddly enough, as we have seen at some stops on the Super Tour, thank you, Jacek Muka, for former LMP2 cars and even DPI cars. I mean, it is kind of the national equivalent of a catch-all class, and it is not at this point a runoffs eligible class. It is not made a showing at the runoffs, but we've had it at on the majors level now for, like I said, about 5 years.
And sometimes it's a place where they put cars of that ilk before they decide where else to classify them.
Yes.
It kind of feels like the mode that they're in, and they run them for a couple of years and realize, okay, this will slot into this class before they move it into something else. So
yeah, so for example, touring GT4, FIA GT4 cars, where we've got them running in Touring 1 now, for example, and it seems to be probably the up and coming and maybe the direction that Touring 1 is going in. Nothing more confusing for Brian and I when we had seemingly identical cars running in Touring 1 as well as GTX in the same race group at the same time, and we really didn't know why they were in one versus the other.
Exactly. All right, this has been exciting. Still going to be exciting. 4 cars all battling for number 1 in 2 different classes. We're going to take our break, and when we come back, we will have the end of our final race of the day. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from the circuit at Buttonwillow.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
This is going to be really good.
And welcome back, everybody. It is the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It's our last race of the day. And Brian, as we went to break, we had a big change here in Touring 1. Big change in Touring 1 as Drew Delmonico got back around Ian Barberi. But we have another change here as Ben Valentine in his Dodge Challenger. He has conceded the overall lead and the lead in GT2 to Brad McAllister in the Ford Mustang. I think Brad probably, it took him a while to realize that the issue that he was having was probably a flat spot on that right rear tire. Brian, we even saw it just a lap ago as he was coming into turn 8. But McAllister now getting around Valentine. Valentine, he managed to hold off McAllister for, like we said, around 8 or 9 laps yesterday. Wasn't able to do it that long here today as that Mustang goes back to the lead.
I think conceded might be strong, but he has given up the lead.
Yes.
Yeah, Brent Valentine, and he's not going to give up, obviously. He's going to try to keep it going here. and stay as close as he can. But look at the distance already opened up by McAllister, 5 or 6 car lengths. Then we also have the battle for between GTX and Scotty, the Rob Scholl car, and Scotty B. White. They just flipped positions as well.
White and Eagle.
Actually, it's Scotty B. White and Eagleton. It's the two Mustangs.
Right.
Scholl and the GTX Mustang is quite a bit further ahead there. And Michael Lewis is starting to come up on them, so we'll see. We'll see if what you said earlier about being a gentleman has anything to do with that. Especially, especially since the two Mustangs, they're not in a fight for a class lead at this point.
And neither is Michael Lewis.
Right. Exactly. Well, yeah.
Yeah. So interesting to see how this goes. And there is those 3 cars we're talking about. And then you can see, look at the lead that Brad McAllister has opened up on Ben Valentine all the way already.
Yeah.
Ben Valentine's now having a hard time just trying to hold off the 2 BMWs behind them. And they're not in the same class with Valentine, but they are racing each other for the lead in Touring 1.
Yeah, and we saw this for a short time during yesterday's race as well, Brian, where at least where Delmonico, I think, was having some challenges with the 2 GT cars. Of course, Barberi was clear of the 2 GT2 cars during yesterday's race, and Delmonico, I think, got to the point where he was starting to overdrive the car, trying to get around McAllister and Valentine, which I think might have led to that off that he had at turn 8 yesterday. So we'll see if he can keep his head in the game here, as they say, and work to hold off Barberi.
All of our leaders just making their way around Scotty B. White, and they also have Eagleton they're trying to get around as well. We also am hearing now that Michael Lewis has pulled off at turn 5.
Mm-hmm. So who's the flagger showing the blue flag to? Probably Roger Eagleton.
Yeah, I see someone suggesting that Delmonico's blinking his lights at Valentine. I just think the lights are on, and the way our frame rate on the cameras makes it look like he's blinking his lights. I don't honestly think he's blinking his lights at Valentine.
Yeah, that is common with the LED lights, Brian. And I think that is more just a difference in the frame rate from our camera versus the refresh rate on the headlights.
We do see that somewhat regularly, especially late in the day when the lights are just right and the sun starts to go down.
Well, you know that LED technology is new to BMW. They've been using those sealed beam or little round things for like the last 85
107 years,
yeah.
Right. Still absolutely nothing settled in Touring 1 here. There's the track trucks going to check on Michael Lewis here. And they are the only thing that is a concern is whether or not Valentine can be quick enough to stay out of their way and let them race. And he is doing his best to do that. He also wants to be in the right position in case McAllister has an issue here.
Sure.
Because I think McAllister with 6 to go is far enough away that if he doesn't make a mistake, I don't think Valentine can catch him at this point.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if McAllister continues to nurse that rear tire. I mean, it still has to be top of mind that rear tire might be flat spotted. I'm sure he's moved the brake bias a lot further to the front there with that car to try and limit the damage. But even there, we can see where there's a little puff of smoke under braking. The interesting thing here, though, watching the 2 T1 cars, Brian, going into turn 8, is Barberi is this far away from going through the back bumper and into the trunk of Delmonico at that second apex of turn 8. It's pretty clear there that Delmonico doesn't have the same kind of pace through that corner, but it's perfect because there's just absolutely nowhere for Barberi to go, and he just doesn't get a good dig out of turn 8 heading down to turn 9.
Yeah, and Valentine is new to this car. He usually is in a vet. A Ray Evernham prepared Corvette ground pounder. This Challenger is new to him, so he's still learning the car, and that is what his crew guy Pete Rose in the chat is telling us, that there's a big learning curve on this car. It drives very differently than the Corvette, so that may be part of what's going on here. But Drew Delmonico is doing a great job keeping up and in front of Ian Barberi. Now, my question is, Greg, do you think Barberi's just waiting to set him up on a final lap, not to do it too soon?
I think, but early on, and certainly yesterday, I thought that Barberi had quite a bit more straight line speed than Delmonico did. But I think, again, given that the cornering advantage or the exit out of the corners, Delmonico is able to really control Barberi's exit speeds. I think he's got a bit of an advantage here, and we've seen it towards the end of each of the longer straightaways. Barberi hasn't been close. He's been about 3 car lengths to 3.5 car lengths back. It's only when they come up on slow corners as we've got contact coming through turn 8. And that is between Ben Valentine in the GT2 Dodge Challenger and Drew Delmonico. And Delmonico came in with a lot more speed, Brian, and the door just closed on him.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting him to be there. Ben Valentine was not expecting that. And he came in towards the apex, and bam, that happened.
And so we're gonna have to see if that made any damage impact. We'll see how this GT4 car handles through the corners here, and I'll be very interested to see what the left-hander at turn 2 looks like for him as that car pushes
way wide. Oh yeah, that car's got a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. It would not turn in, and not a big surprise there, Brian. Is I'm fairly certain that the left front wheel, the toe has been thrown out massively. There, and that is unfortunate, but I would probably call that an unforced error. What did I say, Brian? That I thought that Delmonico needed to keep his head and not overdrive the car and not worry about what was going on in front of him. I think in his efforts to try and clear Barberi and make it a little bit easier for him, he took on a situation that was maybe not necessary.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, there's 2 things there that may play into this. Is going into turn 8 where that happened is the sun is really low in the sky. That could have played into this for Valentine, paying more attention, trying to see through that corner and not knowing who might be coming up beside him. But to your point, Greg, why push it there? There's nothing to gain by passing Valentine right there, and unless you think that you can't hold off Barberi.
And the thing is, Brian, is as we were talking, that's the place that, because of Delmonico's pace, or maybe lack of pace through turn 8, where he's been able to hold off Barberi because there's nowhere for that trailing car to go.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. And how smart is Ian Barberi? He could have tried to make that pass and push it himself, but he waited half a lap to see how that car in front of him handled, and the car just couldn't make the turn 2 corner, and it was an easy pass for Barberi to get by with 4 laps to go here.
Yeah, indeed. And I'll tell you, although he's dropped back just a little bit, and I know he's having some handling issues at this point, but the one thing that we noticed that last lap, Brian, is coming out of turn 8, basically where they had the impact. We did have the emergency services vehicles there trackside, and it looked as though Delmonico's number 43 car got awfully close to the edge of the track there, where that emergency service vehicle was. Gotta respect our volunteers out there as well.
Yep.
Even knowing that there's a difficult situation.
Yep. And that turns out how we end up going full course yellow sometimes, is when there's a need to slow it down and the drivers are trying to drive their race. But if they don't do that, there's no choice but to call a full course yellow. And at this point in the race, that would end this race. So here comes McAllister through. He is your leader. Right behind him is the T1 leader, Ian Barberi. Then second place car. We're going to get the checkered flag this time by, Greg. And that's, I think, because too many cars are overdriving that spot at turn 8.
That spot on the track, yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Here, so it looks like we'll be going, 2 laps early?
Yep. We should see the checkered flag in the air right now. Yep, there it is. Well, that's unfortunate.
It is. All right. So taking the win here today, Brad McAllister, who had a little bit of contact of his own there with the Challenger. Brad McAllister, driver of the number 29 Ford Mustang, he takes the win in GT2, takes the overall win. in Touring 1, Ian Barberi takes the win over Drew Delmonico. They finished second and third overall. Rob Shaw, our sole racer in GTX, will finish fourth overall. There he is, just coming across the line now. And we'll see here a couple laps down. Those top four drivers running, pretty similar lap times. Next driver to come across the line should be Roger Eagleton. He finishes a lap down from our leaders, but is the winner in American Sedan with Scotty B. White. We should see Scotty coming out of the final corner now. Scotty had some issues at turn 2 on the previous lap, but he will finish, actually that's Scott Graham in the GT2 RX-7 who just came across the line. So good finish for him. Graham finished, I believe, third yesterday in GT2, and he's going to repeat that today. And there's Scotty B. White. And Brian, it looked like Scotty B. White's heading to the pit lane. So maybe, we saw him go off at turn 2. Maybe something broke in that car on the final lap.
Well, and he's the only T2 car, so there was really no reason to complete the final lap for him anyway. So he'll still be your T2 class winner. So.
All right, so Matt Latucci will finish second in American Stand, 8th overall. And then the final two racers, Ben Valentine and Pratt Cole. Cole will finish 5 laps down in his Ford Mustang. Valentine, as we saw out there, finishes 3 laps down.
All right, let's take a minute here, Greg. I want to thank all the people that make this race happen, all of our volunteer workers from Cal Club and SCCA, and the people who come from all the regions around here. We had people from Northern California, Las Vegas here, Oregon region came down as well. Thank, of course, the national staff who comes in for the Super Tour. Scotty Dobler was here, and all of the national stewards who are part of the crew here that kind of help us officiate these Super Tour races.
Race director Joe Stadelman, for example.
And our clerk of the course,
Kevin Coulter.
Exactly. Some great folks who come and put it together. Of course, Mark and CC Smith, the glue that holds Cal Club together. They help us coordinate all these things. So big thank you to everybody here. Our next race, Hoosier Racing Tires SCCA Super Tour rounds 5 and 6. That's at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Coverage begins Friday, March 7th, 1:50 p.m. Eastern Time, right here. Brought to you by DriversEye Live and also always on the SCCA channel. Jordan Worth is our director. Great job this weekend, Jordan. Brendan Kesmerick, our executive producer, keeping us in line, or at least trying to.
And he's got a shovel
Brendan.
now, Brian, so we need to be careful.
That's true. That's true. All right, Greg, any final thoughts before we throw it back to Never Neverland?
No, I think, other than the fact that for an opening round, and I know that this track only opened 3 weeks ago, and the test balloon was flown 3 weeks ago by Cal Club. They have put on such a wonderful event and had some great racing here on a track that was so new to so many racers, and I look forward to coming back here for years to come.
All right, that's going to do it from the circuit at Buttonwillow. You guys have yourself a great week. Stay safe and go play with cars.